251 Chapter Self-Paralysis. With the city climb the walls of Wujun more and more, the Ming army finally could not carry. A crash has occurred. I do not promise retreat, loyal to the country, for the moment has come, and kill me back. Supervise the bodyguard, who fear war shall be no survivors. Huang Shanling finally drew out the knife and hacked to death a soldier who tried to escape. At the same time, he also ordered the soldiers to supervise the battle together. Although he couldn't keep it, he had to buy Emperor Longwu some time to escape and delay Wu Jun's progress as much as possible. However, as soon as he finished saying this, there was a blood hole on his forehead, and the whole person fell straight down, and the breath in his nostrils was gone. The same kind, or because of lack of experience, the Ming army generals did not pay attention to protect their own safety. The war today is completely different from before. A single rifled gun can change the command style of an officer. Those who don't choose to change are likely to be shot, like Huang Shanling. My lord. Huang Shanling's soldiers wailed a few times, and the other soldiers ran away even more brazenly when they saw that the coach was dead. City walls, completely without resistance into the state. The city, as early as Wu Jun climbed the walls of the moment. There our soldiers went to the city. Zhu Qi to the report, said that the walls fall. Please Zhu Qi forum search immediately. So fast. Zhu Jin sighed. He was actually mentally prepared for failure, so he was ready to escape. It's just that he didn't expect to lose so quickly. He didn't even hold on for half an hour. No time before. At this time these are not tangled. Zhu Qi with some cronies. Open the south gate, south to escape. Wu Jun actually am surrounded by the Fuzu, or say, Xgiron never thought to be alive and perhaps kill Zhu Qi. No matter how to say, whatever the outcome, people are still emperor. If this catches Zhu Jin, he doesn't know how to deal with it. If Zhu Jin was killed accidentally, it would be even more troublesome. After all, it was the royal family. No matter what Zhu Jin was guilty of, ordinary people were not qualified to kill him. Zhu Jin escaped, and the Ming army in the city was in a big defeat. With more than 20,000 soldiers defeated, Wu Jun was actually very tired after hunting down. Not to mention killing 20,000 thinking people. It would take several hours to kill 20,000 pigs. Wu Jun in the city launched an operation to arrest routed troops. One company met Jin Xinghuan part, where's company commander stopped. Although the Ming army was a mob, there were more than 3,000 people in front of them. No matter how rubbish these 3,000 people are, their number 100 people cannot be opponents. The front is who will be the military, the next Jin Xinghuan, especially to mobilize people in the waiting. Your army is willing to surrender all. Just when he was nervous and didn't know what to do, Jin Shengwen took the lead in expressing his willingness to surrender. Large under the tree, good shade, Jin Xinghuan root of the fence again mutiny. With such a large-scale surrender, the company commander of Wu Jun couldn't be the master, and he hurriedly reported to the rear. After Jin Shengwen, a slightly more powerful force surrendered, there was no more force in the city that could threaten Wu Jun. After a few hours, Fuzu returned to peace. Basically, the defeated soldiers had surrendered or fled, and Wu Jun took control of Fuzu. In this battle, Wu Jun only killed more than 100 people and seriously injured a few others. There were more than 1,000 soldiers killed in the Ming army, and 18 were captured. More than 7,000 people were evacuated with Zhu Jin, and more than 2,000 people escaped and disappeared. The results look very rich, but defeating such a mob is actually nothing to be proud of. More than 10,000 prisoners. After Xgiron among the elderly and the excluded, escorted the prisoners began to return to Nancheng. Now his manpower has been somewhat excessive, failing to appreciate that the elderly can spend their pay. Your benevolence return Nancheng, Fuzu, and he just left a non-main group, more than 1,000 troops stationed there. Anyway, he was not afraid of the Ming army coming to attack, and Fuzu was not a particularly important city. Nanfeng, Zhu Jin's army retreated in the direction of Nanfeng in frustration. They were like two different people when they went to Fuzu with arrogance and arrogance. This battle allowed them to thoroughly see the gap between themselves and Wu Jun. Your Majesty, Victory or defeat is a matter of military affairs. In the camp, Huang Dozu didn't seem to be in a good mood when seeing Zhu Jian, so he gave a word of comfort. This defeat also allowed me to find the right direction for army training. Next, we need to get the secrets of flintlock guns at all costs and the methods they use to train the army. Then I have to use this time to develop the high mountains to fight, to build a truly strong army and their duel. With our provinces and tens of millions of people, there are still opportunities, Zhu Jian said. After all, he is not the kind of person who has been spoiled since childhood, but has experienced various ups and downs since childhood. Therefore, the ability to withstand setbacks is much stronger than that of ordinary emperors. Even if this battle failed, even if their strengths differed greatly from that of Wu Jun, he was still not discouraged. When they first took the throne, their strength and the king army are also very different, and the situation is not worse than before. But he has never been discouraged. If part of his men will be able enough sincere allegiance, he might really have made some achievements. It's a pity that the prestige of the Zhou family has been almost defeated by the previous emperors, leaving Zhu Jian only a mess. Your Majesty can be enough to learn from your mistakes. Good governance. There really is a blessing for Ming. Wu Chenking's eye of this sinister has been exposed is no doubt. I think of some of the highly commendable loyalty in Nanjing said will not stand idly by. We can also take the opportunity to win. Ecliptic Zhu Jianyi Road not only had, say this to say, in fact, his heart is not very optimistic about Zhu Qi. What I'm doing now is just doing my best, obeying the destiny, and leaving the name of a loyal minister. This plan is very good. If he can win over the officials with real power under him, it can also cause him some trouble. What Zhu Jian needs now is time. He needs time to raise military expenses, form a new army, and build weapons. Guyanwa's population monument has always been good. Maybe we can fight for it. He is the head of Wu Chenking's civil servants. If he can be convinced, it will be of great benefit to us. Someone mentioned that proposed road. Although Ma Shiying likes to exclude dissidents, he is quite loyal to Ming and is also an object to fight for. The other person also echoed one sentence. Not before. They say these words, in fact, more like the comfort of your own failures, together a fictional illusion to own some hope. Anyone who has a bit of a brain should also know that with Wu Chenking's trust in Guyanwu, how could Guyanwu betray? Speaking of it, Wu Chenking is even considered Guyanwa's pole. Even if Guyanwu is still loyal to Ming, he is at best resigning and retiring, and it is impossible to secretly frame Wu Chenking. As for Ma Shiying, it goes without saying that a selfish person can count on how long his loyalty will last. He had said these words, more like psychotherapy groups together. The spirit of collective self-paralysis. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 252 chapters salaries system. Compared Liu Han 3, Wang Daong side progress more smoothly. Jingtown Yingtan, Shangrao and other places have not deployed heavily. King Wu met the main, quickly defeated. Accounted for after the collar these places. Wu Chenking addition of a lot of tax revenue. Jingtown is famous for porcelain, especially now open ocean trade. Porcelain here becomes even more demand. At the same time, Jingdizan also made a lot of wealth by selling exquisite porcelain. And now, here's tax return the Wu Chenking. In addition to porcelain, Poyang Lake Zoo edge of farmland. It is very important grain producing areas. After taking control of this place, the people in Wu Chenking's jurisdiction can not only have enough food, but there are also grains that can be sold to other places. Wang Daong left thousands of people to garrison these places, and then began to return to Nanjing with the main force. He had the battle plan has been completed. The next step is return to Nanjing rest, then cross the river north. The northern expedition began. Consumers went out luck Germany after Han army. Wu Jun in the south has no much of a threat. No theory is Zhu Qi or C, or is it the West Tengjiao? Their strength is not enough to shake the foundations of Wu Chenking. In this way, he can be assured of the northern expedition, straight pound Central Plains. In early June, a large army to return to Nanjing. This time, the number of troops Wu has up to 20, and 20 of which, the main 50,000 troops, stationed 70,000 local second-line troops. The larger the army, the more detailed its division. If this is not the case, the military expenditure is simply too much. A main flintlock soldier has a monthly salary of 3 tals of silver. If they all follow this standard, then their monthly salary will cost 660,000 yuan, plus the cost of materials. 1 million a month is not enough. No one can sustain this kind of expenditure. Zhu Yujian raises a soldier, and he doesn't even get $1 or $2 a month. Among Zhu Yihai's army, only the main army's salary can reach 1 or 2. The king army among the main banners' monthly rates can reach 22 other second-line troops, and only 1 or 2, or even less. Among all the armies, Wu Qingqing's military pay is the highest, which is also an important reason for their strength. People are willing to die if they have more money. Many soldiers who surrendered were very willing to work for Wu Qingqing, relatively safe and making money. In order to solve the problem of military expenditure, Wu Qingqing also subdivided the army. Among them, the miscellaneous troops stationed in small places such as Yingtan Fuzhou only have a monthly salary of 8. The average monthly salary for the second-line troops stationed in important places such as Nancheng, Zhujiang, and Suzhou is 1 or 2 yuan. Among these units, the cold weapon unit has a monthly salary of 1 or 2. The fire gun army has a monthly salary of 1 to 2. And the grenadier and other technical arms also have a monthly salary of 1 to 2. The wild fight, the main, the lowest level of cold weapons troops, monthly rates also has a 25 money. These are the main forces of the siege, and they often need to work hard. It is inevitable that soldiers who do not have such a high salary will have resentment in their hearts. Fire rope gun forces have 22, flintlock forces have 2 or 3. Other technical higher arms. The basis for the formulation of these military rates is mainly determined from the risk, effectiveness, and technical difficulty. The more dangerous place risk, the higher the pay. For example, hard fighting relies on the main force, so the main force's military pay is higher than that of the second-line troops stationed there. The more effective the soldier, the higher the military salary. For example, snipers, their role is much greater than that of ordinary soldiers, and their military pay is also much higher. Technical surgery requires the higher branches of the military, the higher the pay, such as artillery, navy captain in sailing and so on. After subdividing, Wu Qingqing can save nearly 300,000 military expenses every month. The most important thing is that this kind of military payment system can convince the soldiers without feeling unfair. Feel unfair, can in an effort to climb. In order to give these soldiers an ascent path, Wu Qingqing also formulated various methods of transfer. Two-line troops want to enter the main. Very simple, work hard, and then apply for assessment. Individual quality, all skills can be passed the assessment. In the main part, the team, the cold steel troops want to transfer into the military handguns, just outstanding performance in combat. It will be the next priority in the allocation of advanced weapons. With the continuous production of flintlock guns, many cold weapon units that have done a lot of work have been replaced with shotguns, and they have successfully transferred to become the core force. And you want to for other technical arms, then they can only rely on their own learning and talent. Since we believe that talented people can apply to the assessment through too, then you can transfer to artillery, cavalry and navy. The more special is the sniper. Even now want to connect into the sniper is basically no way, can only wait for the attacks appears even casualties. However, this wish is difficult to realize. Among the entire army, the sniper company is the safest. Fight through so many wars, even on the current sniper killed a person, but our still flow vector accidentally shot in the head and died. Purely bad luck at home. Expect a sniper, not as in the evening when a snack, and the like. To read and learn to measure the ability, as can be transferred into at least artillery. Large army in Nanjing began rest, and Wu Chengqing should be a reward to the captains. At the same time, a number of personnel changes in the army. Army reorganization is a very delicate matter, and there are many aspects that need to be considered. For example, improving the military's combat power, facilitating command, changing the power of officers, and so on. Wu Chengqing ordered to complete the adaptation, even stayed up at night. The next day, Wu Chengqing held the highest level military meeting. The main force, over the heads of the officers in attendance are essential. Oversized living room, placed in the middle of a rectangular wooden table, flanked by a large probability can sit around 30 people. These are the positions of the division commander, the chief of staff, and some special brigade commanders. There are wooden signs with names written on them, tea, fruits, and people with names can sit on both sides of the wooden table. The other regimental commanders, brigade commander level officers, sat on the chairs around them, and didn't even have a cup of tea. In the army, there is no saying that everyone is equal. The most important thing in the army is the hierarchy. Regardless of the official position, military rank, clothing medal, etiquette, every detail emphasizes the hierarchy. In the army, it is important to absolutely obey the command of the chief. An army without absolute obedience is a mob, because in battle, sometimes it is always necessary to sacrifice the ego and some people to die. Without absolute obedience, who wants to die? This is cruel to individuals who are asked to sacrifice. But in order to win, in order to reduce losses, for the benefit of most people, this kind of cruelty is necessary. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 253 Chapter 3 Military Adaptation. Wu Chengqing yet to come. Many officers, there is no seating. Several people gathered around each other and communicated with each other. Many people have smiles on their faces, because if nothing happens, they will all be promoted. Lao Li, listen, said the agency will set up a military level. Liu Han-san asked. In the previous military establishment, the highest level officer was the division commander, but now that the number of the military is increasing, the establishment of higher level institutions has become an inevitable thing. Otherwise, there will be a war in the future, and it will be prone to not all belong to each other. Everyone is a division commander, and it is a question of who listens to whom. Only when a military commander is established can we better manage the overall situation. It should be. Li Xiaobin is not clear that this event has always been Onam and Wu Chengqing. They came up with only one point: put the power of suggestion. I don't know how the military level organization will be organized. Don't combine all the flintlock units into a single army. This will reduce the overall combat effectiveness of the army. The combination of services is very important. Liu Han-san said. He is most worried about is the Wu Chengqing put all flintlock compiled a military force. In that case, he is not a high probability when the commander of the army. If only as a part of cold weapons team captains, even tens of thousands of troops also holds the boring way. You don't have to worry about this. The general has more experience in the organization of the army than you. Li Xiaobin Ambrose saw three small mind, could not help but to cow sentence. The other side, Zhang Yuan should be in for Lu Guingzhu said. Lu adults, I heard your family dependents were received Nanjing, which under the name you can recover and secure a career and fortune. I do not dare to ask for promotion with this little credit. I will be content to keep my current position as head of the team. Lu Guingzhu said. Compared to some of the other will fall, he more than more fortunate, secretly rescued his family in Nanjing. To say that our group will drop them, probably better Dongzhu adults and adults mix. The commander of a position of the main fear is not run. He had a few late surrender over the officer formed a circle, drop the thing is, between each other more common language. Of course, another important reason is that it is more difficult for them to squeeze into the circle of the old school. Insist squeeze being ignored, but also very embarrassing. Currently Wu army officers divided among several factions, of which the most powerful naturally patriarch faction, headed by Li Liuang Trio, mastered the absolute power. Other Dai Zhaijun, Wu Yi and others are also in important positions. In addition to the old sect, there are also the surrendered, the new sect, the Manchu sect, and people without factions. There are a large number of surrenders, and some have very large official positions, such as Dong Tan Bao. The freshmen are officers who come out of the military classroom, and they are also called the academics. This group of people is characterized by their youth and high military literacy. But because for their own starting point is low, so the current official position is generally not high, but the potential is great. Among them, the reference-seeking Long Tao Dongqing, staff and Fugi, artillery head of Yanzu is one of the representatives. The number of Manchus is very small, only 3 or 4. However, because of their particularity, it is difficult to integrate into other circles, so just a few people also form a circle. Among them, the leader is naturally Man Dahai, who made the king court gritted his teeth, and now he is quite powerful in the Wu army. Those without factions are Xung Rulin, Qian Xiu and others. He had now to future, has completely gone and Zhu Yihai relationship. Originally, his starting point is very high, but because of its previous identity reasons, their current development is not ideal. The army too. A reminder came from outside the door, and everyone immediately stopped chatting and stood next to their respective positions. Subsequently, Wu Qingqing entered the hall and sat down on the chief position. Said, "Everyone is lucky. Sit down." Everyone sat down and waited for Wu Qingqing's words. This time Jiang Xi battle, you all performed well. Wu Qingqing to some scenes if necessary. Then it comes to a military adaptation of people are most concerned about. Currently Xiu prepare troops for the time being the same. The main 50,000 people. My plan is divided into 3 army. 50,000 main unit team, which flintlock forces have up to 3 million people. There are also 30,000 cavalry troops, 20,000 arquebus units, and 20,000 sword and shield soldiers. There are 15,000 naval forces, 10,000 archers, 5,000 grenadiers, 5,000 artillery, and 10,000 death squads. Other miscellaneous special arms are about 5,000 people. Wu Qingqing these people divided into 3 corps, plus 5 independent division. Among them, army was composed of 15,000 flintlock troops, plus 10,000 swords and shields, and a number of grenadiers, with a total of 30,000. The commander was Li Xiaobin. The arms of the second army are exactly the same as those of army, and the commander is Liu Hansen. Seemingly, his position finally and Li Xiaobin equal footing. However, to be on the minds of both the pro-Wu Qingqing extent sparse, Li Xiaobin or a little bit higher. The third army is composed of 20,000 matchlock troops, plus other auxiliary arms, and its total strength has reached 30,000. The commander is Wang Daong. The strength of the third army is obviously weaker than that of the other 2 armies. This is not because Wang Daong is not favored, but because the army needs to be organized in this way. It is not possible to organize a single unit into a single army, and it is not possible to divide a certain unit into an army. Wang Daong capacity than the more general, and hardworking, so Wu Qingqing arranged for him to do this the commander. If Liu Hansen is allowed to do it, there will be grievances in the other party's heart. And letting Li Xiaobin do it would be a waste of talent. In short, Wu Qingqing still values Wang Daong, who is very obedient. Although his power is a little bit smaller, his treatment in other respects is not lower than that of the other 2 people. In terms of status, he is not inferior to Liu Hansen. He is not used to seeing Liu Hansen on weekdays. He can spray directly, and Liu Hansen can't help him. 3 army total strength of 90,000, then that is a variety of independent division. The 30,000 cavalry was divided into 2 divisions. The commanders were Dong Tanbao and Man Dahai. The 15,000 navy army became a division on its own, and the commander was Wu Yi. 5,000 artillery formed an artillery division, and the commander was Zhang Xuanyi. 10,000 archers formed a crossbow division, commanded by Xgairan. Wu Qingqing military power points to more scattered, not the flint centralized sent troops to a military gun. He won't give too much power to a certain subordinate. Now they are the commander of the army. Even if someone betrays and rebels, it is only the strength of an army. Although it will hurt the bones, but it will not shake the foundation. If the flintlocks were concentrated in one army, Wu Qingqing would not be able to rest assured no matter who was the commander of the army. Once its commander rebelled, it would be forever. The 30,000 flintlock unit was already 80% of his combat power. People across the belly, even loyal Li Xiaobin, Wu Qingqing also see through his brain. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 254 chapters celebration. In addition to the appointments of these army commanders and independent division commanders, some other people who have given credit have also been promoted. Qian Xiul, Chen Shicheng, Zhang Yinyuan, Xu Xian, Li Lianfan and others have all been promoted to division commanders. Dai Zhaijun is the chief of logistics. Tao Dongqing is the chief of staff, Xang Rulin, and Fu Gixing is the chief of staff. The same time, established a system of military ranks. Wu Qingqing also the awards ceremony. Some official post for reasons not subordination. It is difficult to distinguish who is great who is small, such as chief of staff and teachers, who are of a higher status. It is difficult to distinguish. However, with the military rank, there can be a clear contrast. Is soldiers. Soldiers are divided into 5 ranks: private, superior, corporal, sergeant, and sergeant. The rank of a soldier is determined by the length and importance of the enlistment. The recruits who have just joined the army are the lowest ranking soldiers, but after training, if they have excellent performance and can join the flintlock unit, their rank can be directly promoted to superior or corporal. And some cold department of weapons team spent 6 months veterans can be promoted to lance corporal. As for those who have been in the flintlock unit for half a year, they can be promoted to sergeant or sergeant. Of course, most of these are aimed at future situations. People who can stay in the army for half a year and have not died can almost all be mixed into a squad leader. As a squad leader, the class heads will be awarded the rank of sergeant, without looking at enlistment time. For the ranks of officers, Wu Qingqing also adopted the mature rank system of later generations, from low to high, divided notably second lieutenants, captain, major, lieutenant, colonel, colonel, major, wheel, on the corresponding military positions are platoon commander, company commander, battalion commander, regimental commander, brigade commander, division commander, army commander, military commander, and commander-in-chief. Of course, this is only a rough correspondence. In some special cases, there will be some fluctuations. And this special situation is very much among Wu Jun. Because of its different arms, leading to its combat capability gap is very large. A flintlocker and a swordsman are completely different in importance. Therefore, he is also a division commander. One of them is already a colonel, while the other may be a lieutenant colonel. The transfer of a cold weapon division commander to a flintlock division as a division commander can be regarded as a kind of promotion. It is the same as the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Rights converted to the Shangxiu of the officials, but it is indeed a promotion. Otherwise it is demoted. Another example is the water division commander Wu Yi, although he was just a teacher, but it is the supreme commander of the navy. Therefore, his military rank is one level higher than that of the colonel, to the major general. In terms of military rank, he is already on par with Li Xiaobin. The navy seems to be very weak and unimportant now, but when China is unified, the center of gravity of the army will shift to the navy in the future. Therefore, Wu Yi's development prospects are very impressive. Dai Jun of Pottery East to the rank of Major General also, though they did not have military power, but the location is very important. With the military rank, if the leader of a certain unit dies on the battlefield, Dai Zhaijun and others can take over directly by virtue of the military rank, minus unnecessary disputes, and save the situation. Wu Qingqing announced the appointment of all the adaptations and, on the whole, we are very satisfied. After all, the army has increased, so the corresponding power and official positions of everyone have been promoted. Li Xiaobin power relative decline a little, but still military man, so he did not mind the comments. This is even more true for Wang Daong. He is satisfied with everything he has in front of him. After all, He used to be just a head of 100 households, but now, he is the head of an army of 30,000. The increase in this rate is simply incredible. At least, Wang Daong had never thought that he could have such a day before. The same kind of very satisfied there are those who surrender faction, compared to those recalcitrant already killed the people, they are now but still can be mixed in among the Wu Jun fast, and continue to enjoy the wealth and status. Moreover, Wu Jun looks very promising, maybe later can unify the world. And he who, while not the founding fathers, but they also should be able to mix the power from a dragon. This will be after the meeting was purely a reward, so the appointment is scheduled celebration, did not discuss the follow-up plan. I'll talk about that kind of thing another day. At the celebration banquet, a variety of good wines, meats, and delicacies were served. Due to Wu Chengqing's support and encourage overseas trade, fruits and vegetables are also a number of different places in advance was introduced to China, such as onions, cabbage, string beans. These vegetables are not necessarily better than the local vegetables, but they are fresh after all, so they are quite good at first. Due to the purchase of seeds much, so these things are now planted. Area is not large, only some of them are basically supply official. Wu Chengqing are some benefits to men. A small amount of flows into the rich merchant, to show holds many lessons. Wu Chengqing gifts. This kind of thing, that is, it still has a role to win people's hearts. As the seeds mature, the planted area will increase exponentially, and it will soon become an ordinary product. Meat class, the current is no longer exotic. Not before, Wu Chengqing goods from all the people eating the 21st century. Knew far more than this era of cooking methods. Wu at reminding Chengqing, the home cook, to improve the practice of pot. Add the pepper and many other spices, flavor makes it more tempting. For example, boiled fish and roasted whole lamb. Although these ingredients have appeared in this era, their techniques are still relatively primitive and rough. Wu Chengqing always felt something wrong when he was eating. Therefore, he even took the time to give advice to his cooks and ask them to make improvements. Changed several times after intake, it has the taste and later almost, Wu Chengqing at least eat quite satisfactory. He still cares about what he eats. In order to make food that satisfies him, he even spent resource points to buy a batch of spices that have not yet appeared in this world at the system store. Anyway, those spices are very cheap in the system's judgment, and the price is not even as cheap as steel and coal. So, Wu Chengqing each exchange are a ton of spices, designed to improve their daily meals. And this time, in order to reward the people, he not only sent his own private chef, has come up with the best ingredients and spices. This kind of small favor, in fact, the effect is quite good. Sure enough, Wu Chengqing in everyone's face to see the effect he wanted. It's so delicious. What kind of meat is this? Liu Han grabbed his wrist. 3 serving maid asked. Ordinary beef. Not over this country is company secretary chef personally cook, adding a lot of precious spices. This condiment, usually it is only supplied to the country fair lord. The maid replied, it smells so good, or the general will enjoy it. Wang Daong said with emotion, if the future can be enough often to eat this delicious enough. Liu Han-san is also a focus on enjoyment of the people, power, woman, delicious, he likes. After Dolly Point power of labor, might even entertain the generals again several times. As often want to eat, then forget it. Li Shoubintu cow his sentence, the top delicious. Can occasionally eat a pretty good, and want to. Wu Chengqing had the same life, and how this is possible. Man, do you still miss your hometown now? At the other table, Dong Tan Bao teased Man Dahai, who was eating meat. Man Dahai was outside the customs, and his food was simpler. Now that I taste this kind of food, I forgot to take my image into consideration. Already reluctant to think about Xiu, Man Dahai laughed and said, this was a self-deprecating sentence, but he was not embarrassed to say it. No way, it doesn't work if you don't say this. You can't sigh and show an expression that you still miss Man King. It's not looking for death. Liu Chan said that not thinking about Xiu is not necessarily stupid, but more helpless. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming, The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 255 chapters ocean trade. After the army completed a new round of reorganization, it entered a state of rest. It is impossible for any army to fight continuously, so the mental state of the soldiers will definitely go wrong. No one can stand the continuous high-pressure life. If it is not due to need to rest last year, more priests would not take the army back to the north, maybe directly taking advantage of all put down to the south. Now, Dudor is also regretting this decision last year. He did not expect that Wu Chenking would suddenly rise. Wu army combat, though strong, breakage rate is much lower than is always better than the enemy, but the cumulative down. They killed a lot of soldiers, a full tens of thousands. Those soldiers need to rest, and war supplies also need to be prepared. In order to cope with the Battle of Chujiang, the weapon workshop transported all the gunpowder and shells in stock. Now if there is another large-scale decisive battle immediately, they will not have so many gunpowder and shells. Food needs to be stored. Broken ordnance needs to be repaired, and some soldiers who are too seriously injured to return to the battlefield need to be resettled. In short, there are many troublesome things. For those soldiers with minor disabilities, Wu Chenking will arrange advanced literacy classes for them to learn some commonly used characters and to be able to read official documents. In the future, these people can be transferred to grassroots police officers, or grassroots officials such as village chiefs and town chiefs. Wu Chenking will not allow the village forever in the hands of the landlord gentry. He wanted power to penetrate every village, every corner. And this requires a large number of grassroots cadres who can understand official documents, are loyal, and have low salary requirements. These slightly disabled soldiers are good targets. After the baptism of war and Wu Chenking's training, they will be more loyal to Wu Chenking. Moreover, he had to salary requirements will not be too high. After all, the body has a disability. It is already a great conscience that the government can arrange for them. At least, it is a great conscience compared to other forces. As for the severely disabled soldiers, those who have family members send them home to subsidize a sum of money. Without family members, they are placed in a nursing home and supported by the government with money. Although this is a huge financial burden, it is a super big weight by the military's mind. When Wu after Chenking announced the provisions of this series, those soldiers have spontaneously knelt down and shouting "Long live!" One is old, and not chitters. They all hate Wu Chenking as the emperor, because only when Wu Chenking becomes the emperor can he issue more decrees that are beneficial to them. Where did the soldiers of this era encounter such a good ruler? After being disabled, he can be supported for life. This allows these soldiers to have no worries at all, and they can be more brave when fighting. When Wu later resorted to the Shazao Chenking, he could scarcely have been no need to worry about being rebellious. Even if an officer wanted to rebel, his soldiers would not agree. The war temporarily subsided, and Wu Chenking's focus returned to the economic aspect. The soldiers bearing the promise of those benefits, he must find a way to earn more money to be able to do it. Among many memorials, he saw a secret report submitted by Qin Fen, which stated that after Zhu Yihai and Zhu Yujian imitated him to start ocean trade, it had a little impact on Songjiang's business. Originally, those Western European merchants had only Songjiang a choice, and Wu Chenking and the others could control the pricing power. And now, more than those of Western European businessmen out a number of options, or they can go to Ningbo and Fuzhou transaction. Although the cost of goods produced by Zhu Yihai and Zhu Yujian is much higher than that of Wu Chenking, Zhu Yihai and Zhu Yujian are not as greedy as Wu Chenking. Wu Chenking might have to be more than 4 or 5 times the profit, but Zhu key to the sea and doubled profits as long as they are willing to trade. Calculated in this way, it is more cost-effective for Western European merchants to go to Ningbo and Fuzhou for certain commodities, and this is bound to squeeze Songjiang's market share. After all, the number of foreign merchant ships that can reach China to do business today is limited. There are more ships in Ningbo and Fuzhou, and fewer ships in Songjiang. Seeing this secret report, Wu Chenking was annoyed to fight. Compared to Western European businessmen who between them at any rate should be considered a group, Actually no, nothing was united. As long as the price is consistent, those Western European merchants have no choice but to be forced to trade with them and be made money by them. But now that Zhu Yihai and Zhu Yujian did this, not only did they not make much money themselves, but Wu Qingqing's profits were also affected. Infighting always benefits outsiders. Wu Qingqing cannot help but think of future generations of the Republic of China. Japan competition for China's textile industry is also using its internal disunity, want and lower prices. Wu Qingqing was upset at the thought of this kind of thing that would rather be cheaper for outsiders and kill the fellow. If it were NT for some influence, he would hate to send troops to the south now, and calm down the south first. Keeping them will only become a stumbling block. Fortunately, Songjiang has many unique products, such as matches, high-quality steel, and cheap cloth. Relying on these commodities, Songjiang is still the most prosperous port. These are things that are very popular overseas, especially armors and swords made of steel. Although muskets have been popularized in Western Europe, there are still many places in the world where cold weapons are still used for combat, such as the South China Sea, India, the Middle East, Africa. In cold weapon combat, armor is very useful. People with armors only need to protect their necks and heads when slashing, while those without armors must protect their entire body. Basically, an armored army can slaughter an unarmored army. Jiangnan iron and steel works only needs 1 till of silver to build an armor, while in India, such an armor can be sold for 20 tils. Things that can save lives are so valuable. In places where silver is produced in Japan, it can even sell for 30 tils. Their profits run as large as many people cannot imagine. The ocean business of this era is so profitable, not to mention that Wu Qingqing's products have an unparalleled cost advantage. Today, armor and swords have become their main export commodity, followed by the cloth, pottery, porcelain and tea. Matches and cigarettes are also popular. Welcome, but few people can afford. Stuff is a luxury. So although it is also profitable, the market is small. Unless Wu Qingqing allow these commodity prices, but this is impossible, in the absence meet domestic demand, he will not cut prices. Only when the domestic market is saturated, he will allow the price to be sold overseas. What other commodities are especially needed by the West? Wu Qingqing cannot help but think up, he needs to come up with more advantageous commodity, so to uncover the world's wealth, to complete the accumulation of capital. In the original time and space, the capital for the development of the Industrial Revolution in Britain relied on the slave trade. This time, the Western slave trade was in full swing. Relying on slaves trade easily, those countries of Western Europe are crazy accumulation of capital wealth. Wu Qingqing is not so cruel, not doing that kind of thing. To complete the accumulation of capital, he can only rely on trade to scrape the wealth of the Western European world. Therefore, he needs more advantageous products. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 256 chapters. Shipbuilding plan. After some thought, Wu Qingqing surprised to find that he was nothing to write. Merchandise sold in the West now, before too advanced, fears people still do not use. For example, now get a bunch of batteries. In the past, people would only say that it is what special thing. A little bit to enter. Wu Qingqing also worried that their wisdom will inspire and promote their development. For example, if you sell steam engines, the West will definitely pay a big price to buy them. However, he will definitely open study after purchase. Just give them enough time, someone able to crack the mystery of them. The West also has talents, or, because of the geographical location, the scientific and cultural atmosphere there is relatively strong, and there are more scientific talents than China in this period. If advance to help him have entered the age of steam, that would be a big loss. At least, Wu Qingqing does not have such a good heart. He even hopes that Western Europe will always maintain a primitive feudal society. If the conditions of the future, will have to suppress the development of science and technology in Western Europe. So first into the less advanced and cannot sell, and behind the products, They cannot be destined to earn high profits, like cloth, can only be in order to win. Although the fabric factory in Songjiang, Suzhou, Nanjing has been expanding wildly, the profit brought by its production capacity is still too small for a power too many. You can sell warships to sail them. Wu Qingqing mind a thought cropped up, and grew more and more feasible. To say the West is now sorely lacking what something is, it is undoubtedly vessel. With the boat in order to reach the ocean trade, the ship staff is never lacking. Those desperados may not even know how to swim, and they can go on board as sailors. In order to build ships, the Queen of England even called on the whole country to plant trees, the kind of nanmu specially used for shipbuilding. It was precisely by this move that Britain later built far more ships than Spain, and then defeated Spain in one fell swoop, became the overlord of the sea, and made the sun never set empire. Ships are very in short supply in the West. As long as it is manufactured, there is no need to worry about not being sold, and there is no need to worry about not being able to sell at a good price. Moreover, Wu Qingqing there is an advantage that he could use the most advanced technology, the most advanced manufacturing galleon. Currently there are two main Western merchant, one is slightly behind carrot ship, while another is defense can be mounted artillery pirate Kavalan boat. This kind of ship has a large loading capacity and strong protection. It is currently the favorite ship of ocean-going merchants. Can be enough to create galleon. Shipyard is not much, because it belongs to the high-end technology in today. Moreover, even the shipyards that have mastered this technology have very low efficiency. There is no assembly line production, and the production is mainly based on the experience of the employees, which is very costly. But even so, shipbuilding profits run is still very impressive. So, Wu Qingqing intend to develop the shipbuilding industry. Both can be sold to a Western European merchant to make money, and secondly, can also be sold to local businessmen, to encourage local businessmen to see the goods sold directly to Western Europe go home, not to make the difference of foreigners' opportunity. In addition to making the Kavalan ship, Wu Qingqing also prepared to professional sailing ships made out, and then sold to Western Europeans. Professional warships are not as big as galleon ships, but they are longer and faster than galleon ships, because for the galleon need to load more cargo as possible, so that the boat was to be made great. For professional warships, only combat power is considered. In order to install more artillery on the hull must be very long, because as for higher speeds, so the hull cannot be made too large. In short, professional warships and ordinary commercial galleon ships are completely different, and when battleships and galleon ships fight, galleon ships have little chance of winning. One thing that is very beneficial to Wu Qingqing at present is that the Western naval warfare thinking has not been well developed, so there is no professional warship. He were fighting a war, or capital ships with the galleon, fire is weak, meaning it basically artillery each are there. To decide the outcome, we still have to rely on the side battle. And professional warships can be equipped with a large number of artillery, which can directly sink the opponent. Wu Qingqing, to be sure, get out of their own professional warships, will be popular in Western Europe. After all, at this time, Western European countries are fighting for maritime hegemony. The arms business has always been the most profitable business. Build sails first and sell them to opponents, and then drive steamboats to bully them in the future. Wu Qingqing could not help but think of that picture of laughing. This means it is a bit damaged. He can imagine that when foreigners see steamships, gas to vomit blood picture. Shipbuilding. Wu Qingqing wrote 2 words on paper, then the system mall, spent 100,000 point technology, the manufacturing process galleon ship and sail to the light, and then put those processes to paper. Subsequently, Wu Qingqing released shipbuilding orders. In addition to government construction, he also encouraged private capital to enter. Even if it is private capital, he will provide those advanced technologies, and he only receives a small dividend. The merchants he ruled make money, which is equivalent to him making money. In addition to issuing the shipbuilding order, Wu Qingqing also found Wu Yi and gave him an important task to send the navy to Ningbo and Fuzhou to experience. All ships trying to trade in Ningbo and Fuzhou will be seized, and all ships coming out of Ningbo and Fuzhou will be seized. This time, Wu Qingqing will also be a robber. He wants to let everyone know, want to do offshore business, you have to obediently go in Songjiang. Otherwise, you will have to worry about pirates. As for whether this would lead to revenge from Zhu Yihai and Zhu Yujian, he did not consider. He doesn't care if it will attract criticism from Zhejiang and Fujian businessmen. Foreigners will not lead to anti-conferences boycott. He is not worried. In the face of interests, these are all clouds. Dare to hinder him from making money. That is to do right with him, and that is to seek death. Brother Wu, this task is very difficult. After all, you were on the river before, and you are going to sea this time. However, I hope you can overcome the difficulties. Ocean trade is very important to us. Without that trade, we can't afford so many troops. Wu Qingqing said, the sea and the river, there is a big difference, but such a thing he would not care to hand down to overcome. If Wu Yi can't do it, he can only choose other capable people to do it. He called Wu Yi and said, Brother Wu. That was because everyone started the incident together, but he didn't really regard him as the eldest brother. Wu Yi knew this very well. He said, under certain completion of the military tasks, if not, put under his head to see. This is not what it used to be. He is now in front of Wu Qingqing, who has always regarded himself as a subordinate. Wu brother, too serious. Your safety is the most important. You get my note to prospective, prepare it. What need can make wearing of June given priority? Wu Qingqing said, Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 257 chapters. Capital inflows. After the shipbuilding order was issued, businessmen who were looking for investment became excited. Based on past experience, any industry that Wu Qingqing personally named to focus on development will become very profitable, such as steel making and salt making. These are huge profits. The shipbuilding industry this time is another rare opportunity for them. Those who want to do business with some spare money in their hands are already ready to move and start various preparations. Please contact the timber supply and find the shipyard. Not too big upfront investment. Shipbuilding industry, profits long recovery period. Not the average person can reach the entry of the industry. Not a millionaire are not qualified for admission. Once you gain a firm foothold in this industry, you don't have to worry about your livelihood within 3 generations. Father, I think this shipbuilding industry is very good. Now ocean-going trade is becoming more and more prosperous, and the demand for ships is very large. As long as we enter the industry now, we will definitely be able to develop. In our hometown, there are many old craftsmen who can build ships. This is us advantage. In a mansion in Nanjing, a middle-aged man, holding a newspaper in his hand, analyzed it to his father. But I were able to enter all right. But above said, all entrants official ship will provide the most advanced technology. And we are, after all, a northerner. They will be assured the technology to us. We do not worry about leaked to clear Ting. Hong Tanwin said that they are the richest man in Hui'an. Because there are so many opportunities for the South to make a fortune, they came to Nanjing with capital and wanted to open up a new business. Originally, he had wanted to be involved in the iron and steel industry or the food, but later came to Nanjing to study. Has found that the food industry profit margins are low, prices and transport are relatively dead. Official control. The same is true for the steel industry. These important industry officials have strict controls and are not suitable for their northerners to invest. He had them almost to give up, ready to return to the Huai. At this time, Wu Qingqing issued the shipbuilding order, stating that he would support the shipbuilding industry and encourage local businessmen to go overseas for business and open up overseas markets. This allowed them to see business opportunities. but they were worried that they would not be able to enter the job because of their status. I will visit Master Hong Chengqiu. He is now in charge of development matters in the Ministry of Commerce and has a great say. As long as he can help us, we will definitely be authorized. Hong Tailin quasi-prepared to go through the back door, which means they are also the most commonly used of the businessmen. Ma trouble, looking for officials. Huan Hong's family, this Hong Chengqiu, as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Commerce, naturally has a little bit of knowledge, knowing that their family is rich. So, Chengqiu soon met with Hong Tailin. After all, there is a very important part of his work to attract investment, which is called investment promotion. As long as there are merchants to Nanjing investment capital or investment in the south, his hands are welcome. Pull to cast more capital, business will be more developed, the more jobs created. His performance will be prettier. I have seen Master Hong. Hong Tailin bowed. Sit down without courtesy. Hong Chengqiu greeted, and then the two of them made a few words of nonsense. Hong Tailin boast praise achievements under Chengqiu made so far. Chengqiu praised the strength of the lower house of Hong. Afterwards, Hong Tailin understood his intention. I came to Nanjing this time because I wanted to settle down in Nanjing and find some money to make a living here. This is very good. The governor is now encouraging business. It is a wise choice to invest in Nanjing, Hong Chengqiu said. The governor's heart is about industry and commerce, which is the blessing of us businessmen. However, after I visited Nanjing in many ways, I found that most of the industries have already been first entered. There are also some industries, and I am not qualified to enter the industry. Without the qualifications to enter the industry, do they want to enter the steam engine manufacturing? In the manufacture of new weapons, is this guy a businessman or a spy? Hong Chengqiu suddenly became vigilant, although he liked the capital flowing into Nanjing very much. However, in some of them, ordinary businessmen are strictly prohibited from getting involved. For example, the manufacture of steam engines, the manufacture of flintlock guns, the manufacture of cement, etc. These core technologies are very tightly covered by Wu Chengqing. They are all looking for very reliable partners to operate, and they will always send people to supervise to prevent technical leaks. There are so many forces that want to steal these secrets, ranging from the King Court, the Ming dynasty, to the wealthy businessmen, and they all want to steal the secrets to make a profit. Over the past few months, the intelligence department has captured as many as dozens of spies. Among them, there are many people who pretend to be businessmen and try to obtain secrets in the name of cooperative investment. Therefore, when Hong Tailin said that he could not get involved in an industry, Hong Chengqiu became vigilant. Which line are you going to enter? Hong Chengqiu asked. It is the latest shipbuilding industry recommended by the governor. When my family was in Huan, I had also been involved in the shipbuilding industry and had quite a lot of experience. But this time I want to enter the shipbuilding industry. But I am worried that the government will treat it differently because of our identity in the north. Provide us with the most advanced shipbuilding technology. Here the shipbuilding industry, Chengqiu but added a little more at ease. Compared to those core technologies surgery, shipbuilding it was not there so strict. Even in case the current technology leaks, the enemy cannot take advantage of this technology rapidly changing the strength of the armed forces. Cannot change the world trend. Therefore, this kind of business can be opened to northern merchants. These technologies are after all the painstaking efforts of the governor. If they are leaked out, wouldn't they be an enemy? Although he could open up to them, Hong Chengqiu didn't say it clearly, but first talked about his own difficulties. This is just to collect some benefits. Anyway, after his surrender, the Northern House production by the court to confiscate it. So now he was poor, can only take a little basic monthly salary. This monthly salary is a lot for ordinary people, but for him, a third-ranking member, it is really not enough. The house he lives in is still rented, and other things in Nanjing are cheap, that is, housing prices have been rising. There is no other way. There are too many people who want to settle in Nanjing, because for the reasons just surrender, or for the sake of future career, Chengqiu not dare corruption. In desperation, he can only count on this additional benefit fee. This kind of money is actually corruption strictly speaking, but this kind of corruption is harmless to the government. If he doesn't charge the money, he will also issue a permit to Hong Tailin. Receive the money, he will only be awarded a license, will not give you any more other benefits. This is called bribery and not in vain, and it doesn't matter whether you collect money or not. This kind of money is generally not too risky to collect. Even if something goes wrong, the punishment is very light. And for Hong Tailin pay a sum of money to buy such a peace of mind, not to lose. In this era of corruption, some businessmen will not feel at ease if they don't give any benefits to being an official, just to perform operations with some people in later generations. I like to stuff the doctor some red envelopes. With the intention of both parties, things were quickly settled. Hong Tailin obtained the business license, but he needed to be supervised by the government. In this incident, Hong Tailin honored Hong Chengche's 10,000 taels of silver, which was considered a huge sum of money. There are many northern merchants like Hong Tailin. They often make this kind of behavior in order to be able to do business in Nanjing. Nanjing investment good financing environment. Capital inflows has been the general trend. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 258 chapters King Messenger. On June 5th, a convoy entered Nanjing. They were the peace ambassadors sent by the king court to army to make war not cut, although the two sides now end up with great hatred. But Wu Chengqing still several ministers and together, met with Mao Wen King emissary gift. This Mao Wensi was a Han Chinese, but he had taken refuge in the Qing dynasty at a very early time. He was very loyal to the king court, and was more frequently used in the king court. The reason why the king court sent him was mainly because of his identity as a Han Chinese, and he was able to deal with fewer difficulties when negotiating. If a Manchu is sent over, the two sides may fall apart if they disagree. I have seen General Wu. Mao Wen gave a gift. Some courtesy after the words began to give Mao theme of this trip. He said, Central Plains successive years of war, the people times of hardship. Regent realizing the sufferings of the people of the world, do not want to move large dry with General J. It is said that General Wu loves the people like his sons, and cares for the people, and he and the regent are really like the same people. As the so-called heroes see the same things, I hope that the generals will be able to consider the people, turn wars into jade, and stop fighting. The regent is willing to rule the river with the general and rule the world together. Mao Wensi said something beautiful, and gave a reason to care for the people. Ha ha ha, multi-erdogan, this is the pale bar. Liu Han 3 laughed, mocking messengers things by their hand down these dry more appropriate. Wu Chengqing's ridicule in person seems to be of a low style, and the ridicule by his subordinates can be attributed to the fact that his subordinates are rude and do not understand etiquette, and the king court has nothing to say. Liu the military joking, regent saw a century of excellence, to the customs corner of the land rise, and now occupy half of the world. How he should be afraid of anyone. The reason sent me, is still the world's people. North has the scourges Quangzai after many years. And then continue fighting continues, there will be countless people displaced, starving the road was. Continue to fight to affect the cultivation of the people, and then, I am afraid that something intolerable will happen. It was not easy for Mao Wensi, not only to maintain Dorgan's majesty, but also to persuade Wu Chengqing to agree to the peace talks. The only hole he can rely on is the people of Li minutes. As long as the war continues, Dorgan will inevitably increase taxes, and the people in the north will starve to death. More people. If you are a soft-hearted person, you might really compromise because of this. However, Wu Chengqing certainly not compromise. He cannot compromise. Can't you give up on unifying the world just because you care about the people in the north? If the weakness of the kindness is really exposed, in the future, Dorgan will not be able to escort the people to the city wall as a physical shield. People who truly love the people like their children cannot be the ones in power, and Wu Chengqing will also make choices when necessary. It sounds good. but am actually scared. I advise you to surrender obediently. We may still consider letting you go back. Otherwise, don't expect a good death at that time. Ruanda Cheng has spoken. He would have preferred Tolkien surrender, so they can easily unify the world. Now, although they have an advantage in the military, the war is unpredictable, and no one dares to pack a ticket for future events. Being able to force Dorgan to return to the customs is already a good result in his opinion. Hearing this, Mao Wensi only wanted to go directly back to the mansion. The high-level officials on Wu Jun's side were so confident, as if the world was already in their pocket. There was no way to talk about it. The regent said that if the general is willing to negotiate, he can return the families of those generals who have returned to the general. Mao Wensi used a small killer move. At present, there are many returning generals in the Wu army, and many of them have their families controlled by the king court in the north. If Wu Chenking agreed to peace talks, to get over those hostages can buy the loyalty of his men. But as if Wu Chenking refuse, more or less makes those generals feel a thorn. This ill feelings may have little effect when, but to a particular case, these ill feelings may influence the decision of those generals. In short, after Mao Wensi put forward this condition, even if Wu Chenking refused the peace talks, he would not get nothing. This move is a sly move, and Wu Chenking can't hide it. Of course, this does not mean that Wu Chenking will not be able to accept the move. Returning my subordinates' family members is not bad, but it is not enough. If you promise me one more condition, I will agree to the peace talks. If Wu Chenking directly rejected peace talks, who sent his men to surrender inevitably be dissatisfied. Therefore, Wu Chenking did not make a decision, but kicked the ball to Mao Wensi again. He must prepare a proposed Mao gift could comply with the requirements. To the time the situation will not become men. He did not want to save the family, but gave no promise of peace talks. Mao release. Of course, a smart enough person can still see the logic clearly, but it doesn't matter. Everything is fine. Wu Chenking did not directly give up the aid on the face of it, and those who had returned had no reason to complain about Wu Chenking. I do not know the so-called army. What is the condition? Mao Wensi asked. He knew that this condition would be very harsh. Maybe it would be a lot of silvertals. After all, Wu Chenking is notoriously greedy for money. He can sell the important prisoners he caught. If it was to ask for a lot of money, Mao Wensi could not agree to it. The king court is now living a tight life, and there is a shortage of money everywhere. Mao Wensi could only pray at this time, praying that Wu Chenking's conditions were not excessive. Very simple. Do you know the story of Wang Zhaojun and Princess Wenqing? I heard that today's Empress Xiaozhuangwen is beauty in Manmeng. If you send her to me as a concubine, I will stop the war temporarily. Wu Chenking said this, then won, thanks to Mao Wen stunned. This Nima is too much. It's a stark insult. Empress Xiaozhuangwen, that is the mother of the current emperor, and even Dorgan is not qualified to marry. How can it be reasonable to marry a Duke of Ming and still be a concubine? The man who married Wang Zhaojun was still a Khan, and Wu Chenking was just a governor. Although he was actually self-reliant, he was only a courtier of Ming in name. The mother of the king emperor married a courtier of Ming as a concubine. There was some anger on Mao Wensi's face. He felt that Wu Chenking, as the most powerful person in power, was too frivolous and rude to say this. Wu will be the military that this is not sincerity. Empress Daiji Xiaozhuang as noble, the world cannot encroach on who is eligible. If love beauty, there are many young appearance in Manchuria and Mongolia. Beautiful girl, not pretty after inferior to Xiaozhuangwen. When we will send as much as those generals want. Mao Wensi snorted coldly. He would never agree to this kind of condition. He was not qualified to agree to Xiaozhuang's behalf. And his statement made Wu Chenking no longer have to make the choice of not being saved. And Wu Chenking's goal has been achieved. Those of his subordinates now have to blame Mao Wensi for not agreeing, and can no longer blame him. Wu Chenking was a bit disdainful of Mao Wensi's words. Originally, he can watch now mature a little bit. But this time he chose a little, showing off a bit of his arrogant reckless nature. Wu Chenking said, Mao Messenger, you this. he said, a little too full as noble is not needed to strength to support it, so I hit Beijing. You will know that I did not have the qualifications of the course. The premise is that you can live until that day, and I hope you will protect your life in the future, and there will be a chance for you to flatter yourself at that time. After speaking, Wu Qingqing put them down and left first. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 259 chapters cost issues. Ha ha ha, Messenger Mao, it is her blessing to ask me to say that Empress Xiaozhuangwen can marry our general. You don't know how many beautiful women in Jiangnan want to marry our general without a chance. Liu Han 3 laughing joking, said Mao Wen gave red face. Anger is clearly not expose. If this wasn't for the physique of both parties at the same level, maybe Mao Wensi would have to do it. Wu Jun added more convergence among civilian, not fall into the next stone to ridicule. Not before, they do not mention the peace talks things, because Wu Qingqing's attitude has been very clear, that is not peace talks. And whenever there is little willingness to talk, we cannot put forward such outrageous conditions. Of course, this is what they think in their hearts, but some people don't think so. Your benevolence has come to mind at this time. How alive after Xiaozhuang Wenhuang above. Perhaps people think Wu Qingqing deliberately making things difficult Mao gift, but he did not think so. In his view, if Wu after Qingqing not really particularly interested Xiaozhuang Wenhuang, how would it have to mention this requirement directly, ask for 10,002,000 silver, or do not want to apologize, stole committing suicide? Since Wu Qingqing put forward this request, it at least shows that in the eyes of Wu Qingqing, Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang worth the price, allowing Wu Qingqing at the expense of peace talks to be obtained. He thought he had understood Wu Qingqing's mind and found a shortcut to promotion, that is, to capture Empress Xiaozhuangwen alive. Of course, this difficulty is beyond the horizon, and he has no clue. The only thing that can be done is to find a way to be the vanguards when attacking Beijing in the future. In the ridicule of everyone, Mao Wensi temporarily withdrew from the governor's mansion. Not before, he did not leave the city immediately. He would like to do the last bit of effort. For example, you can go to ask to see Chengqi with Chengqi family in Beijing as a bargaining chip, so Chengqi Wu Qingqing go before peace talks say a few words, or go to Mandahai and persuade him to do something for the king court, or to find other powerful officials to send money to beautiful women. In short, even if hope is slim, he has to give it a try. In fact, none of this works. He also has to stay in Nanjing for a few days, take a good stroll around Nanjing, and inquire about Nanjing's most authentic information. The next day, Mao Wensi began to act. Unfortunately, he encountered a setback in step. Chengqi simply do not take to see him. One is to avoid suspicion, and the other is that Hong Chengqi is really busy now, and there are many major things that need his attention. For example, the problem of rising costs in steel plants. Due to the expansion of the steel plant, the surrounding Canoffer iron ore and coal have been unable to meet the needs of the southern steel mills. After all, there are no large-scale minerals around Nanjing. Want to meet the capacity, southern steel mills must buy iron ore and coal from the field, and this will inevitably lead to this increase. Moreover, the increase is more than just a little bit. When purchasing iron ore and coal from other places, the manufacturing cost of its steel has risen by at least 50%. During this period, the transportation conditions were simple and the transportation cost was extremely high. Fortunately, it is still possible to rely on relatively cheap water transportation next to the Yangtze River. If it is all land transportation, the cost will have to be doubled. Gong Yi Jiaming reason why development in the UK, which is a very important reason, is that Britain is rich in coal and iron ore. This allows them to use machines on a large scale. The cost of coal is relatively low, and the cost of steel making is also very low. The steel produced by them is competitive in the international market. Cost issue is the biggest problem, the so-called Industrial Revolution. In fact, the cost will drop lower revolution. The textile industry has existed as early as 1 or 2,000 years ago, but it has not been able to develop because of the inability to reduce its costs. Until the emergence of Jenny textile machine, the emergence of factories made it possible for mass production. Today, Hongchengchu has two plans. One is to lay the railway, and the other is to build a new factory in another place. From Nanjing is not far from Ma On Shan have rich iron ore, iron and steel plant in Manshan do, at least can save the cost of shipping iron ore. As for coal, there is no good way. The entire south is short of coal. China's coal mines are all in the north and northwest. In the south, only Panziwa and Jiangxi Ping a bit larger township coal mines, but were too far away from Ma On Shan, might as well use coal north. The closest large coal producing area to Manshan is Huainan in Anhui, where there is a large amount of coal, which can be transported to Manshan through the Huai River, the Beijing Hangzhou Grand Canal and the Yangtze River. In short, the cost of setting up a new factory in Manshan can be reduced by 2 to 30%. When the output becomes larger and the time accumulates, the cost of the 2 to 30% is also very considerable. Another option is to lay the Manshan-Nanjing section of the railway, so that the iron ore from Manshan can be transported to Nanjing very cheaply. However, this scheme is very risky, because now no one knows when a practical locomotive will be invented. Although the steam engine project team is studying and improving day and night, the current progress does not seem to be particularly smooth. What those high-pressure boiler pressure problems, Chengqiu could not understand. All he knows is that this project is still relatively unsuccessful. If it can't be studied all the time, the steel plant can only use the iron ore shipped with high freight. Another point is that the initial investment in laying the railway is also very large. At present, there are so many places in Nanjing where money is needed, and there is no money available to lay the railroad tracks. After comprehensive consideration, Hong Chengqiu wrote a zizi and wrote his own analysis and opinions on the zizi, hoping that all subsequent steel plants would be built in Manshan. Wu Qingqing simply looked at zizi to approve this proposal. After all, he vaguely remembered, later known Manshan there is a very large steel plants, indicating that the steel plant was built in Ma On Shan is a very correct choice, because for the Ma On Shan iron ore reserves reached 1.6 billion tons, recoverable amounted to 1 billion tons. In this era, this number is very scary, almost supplying the world for decades. Moreover, as the Nanjing place for Wu Chengqing long life, he does not want those heavy pollution factories built near Nanjing. Now that it has just started, the workers here are rich in resources. There is no other way but to let those factories be built here. When conditions become available in the future, these high-polluting factories have to be moved to other places. Industrial pollution arising from the Industrial Revolution is also a very serious problem in the history of London is called fog, because too much use of coal. The whole atmosphere of London have been contaminated. Later, after decades of governance, this environmental problem was solved. For many long-term considerations, building a steel plant in Manshan is the best option. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 260 chapters influence weak edges. Huainan, this place has undergone earth-shaking changes in the last 2 months. A seat coal mine is built, you can see it as dark, leaving only the eyes of the people dug. China has a long history of using coal, but the amount has always been small. Or in other words, the whole world is like this. Before the emergence of steam engines, there was not much demand for coal. However, when the steam out of the now, the demand for coal has been the exponential growth. Last year, the annual coal consumption in Nanjing was about tens of tons. This year, in May alone, Nanjing's coal consumption reached several thousand tons. This huge demand directly drove the surrounding coal mining industry. In the past, few merchants were involved in coal mining. After all, they were not easy to sell, and there was no market. But now they don't have to worry about market issues. As long as they are dug out and shipped to Nanjing, there are factories rushing to get them. Therefore, Huainan, a place rich in coal, suddenly became hot and prosperous. A large number of merchants purchased various mining tools and hired a large number of landless tenant farmers to mine coal. And these tools are bought from Jiangnan Iron and Steel Plant. On a large ship, those rectangular iron carts were continuously pushed down. These are our trucks produced by Jiangnan Iron and Steel Plant. They are all steel construction and very durable. The size is moderate, convenient for one person to push and pull. Yiliang such iron trolley will need 20 to a money, but to improve efficiency to count, this car is more cost-effective than the traditional wooden wheelbarrow. Only this kind of iron bucket can withstand the high-intensity operations in the mine. A wooden car must be scrapped if it can't be done for 2 days. In addition to the iron bucket truck, a large number of steel products such as two-headed hose, and shovels were also removed from the ship and distributed to the miners. These are all necessary tools to improve mining efficiency and are specially developed by Jiangnan Iron and Steel Plant. The evacuated ship then began to load coal and shipped it to the south. Here for profits are all benefits to the world Rangrang. The changes in the south of the Yangtze River have a huge impact on the surrounding areas and have changed the lives of countless people. Like Huainan, many tenant farmers discovered that farming is far better than going to the landlord on mining ore. Since then, the landlords have to raise the price slightly when asking tenant farmers. Not only tenant farmers, there are some farmers, after the discovery of coal mining is more cost-effective than farming, also have diverted coal mining. Since farming is not cost-effective, then what kind of farming is there? Some courageous farmers sold their fields directly, and the whole family went to dig coal. The man digs coal, while the woman is responsible for boiling water and cooking at the mine. Although the job of mining coal is very fortunate, farming is also fortunate, and farming is still very difficult to feed oneself. In contrast, mining coal is much better than farming. Some big landlords saw that coal mining makes money, and they dug out the silver hidden in the cellar, invested in coal mining, purchased coal mines, and purchased coal mining tools. There are also some cloth merchants and salt merchants whose industries have been greatly affected. The cheap products in the south have squeezed them out of existence, and a large number of cloth merchants and salt merchants went bankrupt. In desperation, he had only choose to invest in coal. For a while, the coal industry in Huainan became explosive, and various coal-related line industry has also been driven up. Face of this situation, Huainan prefect only did not stop, but to encourage businessmen to invest in the coal industry. Although he knows these coal is shipped to Nanjing, belong to the enemy capital of behavior. However, in the process of acquiring enemies, they also got huge benefits in Huainan, and their tax revenue increased by 50%. This is hardly imagined in the farming society. This is more than 100,000 tals of silver, and it is still a steady stream of taxes, which local officials can be enough to resist that temptation. So, prefect of Huainan go with this test into account the coal sold to the south, what the consequences would be. He only cares about how much money he can fishing. He has presented a large part of honor by the people above, in order to buy just one message. Once he learned that the imperial court was going to take care of himself, he would flee to Nanjing directly with the money. For this reason, he has quietly sent some family members to Nanjing, leaving behind Zong's coal mine, a large coal mine excavated by Zong Xueyan. Zong Xueyan looked at the scene of thousands of workers working at the same time, feeling quite proud in her heart. Unexpectedly, this little coal will become valuable. Fortunately, my father left me a few mountains, otherwise I will fall into the family in my generation. Zong Xueyan laughed and said that his ancestors had also been a high official in the third-grade household department, and accumulated countless fortunes. Not too grandfather and father were squandered. A pass to his generation had almost come down. And he really has no talent in studying the imperial examination, so he can only eat and die. But the fate is so wonderful. The coal that no one cared about before suddenly became a hot commodity. And those mountains in his home happen to have a lot of easy-to-mine coal. Ever since, Zhongshui and developed again and became a famous figure in Huainan. Even if the county magistrate saw him, he had to call the bell owner, the shopkeeper. Old God, I was in the south. I have seen something called the steam engine, can be used to pump water, coal, much more convenient than human. South of the mine, have this machine, you can save a lot of labor costs. The butler said. Then why don't you buy some back? Are they expensive? Zhongshui asked that the biggest expenditure in mining is labor. If machines can replace manpower, costs can be greatly reduced, while efficiency and output can be improved. It's a bit expensive, but it's not the main problem. The problem is that we are under the jurisdiction of the King Court. People don't sell it to us at all. We are worried that we will leak the technology to the King Court. The butler said helplessly. Fucking man, King Tata, it's not Shlo. Zhongshui cursed. He didn't have much opinion on the Manchus before. Anyway, no matter who is the ruler, he has to pay taxes. But now, because of the Qing dynasty rulers, he can't use advanced machines. So he has opinions on the Manchu rulers. He hoped that Wu army can quickly call back Huainan to the occupation, so that he can spend advanced machines. Make more money. Yes, just call it. Those BMW cars and perfume soaps sold locally in Nanjing are extremely cheap. Once we get to our price, the price doubles because we are not their subjects. Listen, said Wu Guogong, and its people under the rule of merchants are excellent, and so after he beat up, we can enjoy the kind of treatment. The butler said. I do not know, do not sleep in. Wu Chengqing has supporters in the north. Moreover, there are quite a few of these people, mainly businessmen, and they are all powerful figures. Today, Wu Jun want to inquire into northern intelligence is very easy, well in line with those merchants will help. Wu Chengqing just want to be nice. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 261. Chapter Bureau no solution. Xuzha King Army new army camp in Nanjing and Jiangxi fold after the loss of the two main. The King Court also sees the time to form a new army. Xuzha is one of a large camp. 50,000 troops were newly recruited here, and they were practicing in imitation of Wu Jun's training methods. Although Wu Jun has taken some security measures for the training methods, it is very difficult to keep this kind of frequently practiced things secret. Today, the King army of spies have to find out some training tricks of Wu. For example, go to the right pace to train the formation. Trust training, courage training, formation coordination. Even in terms of ideological education, the King Army compiled a set of content suitable for the King Army in accordance with Wu Jun's policy. During this period, the Qing dynasty was not as pedantic as the late Qing dynasty. It was still in the stage of being very humble, pursuing progress and actively learning. Clear previous military firearms as good as the Ming Army, artillery after development is Zhigumati Lu's, and finally on firearms even overwhelmed the Ming Army. Now, he who continue this tradition, seeing Wu Jun of more advanced weapons, they imitate, seeing Wu to train more soldiers defended not afraid of dying, they began to imitate Wu training methods. Clear reason why such a positive change in the military will be, mainly because not the same, their current situation facing more severe than the late Qing dynasty. When the late Qing dynasty was invaded, foreign powers only asked for some unequal treaties, but no country thought about occupying the Qing dynasty completely. So, he had to fight a lost war. Even it does not matter, cannot shake the foundation, is the most lost money, lost some face it, the status of the rulers are still relatively stable. But now, Wu Chengqing is going to fight them to the death, vying for the entire central plains, to completely overthrow them. Therefore, they had to use all their strength to deal with it, and they had no retreat. Not only before, this is the top of the King idea. Some of the layers and the underlying government officials, and my heart would not necessarily think of so far-reaching. This time, the new army camp, several officials and generals tied up, kneeling in front of Kong Yaod. Kong Yuda, this time I'm about to explode, funding down the formation of new army above, and responsible procurement officer, went so far as to buy weapons to Wu. This kind of operation is extremely funny. My lord has been wronged, and the subordinates are forced to do so. Mining purchase officer cried, above a total of only allocated funds 102,000 weapons. But it requires us to complete the weapons and equipment 50,000 people. It was impossible to complete in the north. Wu only to buy their troops out of the second-hand weapons to be able to complete 50,000 people and equipment. It turned out that the king court was now shy in the bag. When the new army was formed, it was also withheld. Only a portion of the money was given, and the local generals had to find a solution by themselves. Before the change, their only way was to increase the curbing of the people. But now, they have one more choice, and that is to buy weapons that Wu Jun has eliminated. Today, Wu army in a massive facelift, those who are cold weapons of mass elimination. Originally, those weapons are quasi-equipment exported to overseas, resulting in the northern businessman to buy. Wu also lazy to take into account so much direct selling. Anyway, with such backward weapons, Wu Jun didn't worry about what would happen if it fell into the hands of the king army. These weapons were much cheaper than rebuilding a new set of equipment, and the king army had to choose to buy them in order to save money. How dare you say that you do not have this corruption in them? Kong Yuda also know that 102,000 too little. But he does not like men a kind of court to complain. An angry no place to spread, it will only take mining purchase. The official outlet and the purchasing officer is indeed not clean. To complete the task, everything is rhetoric, and the ultimate goal is to embezzle from it. In this purchase, he alone embezzled 5,000 tals, and the other people involved in the purchase totaled nearly 10,000 tals. 5,200. Was taken to buy 5 decades of official pay. He will not be tempted to blame. It is difficult for anyone to resist this temptation. The army mercy, general mercy. Mining purchase officer, who can only count alpha mercy, but Kong Yuda not soft-hearted, directly ordered the beheading of a few repeat offenders, a number of other fine accomplices, Da Banzai. He will have to act to stop this enemy capital, or after Wu will become increasingly powerful. After dealing with this corruption incident, Kong Yaod returned home exhausted physically and mentally. He felt a burst tired heart, and a sense of powerlessness. It is easy to solve corruption, but how to solve military expenditure is a big problem. Kong Yaod knew the most correct way to prepare for battle, but he knew it and couldn't do it. The most correct way to prepare for battle at present is undoubtedly to equip soldiers with flintlocks, and then train them in the same way as Wu Jun. Soldiers made in this way, even if they don't have the combat power of Wu Jun's 10%, at least 80 to 90%. He knew the method, and many people in the king court knew it. But useless, raw production capacity is so large. They do not have the ability to enhance the speed of manufacturing. At the same time, they couldn't raise so much money to raise the army. This is similar to the later Qing dynasty. They also knew that to defeat the foreigners, they had to have boats and cannons, but they just couldn't make them. In addition to the military, the king court officials also knew that they could no longer allow Nanjing's goods to be dumped. However, he wanted to resist too hard. Wu merchandise is too cheap. Just as he had now 50,000 troops and equipment, purchase of equipment need only Wu Jun 82,000, and 202,000 have to create their own. How to resist this? Not to mention that the people below choose to buy directly, even some senior officials at the upper level also want to buy directly. The reason is also very simple. Save money. They now have to expand the new army and build guns and artillery, and the pressure on military expenditure is very high. In addition, the north has been scoured by Li Ziqing for several years. It is very difficult for the people to feed themselves, and they can't squeeze much oil and water. At night, Kong Yaodan wrote the date in mind, recorded the corruption cases, were also recorded some of his own insights and experiences. He from this simplicity of corruption event, come to the king court in conclusion. Due to strong Wu Jun, not just in the army, but in a full range of rolling the king court. Qing's powerful just a prefecture plate appearance is a lot of it. In fact, it has no possible comeback. unless Wu Chengking give them 5 to 6 years to develop it to their current strength, and Wu simply cannot compete. Kong Yao is not very clear about the reason for this, he just feels this way, and this is actually the crushing of the strength of industrial countries over agricultural countries, and the gap between industrial countries and agricultural countries is very large. Engineering industry and agriculture country fighting national, territorial size and population have no much sense. Early completed the Industrial Revolution in Great Britain. Thousands of people will be able to rely on the rule of half the globe. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 262 chapters. Kickball. How hard the king court in the north was. The south was going smoothly. Wu Chengking even have the time to leisure and entertainment. Many important projects have already entered the track. Then they just need to be patient to grow and develop. He only needs to master the general direction. He will not take care of other small problems encountered in development, and he will rely on the wisdom of his subordinates to solve it on his own. He knows that people cannot underestimate the wisdom of the class. Many inventions and creations are just unexpected, not impossible. In Wu Chengking mention shown below, many things have been invented out. For example, machines and matching shoe with technology, gear technology and so on. These are other people who want to come out. Wu Chengking not primed. Seeing that other people are so reliable, Wu Chengking can relax appropriately. There are not many entertainments in this era. Listening to opera is a more popular one, but Wu Chengking doesn't like it. This is purely personal. No matter whether the Peking opera is the quintessence of the country or not, he can't listen to it, and he will feel embarrassed. Relative terms, he prefers movies, playing chess or ball games. Films don't need to be counted on for the time being. With the current level of technology, it's difficult to get it out. It's too wasteful to spend technological points on this kind of entertainment. It's better to wait for it to appear naturally. With the rapid development of the current overall level of technology, its movies will definitely appear earlier than the original time and space. Chess than the more boring, the level of the women of the family is too poor, and other ministers, who did not dare to beat him. Without movies, you can't play chess, so you can only watch penalty kicks. The current ball-like sports, kickball only more popular. Kyuju was born in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period and reached its peak in the Song dynasty. There are a lot of cool Song emperor like to watch kickball. Kickball play that good people can do a high official, such as golf. As another example, some emperor at large while difficult, even the army are lost. The last royal kickball team should also stay in the side. Although these records are somewhat exaggerated, it is an indisputable fact that Kyuju was once popular. But after the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered the prohibition of Kyuju in the army, and no one knew the reason. Maybe just like Wu Chengking doesn't like Peking opera, Zhu Yuanzhang may not like Kyuju by nature. Not to army band kickball, or be retained in folk kickball. This kickball when divided into two types, one is the need to confront the shot, one is Diankyu performances in nature. This is the women's favorite. Some women kickball experts, according to the saying, made Diankyu one day and the ball does not fall. If this technology is put in the 21st century, it can be selected for the men's national team. The man kickball, mostly high Huan somewhat confrontational shot. Not before, kickball movement, the goal is small, but high off the ground, you want to hit the difficulty is very large, to be later than the football several times. This has also led to the lack of viewing of Kyuju. If there is no goal in a game, it is naturally meaningless to watch. Only by scoring a goal can the enthusiasm of the pseudo-fans be mobilized. Among the 10 fans, 2 or 3 can understand the tactical coordination. Most of the others are to join in the fun and take a look at the moment of scoring. So, Wu Chengking decided according to footballers future generations now move kickball rules, modify the goal becomes easy to enhance the spectator. Wu Chengking people created several more good against the ball kicked, and the name of football. Then take the football came to the barracks. In the barracks, Most of the soldiers are undergoing some lighter training. After all, they are taking a break, and they are not as lucky as they were trained before. Some soldiers close to home can even go back to vacation. Are there any literate people who think they are smarter? Stand up. Wu. Before Chengqing came to a main group, the people who called up and shouted. People do not know Wu Chengqing to do, but some courageous soldiers have been relatively large and stood out too. Wu Chengqing counted. There are more than 20. Divided into 2 teams of enough. Anyone who knows Qju? Wu Chengqing continued to ask. Some people raised their hands. Although Wu Chengqing still obeys Ming on the surface, he has long abolished the rule that Qju is not allowed in the army. Sometimes appropriate leisure sports can play a relaxing role and benefit the soldier's mental health. Moreover, Qju can also exercise coordination. I amended the rules of Qju. You should remember it first. Later, the team will be divided into 2 teams. The winner will be rewarded with 100 tals of silver. The goal scorer will be rewarded with 20 tals of silver for every goal. Wu Chengqing people to write the rules of football booklet distributed down. Then back to the high table waiting for the start of the game. When soldiers were familiar with the rules, someone had already painted the field with lime and installed the goal. You won 100 tals and scored a goal 20 tals. Did you hear me? You have to be serious about literacy when you are asked to go to night school. You don't listen. When I get back to my hometown, I will tell your father and see if he beat you to death. A middle-aged Han slapped the teenager to head a 16-year-old. The 2 of them is a fellow of the same village. Because he's older and, therefore teenager's parents, he wanted to please a lot of attention. This big man was also careful, and repeatedly told the young man to learn more when he went to night school, so that he could become an artillery or an officer in the future. It's a pity that this young man is playful and he didn't learn many words in a days. And now, it is a pity that I missed an opportunity to earn a silver reward because of my illiteracy. It takes hard work to earn rewards on the battlefield. How can it be cool to play now? I know what the military would like to see: kickball. To know that every day I go to concentrate fully. The teenager complained. And he has the same kind of idea. There are many soldiers killed and they did not expect to play. You can also earn reward it. If you knew it earlier, you should stand up boldly. And now, they can only watch those people make money. Those have been selected soldiers. My heart is excited, heartbeat faster. In order to perform better, they took a serious look at the rules formulated by Wu Chengqing. Most of the rules are easy to understand, and some soldiers who have played Qju can understand it at a glance. Of course, 2 or 3 of them are more difficult to understand, such as penalties for offside and penalty kicks. The officer did not give them too much time, and after half an hour passed, they were sent to the court and started the confrontation game. In the beginning, due to unfamiliarity with the rules, both sides fouled frequently, and the referee's whistle sounded one after another. Trash. Do you want to be ashamed in front of the general? The head of the group, Liu Shi, cursed vigorously. He couldn't even do this little thing. There was no face that he was an elite. Seeing the regiment leader angry, and thinking that Wu Chengqing was watching in person, the soldiers became more serious. Not only before, apart from a few geniuses, others even seriously failed to grasp the rules immediately, and the corresponding skills. There is still a big difference between the skills required for Qju and football. There were also a few people who played well and even scored goals. However, on the whole, their performance is unsightly. Let them have a good practice and then will have time to come to watch. Can usually put this as entertainment. Let the soldiers relax. Wu Chengqing looked dull, leaving step. Want to see exciting than the game? We had some time, so they rule skilled and tactical skills. And this will be an inevitable event, somewhat good. The next will be very yan. When other people know Wu Chengqing, like after watching the sport, will be able to quickly develop. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 263 Chapter 4 Masterpieces. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 264 Chapter National. Mao Wensi spent a few days in Nanjing, but found nothing. Those big men among the civil servants were unwilling to talk to him, but some of the generals wanted to contact him to see if they could get their family back. However, these people didn't have much weight to speak in front of Wu Chengqing. Manda Hai, who was a little heavier, also chose to refuse to meet him in order to avoid suspicion, resulting in a large reason for this situation. Because the interests of the people are very optimistic about the future development of the group. Staying in this group is already the best choice. Naturally, there is no need to hook up with Mao Wensi. Not only do not have any good at, but also no reason roused suspicion. Wu Chengqing, a fool would go so dry. In desperation, Mao Wensi could only give up the idea of peace talks. Without him was not immediately returned, but chose to take to the streets, to try to discover information. You can't return to Beijing empty-handed, as that is more or less a disadvantage. If it could reach any useful intelligence to inquire into, but also be able to redeem. Not before, like iron and steel plant, the steam engine factory, confidential research and development where he cannot go, can only look around in the city of Nanjing, take a look at the marketplace of life of local people. Of course, some useful information can also be obtained from these market lives. This rickshaw is really convenient. Sitting in yellow package car, thanks to Mao Wen feeling something. This rickshaw is a new model launched by the BMW dealership. The biggest difference between a rickshaw and a BMW is that they are driven by manpower instead of horses. So, its relatively small size, usually take only one person. Squeeze can take two. And bow carriage compared, there are many rickshaw its unique advantages, such as its power comes from human to pull, low operating costs. Today Nanjing population increase, hire a coolie than raise a horse to be several times cheaper. In this era, manpower is so cheap, and even a human life is not as precious as a horse. Bow carriage had to do the high-end market, but the high-end market is limited. So after the initial gap in the market over the bonus, Tong promising start to enter the low-cost market. This kind of rickshaw is much rougher than BMW, and the cost is much lower. It can serve ordinary people with a little money. In addition to selling these rickshaws directly, Tong Ui also bought a rickshaw dealer for himself, hired a large number of coolies, and then asked them to provide transportation services in the city. Not to mention, the effect is surprisingly good. Little money people like to experience this new vehicle. Comfort. Energy prices are expensive. From the south gate to the north gate, 10-mile road it 20 or 30 pence. Wu Chengqing know the line after a rickshaw. He also supports this industry bigger. For this reason, Wu Chengqing even issued a new order prohibiting the lifting of sedan chairs and prohibiting officials from sitting in sedan chairs. Lift chair to 4 people, just pull a rickshaw, faster and more comfortable. Moreover, 3 labors are directly saved, and the extra labor can be used to do other things to create wealth. Wu Chengqing will support everything that can liberate the labor force. The same time, the rickshaw smaller can also ease the crowded situation in Nanjing city. Nowadays, the population of Nanjing is increasing, and the traffic pressure is also quite great. As for the yellow bag car, as simple and without cover, for some women to travel inconvenient, which belongs to a pleasant surprise. Wu Chengqing wants to change the current social climate. We cannot be too aggressive. Let those women get used to showing their faces on the street first, and then transition to allowing them to work in various industries. It will not be so obtrusive. That is, for a master like you, choosing to take a rickshaw is the best choice. There is no place in Nanjing that I am unfamiliar with. Wherever you want to go, taking my car can save a lot of time. It won't delay things, and it's comfortable to sit. Because as rickshaw pullers mouth thanks requirements do not go too fast, so the car phraser easily, even in the mood to take a sentence. How much money can you make in one day? Mao Wensi asked. Hey, If you don't make much, just make hard money. The bulk of the money is used to hand over to the car dealers. Our kind of hard work luck meets the master for rewards. We may make 100 ren a day, when the luck is almost 10. A few articles, on average, will cost about 1 or 2 silver a month. The coachman replied. Mao Wensi took a deep breath, and his monthly income reached 1 or 2. But he said there was not much. What the coachman said made Mao Wensi smell an invisible pretense. You know, serving as a soldier in the north can only make so much. Mao Wensi couldn't help sighing. The south is so rich. Like this cement road, the city of Nanjing has a good 5. Where is cement here? It is clear that it is covered with white silver. This kind of cement sells for 50 tals of silver a ton in the north. And the amount of cement on this road is at least several hundred tons, which is tens of thousands of tals of silver. These 5 concrete roads add up to 100,000 tals of silver. With so much money used to pave the way, Mao Wensi was envious in addition to envy. Moreover, this concrete road is nothing compared to the brick houses outside the city. It is said that the brickworks need to be invested over 2 million too, just as a place to live for those untouchable. Mao Wensi had to admire this kind of handwriting. In exchange for the king court, the money would definitely not be available, and it would not be possible to use it on the people. From these projects, what Mao Wensi saw was Nanjing's extremely powerful financial and national power. The fight wars, to a large extent also tantamount to making money, have money to worry about being unable to recruit soldiers. Nanjing is so rich, how can it be defeated? Mao Wensi also vaguely saw a very important question. That is it really beneficial to the court if it continues to be delayed? Is this peace talk really necessary? And talk about success while it is possible for the development of the time, but during that time the South is also in development. It's really catch up, rather than growing gap. After thinking of this, Mao Wensi became more and more panicked. Afterwards, Mao Wensi went to Nanjing's restaurants, casinos, shops, east and west markets and so on. All the sights, all are showing the amazing strength and vitality of this city. Mao Wensi finally came to a conclusion similar to Hong Chengqiu, Fan Wenqing, Kong Yao and others. That is, if the king court wants a final victory, it can only conduct a full-scale decisive battle as soon as possible. The longer it was delayed, the more disadvantaged it was to the king court. After returning to the residence, Mao Wensi sorted out his thoughts, worked hard to write a book overnight, and wrote down his experience. The next day, he hastily left the Nanjing back to the north. He put his own ideas and build recommendations report. Let Dorgan make up their minds as soon as possible. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I made aircraft carrier in Ming new fastest. 265 chapters films. Mao Wensi's departure did not arouse much attention from Wu Chenqing. After receiving the report, he just glanced at it and threw it aside. Mao Wensi's arrival and departure will not affect his development plan. Everything is proceeding step by step. On June 10th, good news came from Wu's inner courtyard. Among Wu Chenqing's wives, one of them finally became pregnant. Since last year, to intercourse until now has been 10 months. Wu Chenqing have once doubted is not their special status, result in the loss of reproductive function. Although he was very distrustful of doctors of this era, Wu Chenqing was forced to see the doctor several times by his mother and at some earthwork. Wu Chenqing cannot tell these prescriptions have no use anyway. Recently gave him a doctor of the doctor minutes. Yin is lucky. No one can prove the merit of pregnancy is not his prescription. The reward of money is indispensable, and the official position is also indispensable. He was hired by the old lady as the private doctor of the Wu family to take care of the health problems of the Wu family. Of course, it is difficult for Minutes Xian to tell if it is a good thing or a bad thing. In the future, if something happens to him during his treatment, his life will not be guaranteed. It was Liu O Minutes who was pregnant. Among the 3 women, Wu Chenqing spent the least time with her, but she was the one who won the prize first. Things are impermanent. Chen Yuan and Sun Yangxuan can only weep silently in their hearts. They didn't know whether it was their own cause or Wu Chenqing's cause, and they had secretly taken some prescriptions. Of course, there is still a chance for them, as long as Luo Minutes gives birth to a daughter. Moreover, even if the case is now the most unfortunate, Ming gave birth to a boy, they also do not have to worry too much, because Luo Minutes is just a lonely woman without a family. Such a woman who has no backing behind, generally has no family status. The child is the mother, and the child she gave birth can only be called Luo Minutes' aunt, and Chen Yuan can be called a mother. Chen Yuan and Sun Yangxuan are most afraid of each other, because they both have relatively powerful parents behind them. For the boys they gave birth, their parents must give all of their support. Wu Chengqing could not completely ignore this kind of weight. In the inner courtyard of Wu's house, a group of women chatted around Luo Minutes. Multixi sister for the family meritorious, Wu finally back. Both Chen Yuan and Sun Yangxuan said various congratulations, and they also sent some precious skincare products. It's just that no one knows what they think in their hearts. At least, Wu Chengqing, two of them do not believe they are so broad-minded. Streaming this pressure is great. In fact, she did not want to fight this first. Anyway, she knows their own thing, regardless of how War cannot win over Chen Yu Smoke. Therefore, she even hoped that Chen Yuan would be pregnant first, so that she would not have to be stared at. It was timed that Wu Chengqing was about to become a father. He had no experience in this area and didn't know what to do. And when others are happy when dad is not the same, he learned the news, as if nothing special feeling. Wu Chengqing think, probably because streaming between himself and the only dependency, there is no feeling of it. There is no other way. Now his identity is extraordinary, and he has no conditions to pursue any love. Even he can't pursue anyone normally. After all, as long as he likes it, the other party will obey and follow it wherever it is needed. Without the process of pursuing, it can always be easily obtained, and it is difficult for him to know how to cherish it. He strengthened Luo Minutes' guards and at the same time added some manpower to Luo Minutes. And then Wu Chengqing put the matter aside. It's just pregnancy. After she gave birth to the baby, he might be able to show more care. Now, he just came over and took a look, then left. Anyway, there is no need for him here. Her mother will handle this kind of life-trivial matters. There is joy in the Wu family. This is not just Wu Chengqing's business alone. When the news spread, many people felt more at ease. Even after Wu Chengqing had any accident, they also have a new allegiance. Not to the entire forces immediately falls apart. If you are ambitious enough, big enough man, naturally I hope Wu Chengqing has no heirs, and the accident as soon as possible, so they have a chance. Not before. Wu Chengqing forces among the group do not have such figures. Li previously Shobin Wang Daong and all the little people, born of ambition, would be smaller than some of the others. And Liu Hansen, he knew his abilities. If Wu Chengqing died, he wouldn't be able to handle the burden if he left it to him. Therefore, for him, Wu Chengqing's life is also the best situation. He had three did not mind this, others do not expect more. Their powers were insufficient to support their ambitions. Other civilian officials have too little influence on the army and are useless. Wu Chengqing implementation is the separation of military and political. Military and civil service are not allowed to go too close. It is not a good thing for civilian officials and the army to get too close. It is easy to collude with each other and form interest groups. Without the support of the military, the civilian officials are as difficult as reaching the sky if they want to rebel. And without the support of civilian officials, the rebellion will at most create some turmoil, but it will not last for long. Few generals know how to manage localities, and few are good at raising military expenses. People among ordinary people through the People's Tribune also know Wu pregnant news. Many people bought fireworks and celebrated spontaneously. Wu Chengqing is still very respected in the hearts of the people. After all, Wu Chengqing has brought them a good life. At the same time, thanks to Mao Wen also returned to Beijing, came to the front of Dorgan complex life. The officials were incompetent and failed to complete the important tasks assigned by the regent. Mao Wensi knelt down and said. A large crowd in the hall heard the news, his face more than a hint of concern. Although they guessed that this might be the result, after the matter was confirmed, it was inevitable that there was still a bit of loss. Situation is how kind, you said to listen to. Duo Erdogan said. This. Mao Wensi was speechless at once, and in front of so many people, he didn't know whether he should repeat what happened that day. If things get out, it might have a bad influence on Empress Xiaozhuangwen. You, this is how I call you brother, say you say, what's not trying to hide? Multitude reprimanded the sentence. The minister really cannot say that. Wu Chengqing defiant, mouth raving. His words and language are mostly disrespectful. Mao Wensi said helplessly. Don't worry, it's just some ugly words. Don't we even be able to bear even a bit of ugly words? Seeing that Duo was about to get angry, Mao Wensi had no choice but to report truthfully. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 266 chapters. Duo Erdogan's determination. Wu army generals among bluster, said regent some but fear, and resolutely refused peace talks. Others threatened to surrender. Regent, extremely rude. It's Zaizu. Wu Chengqing is presumptuous. You must first threaten to peace talks. Promise him one condition. What conditions? Duo Erdogan asked. Mao give mouth said that he does not matter, as they're owned by a group of a few people. Ridicule, superficial. There are too many people who scold him, and they are not bad. He only cares about Wu Chengqing, then, because in his eyes only Wu Chengqing and barely able to own an equal footing. This is the same as a person who doesn't care about being laughed at by a pig or dog, but cares about being laughed at by others. Only when identities are equal can make it care. He said that unless Empress Xiaozhuangwen married him as a concubine, he would stop. Kang Dang. Before Mao Wensi had finished speaking, Dorgan overturned the table with one hand, showing how angry he was at the moment. The others shut up and dared not say anything. Those present were the core figures of the Dorgan group, and they all knew Dorgan's thoughts on Empress Xiaozhuangwen. Wu Chengqing, this, it is blatant humiliation. Asking someone else's woman is not just slapping the other person in the face. Except for someone with extraordinary talents like Fan Wenqing, no normal man can stand it. Sangai concubine just been robbed. He can huff under direct treason to the king court to do a dog. What's more, Duo Erdogan's power than most Sangai, and it is now in Nodzhuangwen Huang Xiao Wu Chengqing after being robbed. But Wu Chengqing Xiaozhuang asked him to offer. This is also thanks to Dorgan being a power holder, and there are too many aspects to worry about. If only an ordinary man encountered such a thing, I am afraid he would have shook his fist long ago. You can reach and revenge his father's hate tied together with his wife. The man interpretation of the degree of attention in this regard. Brother, let me lead my troops south and fight them to the death. Multi-duo is impatient, violent temper, quick to want to battle. Wu did not front the military played against. He was always a little faith in his own army. Multi-Erdogan mature and his cold quiet many, and my heart obviously very angry, but under no anger to send troops. This is something that affects the whole body and requires careful consideration. King Regent, I support Prince Yil's claim. I think the decisive battle is the best choice at this time. I stayed in Nanjing for a few days and observed some situations. I found that their development speed is amazing and their financial resources are extremely strong. The longer it is procrastinated, the worse it will be for us. I think we can still have a 50% chance of winning in the decisive battle south, but after another year and a half, the chance of winning will drop to 30%. Immediately afterwards, Mao Wensi introduced what he had seen and heard in Nanjing to everyone. Listen, said Wu Chengqing's more money to be used to pave the way to the poor, free time fee to build a house. The people are all surprised, speechless. When the world is not yet peaceful, all forces give priority to the army, and things like people's livelihood can wait until the war is won. If the money is spent on the people's livelihood and the army is not strong enough, it would be funny if it loses the war. It is tantamount to helping the enemy build a country. Wu army at this time is actually spent so much money building the country, because it does not know is stupid, or because of self-confidence. Everyone is more inclined to believe that it is the latter. If Wu Chengqing is stupid, It is impossible to fight so many victories one after another. What do you think? Duo Erdogan is to say upset, can only ask policy to the crowd. The minister agrees with Master Mo's view. The longer it is, the more disadvantaged it will be for us. Fan Wenqing took the lead in seconding it. In fact, he still hopes that the king court can win, so that he can guarantee his status. If Wu Jun wins, he will surrender again, and his status will be lowered a lot. At least after Qian Qianyi, Ruan Daking, Hong Chengchu and others. If the enemy's development is indeed so rapid, then we can only make a decisive battle as soon as possible to kill them in the bud. Can't wait any longer. In less than a year, Wu Jun has grown from hundreds of people to hundreds of thousands now. Wu Chengqing is indeed very knowledgeable in this aspect of development. Several counselors under his command agreed that an early decisive battle was needed, and Dorgan had to carefully consider this suggestion. At present, I have a number of firearms, Duo Erdogan asked. Officials responsible for the equipment to build replied, now, been equipped with 10,000 flintlock, matchlock 30,000, 50,000 grenades, 150 artillery. This is their family of firearms. It looks like a lot, but in fact it can only support 1 or 2 decisive battles. Wait for 2 months. Now all ministries are ready to go south after the autumn harvest. Duo Erdogan made up my mind. The reason for another couple of months, that is in order after the harvest can levy to enough food. In this decisive battle, they will have to mobilize at least 300,000 troops, plus the civilian men responsible for transportation, and they need a lot of food. The direction is determined, and the next step is to formulate the details. Hundreds of thousands of Casa war, how to pay attention too much. The next day, Multi-Erdogan made up my determination news reached the ears of the Big Jade, but she also learned the contents of Mao thanks to peace talks. To never fight, alas. Da sighed, she had an unknown premonition. This Wu Chengqing is really presumptuous, and he dared to hit the Queen Mother of yours. Let Dorgan arrest him and let him understand the fate of blaspheming the Queen Mother. But the Queen Mother's charm is really undiminished back then. The Emperor Taizong, the Regent, and Hong Chengchu. And now Wu Chengqing has been fascinated by the Queen Mother. Sumo teased Dia. Dia glared at her when he heard the words, but that was all. The friendship between the two of them had surpassed the relationship between master and servant. If Sumoa made such a joke in normal times, she would not be angry at all. Now, it's mainly because of worry in my heart that I don't have the thought of joking. Hundreds of thousands of big decisions yeah. This is a matter of the entire country's future fate of the event. People cannot help but want to be taken seriously. Moreover, this is her son's country. After a while, Da stopped thinking about it. After all, she is a woman, and she can't do anything or change anything. Fighting is a man's business. She actually cannot help but think of the Wu Chengqing requirements, was more or less a little proud. If you are a beggar's request to marry her, that would be really real as Sumo child mouth to say blasphemy. But it is a troubled hero or a troubled man who made this request. That is not blasphemy, that is appreciation. To be appreciated by the best men in the world, a woman would be a little bit proud. Although Da had cultivated the temperament for many years, she would inevitably feel a little uncontrollable in her heart when encountering such things. Being able to hide in the heart, without showing this kind of dignity, is already a very powerful restraint. Wu Chengqing, this is what a person does. Big Jade it's real want to know more about Wu Chengqing. She also hopes stole Wu Chengqing able to catch up, like grasping Chengchu the same. Then she no longer rely on their own charm to capitulate, as the king effectiveness. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 267 chapters per Mujin. In early July, when the rice was ripe, Wu Chengqing personally went to the experimental field in Suzu to check the condition of hybrid rice. Among many major engineering projects, this is what he attaches the most importance to. All development requires a full stomach as the prerequisite. If the people can't even eat enough, what is the use of making so much steel? To feed all the people, There is no other way than hybrid rice. Manufacturing technology of artificial fertilizers technique content is very high. The corresponding supporting technology is also very much needed. This set of technologies to completely get out of it, at least to 50 million science and technology point. Wu Qingqing reluctant. He would prefer that people can rely on the college, by the strength of its own developed those skills surgery. Even if not the core technology research, those supporting the technology art to master, just barely. The open cultivated new fields takes time and iron tools. This is a long-term project. Therefore, the current Wu Qingqing want to greatly increase food production. It is only by these hybrid rice, Suzu, Xiatang, hybrid rice test field. Wu Qingqing see a vast expanse of golden waves. At first glance, this excellent growing rice. Officials responsible for this piece of experimental field is the Ministry Shilling Yan Wenqing. He was excited to introduce Wu Qingqing said, the army, the seeds really are immortal seed. Under the same conditions, the yield is close to twice that of other ordinary rice. And after using fertilizer from overseas, some experimental plots of plain water per mu has reached twice the rice. This kind of thing subverted Yan Wenqing's cognition. He never thought that grain production could suddenly increase to this point. The output of rice has not been greatly improved for hundreds of years. This is a qualitative leap and an extremely great historical moment. It is about to solve a food problem that has been a headache for mankind for thousands of years. Wu Qingqing see the next rice, he said. Harvest time, be careful not to put these seeds to waste. These people should be used to make seed. Every grain of rice on behalf of a new rice. After continuous drying, preservation, breeding have to be very careful. We do not allow any mistakes. The lower officer keeps this in mind. Yan Wenqing naturally knew the significance of this incident, and he did not dare to be indifferent. After several days of harvest, the final output of this experimental field of statistics also out of a total harvest 55 million kilograms per mu 550 kilograms, than expected to be less. Not before. The results have been very good, at least in addition to Wu Qingqing. Anyone will be surprised to hear that number speechless. Only Wu Qingqing seen later food production, to be able to remain calm. After the rice harvest, Wu Qingqing returned to Nanjing. At the same time, starting with the entire contents of a report on People's Tribune hybrid rice, even indispensable ads each issue, in this period are gone, and all news related to hybrid rice reported on the beginning of the good news. Reported Miss Rice twice that of ordinary rice experiment is successful, the new Wu rice yield up to 600 kilograms. Yes. Next is some popular science about hybrid rice, highlighting that this is a variety purchased by Wu Qingqing from overseas and hybridized with a local variety. The explanation given in the report is very vague, but it does not matter. Anyway, as long as the people know that this is made by Wu Qingqing, it is enough to let the people know who to thank. Subsequently, the Minbao also promised that these seeds will be distributed to the people in Jiangnan and some Jiangxi regions for free. As for other places, I'm sorry, more than 500,000 kilograms of seeds sound like a lot, but in fact, even the people in the Jiangnan area may not be enough. What's more, there is one more Jiangxi now, which is even more inadequate. Based on the 15 million people in his jurisdiction, the average person can only get more than 300 grams of seeds. The Chinese people are most afraid of calculating per capita. No matter how beautiful the number is, once the per capita is calculated, it will be okay, and we still need to work harder. As soon as this report came out, there was an earthquake in the entire Jiangnan area, and many people began to use their relationships to verify the truth of the news. Although the Minbao has not reported fake news so far, it has a good reputation. However, this time the news is too exaggerated, to the point that no one can believe it. A mu of land can yield 600 kilograms. It is twice the original. This means that food production can be doubled in the second half. At that time, I am afraid that someone will not suffer hungry. The impact of this is huge, and the entire society will undergo tremendous changes. It's just that few people can predict what it will be like. Those who go to inquire about the news they get is naturally unequivocal. Jiangnan official has been working in the distribution of free seeds thing. This will be a huge project. First of all, they need to explain the output of this kind of seed to the farmers, and they need to dispel the doubts of the people. Otherwise the people don't believe it and eat these seeds without authorization. That would be really fucking. In Feihong Academy, a group of scholars are reading the newspaper and chatting. You say that People's Tribune of the above-mentioned matter is not really food production can be doubled. How would like to think that's incredible. A certain scholar said with emotion. Nowadays, boats don't need oars to go against the current. What is impossible? I heard that in the future there will be a car that can be moved by burning coal, which will no longer be pulled by horses. Another scholar said that he was very calm. Anyway, there are so many new things that have appeared in Jiangnan in the past 6 months, so there is no need to be surprised if there is something magical. People can eat, and their children will be sent to school to study, after the competition is more intense. Myself, a slightly fat scholar sighed. A country's official position on so many families each year. The number of election officials cite are limited. In the past, there were few people who could afford to read, and the competition was not so fierce. And now, once people can have enough to eat, they can make school-aged children go to school. As a result, their reading groups will be greatly impacted. From their own interests out of hair, they actually hate happen rice. Anyway, with their home money, even without this rice, they still have enough to eat rice. And now, with this hybrid rice, they can't eat more. The biggest beneficiaries of hybrid rice are the people, and they have nothing to do with them. Instead, he has interests but also by some of the threats. The future competition will be more intense. Yuxan, you think too far, and that is the thing. A few years later, they said in front of it, His Excellency did not seem to open the imperial idea. You want to test the imperial official, and that was to the north of it. Another scholar said in a weird manner that Wu Chenqing's rise had also violated his interests. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with Wu Chenqing's regime. Not only before 100 no one was a scholar, then they do not have any way dissatisfied. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 268 cap circumferential side reaction. The emergence of hybrid rice has an impact on society in all aspects. Some got the news of the grain merchants have been planning to change, and this food business cannot do. Previously, he had food to make money thanks to these buy low and sell high, buy cheap food by various means in the hands of the people, then sell at high prices such as food close open positions when eligible and food, the collective lower prices and create the illusion of a lot of food. In the season when the people's food is about to be eaten, they will use methods similar to purchase restrictions to create the illusion of food shortages. The people knew that this was a trick by the grain merchants, but they had no way, because they needed to exchange grain for money to buy some other necessities of life, such as oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. And when there is no food, they have to buy high-priced food to survive. But now that there is more food, grain merchants may still be able to continue to buy low, but it is not easy to sell high, because the people have enough food in their hands. They will definitely not buy high-priced food again. The food heap accumulated in the hands of unsold become worthless. Chen Liang. Hoarding food can also cause lack of liquidity. In short, when the people have grain in their hands, the grain business is not easy to do. He who wants to make money again, only think of ways to smuggle food or to sell northern Zhejiang and other places. It will have to be secretly, because Wu Chenqing to sell food to other forces in the region have been restricted to levy high taxes. Its real tariff is equivalent to future generations. In this way, they reduce profits for food exports, reducing their interest in food exports. Wu Chenqing, after all, is to support commercial trade, not directly ban take-away food, so only use this subtle way. Stop the outflow of food. Once this kind of tariff decree is issued, Those grains who want to make money can only rely on smuggling. The risk of smuggling is too great. Once caught, it will be a ransack. Nowadays, to do food business, you have to do food processing like sundoming. The industries of rice milling and noodle milling are quite profitable. However, sundoming has already taken the lead in this business, and if other people want to enter the market to compete with sundoming, they have to weigh their own abilities. Sundoming's niece, that is Wu Chenking's concubine. Even if sundoming does not rely on Wu Chenking's power to compete fairly with others, everyone else is at an absolute disadvantage. At least, sundoming can learn some policy news first through Sun Yunxian. It is an impact on the grain merchants, but it is a big plus for the wine industry. In the past, the wine industry had relatively high costs, so wine became a luxury. At least, that ordinary people do not law often to drink. Moreover, the general government will not encourage the wine-making industry, because the more wine is brewed, the more food will be consumed, which will cause more people to eat less. Now, the price of grain will definitely drop, the cost of wine will be greatly reduced, and the market will become larger. Moreover, the food is now a surplus. The official also encourage the wine industry. There is a huge market demand for wine, the same kind as well as aquaculture, food and more. The cost of breeding poultry and livestock will be less favorable. Good news. When they are full, the people will pursue a better quality of life, and the demand for meat will greatly increase. More food can also reduce the number of people farming, and more people will be used for breeding. Such influences will inevitably appear after hybrid rice is officially promoted and planted. From an overall point of view, the increase in grain production is naturally a great thing. The standard of living of the people can be raised to a higher level. In Hangzhou, when the news of hybrid rice reached Zhu Yihai's ears, he didn't believe it at first, and sent people to continue to verify. When he confirmed the authenticity, he quickly ordered the news to be blocked, and sent people to spread rumors, claiming that it was false news. There is no way, if the local people learn about this news, I am afraid that the people's mind will instantly fall to Wu Chenking. People may not be too strong national idea, who can make them better off, he who will support whom. There is no doubt ask, with hybrid rice Wu Chenking, so that people can live better. Once Wu Chenking and Zhu Yihai clashed, people will not hesitate to stand to Wu Chenking here. The ruler's loss of popular support is a very dangerous thing. Therefore, Zhu Yihai could not let the people under his rule know about such things, and could not let the people believe in such things. Ordered the closure lock messages at the same time. He also sent spies to spy Suzhou and other places, try to get the kind of high-yielding seed rice Wu as soon as possible. After all, it is impossible to conceal it for a while. Only by obtaining those seeds and letting the people under their control also plant this kind of Wu rice, can the problem be truly solved. When Zhu Yujian got the news, his reaction was similar to Zhu Yihai's. He controlled public opinion first. Fortunately, this news originally sounded mysterious. Even without their deliberate control, the people would not easily believe it. And when he had carried out provision ballot after that, the more the people would not believe the kind of rice. After controlling public opinion, it was trying to get those high-yield seeds. This is relatively easy to obtain. Going to the homes of the people in the south of the Yangtze River to snatch or steal it, Wu Jun is definitely invincible. However, if this kind of thing is only obtained in a small amount, it is not very useful. Waiting for him enough to take the time to cultivate the seeds of their time, Wu has long been to fight over. If these seeds cannot be quickly transformed into national power, they will eventually be used as wedding dresses for Wu Chenking. South side of public opinion will soon be controlled, while the north of the reaction is slow and more. After all, Beijing too far away from Zhuzhou, Yangzhou, the central court a chance to react. The local government staff, there is no thought control, they are now waiting for Wu hurry to fight over. The people no longer the king court, and other anti-king imperial court time should come. The message has already spread in Huainan area, simply unable to control. Some big landlords learned of this news and were more diligent in providing information to Wu Jun. To be nothing but a promise, And that is the future of rice. Seeds can be used for Wu should give them double the output, that is, double the income. The landlord class and ordinary people became the class most eager for Wu Jun to fight over. The news of hybrid rice once again strengthened Dorgan's determination to fight decisively. If this is not an early decisive battle, when the rice harvest in the second season in the south of the Yangtze River, the army Wu Jun can raise will directly double, and its strength will skyrocket. At that time, he will have no chance of winning even more. For this decisive battle, Dorgan took out all the old and ordered an increase in taxes. He has been the life and death of people. Never mind, as long as they recaptured Nanjing, after the north will not be food shortages. If you lose, the Jiangbai site cannot be kept, and the victims will be left to Wu Jun to deal with. Duo Erdogan's crazy preparing for the whole of the Central Plains enveloped a wave of pent-up breath. Lot minutes Rui people know, to change of weather. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 269 chapter must discuss North King military action, and soon spread to Nanjing. Today Nanjing spies in the north very much. King army a little sign of trouble can be concealed from them. More not to mention that it comes to a battle-ready army of hundreds of thousands, each of which supplies the needs are massive, simply concealed from caring people. Inquire. King army wants big move. Wu Chengqing also held a high-level plenary meeting to discuss ways to deal with, or after the planned military said he wanted to do not want to move south, however, that how they do cross the river. Taodong to ask their doubts. Currently King Navy is not strong, there is no absolute advantage of the Wu Navy. Under this circumstance, crossing the river is an extremely dangerous thing. Taking such a risk is just a chance for a decisive battle, and it is not worth it. However, if you don't cross the river, it doesn't make any sense to build up your troops. You can only waste food and grass, because the north is still in the hands of the King army. Wu Jun and no build-up of troops north, they first assembled troops who have to deal with it. I'm afraid I think from looking for opportunities to place their weak defense to cross the river, and then we fight to the death. And for your speculation road. This is a bit difficult. With our current intelligence capabilities, we are all clear about their movements. It is impossible to cross the river secretly. Dai Zijun said, no matter how say, this is a good thing for us. As long as they block across the Yangtze River, the consumption of all energy consumption them to death. Several parameters people seeking part of the agreement concluded King South some reckless, very beneficial to them. Just sticking to the Yangtze River is enough to make the King army a headache and retreat without a fight. No, I have to take the initiative to cross the river, in Jiangbai and they battle. Wu Chengqing suddenly spoke up. His words made everyone confused. After all, Jiang Ursha's advantage was so great that there was no need to go to the past and fight the King army. Not before, some people decide after hearing the Wu Chengqing. His heart was vaguely guessed a little, but not sure. Like Chengqiu, Ruanda Cheng, Qian, the Old Fox, and my heart are relatively Ming and Qing dynasties. Wu Chengqing whether they also do not understand the reason. In short, he set the tone for this. Then there is no need to discuss the benefits of data and keep the river, and they have to do is study in the north where the default battlefield. The military has no objections to Wu Chengqing's decision, nor dare to have any objections. In him they view battle to the north as well, and that is the northern plains. There are many places for battle. In the decision on the plains of war, they would not have been afraid of what armies. It can be enough to destroy the enemy through a decisive battle, once and for all is a good thing. According to Jiang Urshu, although he took advantage, he lacked initiative and was time-consuming. At that time, it will not be easy for the King army to cross the river to the south, and it will not be easy for them to cross the river to the north. The battlefield can be preset to Yangtze or Huan, which is mainly determined by the King army's speed of action and our army's speed of action. Relatively speaking, Huan is better. Taodong to explain in front of the map. They want northern expedition, is certainly to be along the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, The northbound only by water transport logistics to be able to ensure transport. If they were transported by land, they would have to starve to death before they arrived in Beijing, and the amount of food lost on the road would be an astronomical figure. For transportation on land, a soldier can only be supplied with at least 2 civilians non-stop work. Similarly, the Qing Army south and certainly by the Grand Canal south, waiting as long as an important place in the Beijing hangs a Grand Canal, you can definitely wait until the arrival of the king. Everyone, this is a battle for the national fortunes. The winner will win Kyushu, and the loser will be completely destroyed or safe. I shouldn't need to say more about its importance. Next, let's put aside other work and concentrate on it. Prepare for the war and prepare before the war. For the Qing Army, this battle may be a battle of national fortune, but for Wu Jun, even if it is defeated, he can actually rely on the Yangtze River natural insurance to defend and recuperate. With Nanjing's current wealth, it is not difficult to reform a new army to rise again. Not over, even if there is a way out. Wu Qingqing do not want this war to fail. He doesn't like the twists and turns, he likes to win smoothly. This will be meeting, but laid down under the general direction of. The next thing to prepare are many. Will be meeting ended. Cheng Chu, Ruan Daking, Li Xiaobin Ambrose 3rd class 78. The core members are left behind. They want a deeper meeting. It is strange that Guyan Wu was excluded. This makes many people feel confused, but Wu Qingqing has always been unable to figure out what Wu Qingqing does. Therefore, not too many people care about this strange appearance. As for Guyan Wu, he guessed something vaguely in his heart. He just sighed in his heart, and then went back to do his own job. His energy now is focused on improving the quality of life of the people, and he is lazy to take care of other things, and he can't take care of it. Governor's mansion. Wu Qingqing sent servants to arrange meals, then Minister of the Corps and a few meals together. Meals when there is no talk of official duties, but rather talk about a lot of gossip. At the dinner table, there was a burst of laughter from time to time. Not over, not in everyone's mind these gossip, and so they are. The secret will be meeting. With after meal over, Wu Qingqing pinged Dewey servant, suddenly asked one, this world war, do not know when to subside. He said this, Liu Hansen and other soldiers were a little confused, and did not understand why Wu Qingqing suddenly lamented this. Andrew and Cheng has comprehend, opening, throughout the ages, during the chaos, he will need to have a male master out to quell the war, save the world. Common old dynasty fell, the rise of a new dynasty, but also a flourishing reincarnation. What this means is that now the world is counting on a hero to stand up and save, and everyone does not need to say who this hero is. Those in the Zhi family are not qualified at all. The change of dynasty is also a historical trend. What he said is actually saying again, boss, hurry up and rebel and enthroned. Everyone is waiting for you to save the world. Rebellion is a historical trend, not a rebellious thing. When Wu Qingqing decided to take the initiative to go north, Ruan Daking Chengqiu, who guessed Wu Qingqing mind that emptiness is to create the illusion of Nanjing, cited Liu Zuyihai hands to obtain reasons for rebellion. In terms of military affairs, Wu Jun has no big problems to solve. Zuyihai, Zuyujin and others. However, he had a reason to rebel still missing. The reason is that this thing is important. Sometimes it is useless and cannot increase the actual combat power. But most of the time, there must be. Without a proper reason for rebellion, even if he wins the throne, his position is not right, and the people of the world cannot be convinced. In this case, on the one hand, the reputation is not good, and on the other hand, it will also make some careerists feel tempted and have an excuse to do things. In short, a reason for rebellion is very important. Wu Jun must find a reason for rebellion. If he can find it, he has to create one artificially. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 270 chapters are determined rebellion. Lead Liuzi to the seat of the main action attack. Wu Qingqing is deliberately trick rebel grounds. As long as Zuyihai main move to attack him, that is, to force him to rebel. Instead he wanted to rebel. Wu Qingqing regain lost ground in the front line against the Qing dynasty. Zhu Yihai but take the initiative to provoke infighting. Zhu Yihai's approach will lose popular support and will chill the Han people. At that time, Wu Qingqing rebelled, and the people would understand him, support him, and would not regard him as a rebellious courtier. After writing the history books, they can also be written in order to save the world common people. He was forced to revolt. Will Zhu Yihai take the opportunity to attack? Wu Qingqing thinks it will happen because this is the only chance for Zhu Yihai to come back. Of course, it doesn't matter if Zhu Yihai is not in the middle, and he won't have any substantial losses. It is nothing more than pushing the time of rebellion back a bit, and there will be opportunities to find excuses in the future. Wu Qingqing's Ting hoped to see to attack himself. He cannot wait to officially proclaim himself emperor. It's not that he wanted to enjoy the emperor's power and life, but that it was inconvenient to do many things without proclaiming the emperor. For example, he wants to reform 6, change move bureaucracy, canonize generals and so on. He has no power to do these things. He can only come secretly, they can't be made public, and they are easily criticized. At the same time, do some good for the people. There are likely people to kindness credited to the situation on the Ming dynasty imperial court. In short, he now has enough military strength. The sooner he can stand on his own, the better. Ming has been ill for a long time, and there is no cure for it. If it is not broken or standing, only under the leadership of the general can this world be reborn from the ashes. Hong Chengqiu followed, and his words were more straightforward, simply saying that the Zhou family was no longer suitable for ruling the world. It was not until then that Liu Hansen and other generals suddenly realized that Wu Qingqing was about to formally rebel. Many people secretly delighted that he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time and so on. That's the case. It's the best choice for this world to be controlled by the general. Compared to those writers can be enough reason to say that a lot of grand title, a few of them generals much easier, directly say that the world should be done by Wu Qingqing. As for the reasons, but as he who did not say, really want to, they say, they can say to a Wu Qingqing that is now the strongest strength. Ill Wait swear allegiance to the army. Liu Han led a 3-kneel. Several other generals followed suit. The minister begs the army to take over the land of Kyushu for the sake of the common people. What Qianqiani said was much more beautiful. What he meant was that Wu Qingqing was not rebelling, but for benefiting the people and the world. The same kind of thing, different versions, the sound is not the same feeling. Wu Qingqing did not decline, not hypocritical. Because it's not necessary in the face of these people are the core members, who thought he wanted to rebel early are well aware. It is too hypocritical for you to say something that you can't bear when it reaches this point. If you want to fall into my injustice, it would seem too hypocritical. To be hypocritical, it is also necessary to fool the stupid or naive people in front of the officials and the people. Anyone who has a bit of a brain knows that rebellion is for power, and it is only incidental for the people. Can be enough incidentally, are regarded as a good person, and some people even that is simply for power, even incidentally, not with it, continue to exploit. The people came to power. How to make Zhu Yihai take the initiative to attack us, how to reduce losses when being attacked, and the guidance of public opinion. These need to be done well. Wu Qingqing said. This is all meticulous work. Wu Qingqing is only responsible for the general direction. How to operate to achieve that effect will be left to Qianqiani, Ruan Daking and others. If they can't even do this thing well, they don't have the right to enjoy this kind of power under one person and over tens of thousands. We will be meeting the end, when the mood to go back to a few of them are very good. This is finally the point. As long as Wu Qingqing succeeds in ascending the throne and proclaiming the emperor, they will be the founders of the country and have the merits of being a dragon. Official post title, what are certainly missed. At home, he began to work carefully. This action is an assessment and an opportunity for them. Who can perform better in this incident, and who will be rewarded by meritorious deeds, will be able to sit in a better position. Hilaire has developed a plan to shock the world. Folk aura calm. The only people can feel is that the city tour finishes and fewer soldiers than before. heard that cancelled the holiday, to begin preparing. This common people have become accustomed to this. After all, the world has not yet settled at this time, and it is normal to fight from time to time. Because of the strength of Wu Jun, the people of Nanjing were less afraid of war. Because they believed, king to beat. If you fight, you will fight. Anyway, you will win. In addition to the shortage of soldiers in the street market, public opinion in the People's Daily also began to reveal the news of the coming war. Wu Jun of leaking military aircraft. Military seems to not care. Let the People's Tribune reported that some of its military operations, there are some logistical preparation of reports. This made the work of the spies of other forces a lot easier, and they quickly learned that Wu Jun was about to expedite the northern expedition. When the news reached Hangzhou, Zhu Yihai called his confidant ministers for time to discuss major issues. The army under Wu Chenqing is really arrogant. It doesn't care about the leakage of military secrets. As the saying goes, the arrogant soldiers will be defeated. I don't think they will be stumbling for long. Fang Guoan snorted coldly. People are always affected by emotions. Fang Guoan and Wu Jun have an antagonism. They wear colored glasses to watch Wu Jun's various actions. In any move of Wu Jun, he was able to pick out the fault. Look like they are ready to scale the north of the northern expedition, which are in our expectations. The only unknown is how many troops he will remain stationed in Nanjing and other places. Zhu Yihai said he had already developed a plan to take advantage of Wu Northern Expedition rear emptiness of when to attack. It's best to capture Nanjing, but if you can't capture Nanjing, you have to occupy Wusong and other places. As long as the account leads Suzhou and Songjiang too, they will be able to get a lot of wealth and technology. There is a stalemate in Wu Chenqing capital. This is their plan. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with it. It is the best plan they can make. Otherwise, there is no other way. Wu Northern Expedition is their only chance. Do not take this opportunity to resist. They will never resist the opportunity. Can only slow death. Zhu Yihai not believe. Wu after Chenqing off the great king let yourself. At that time, even if Wu Chenqing has no reason to rebel, their subordinates can get a yellow robe to add to him, leaving Wu Chenqing no choice. Zhao Qiangyin had done this kind of thing hundreds of years ago. After Zhu Yihai worked hard for a period of time, his army also expanded to 80,000. He thinks he has certain strength to challenge Wu Chenqing. Not over, among which 80,000 people mostly cold weapons troops, 10,000 troops matchlock, flintlock not one. They don't have the powerful research and development capabilities of the King Court, and they haven't figured out the secret of flintlock. Grenade shells they'd get out, but the power is much smaller than the Wu grenade. It does not work in actual combat, only suitable for use when defenders. 80,000 troops, it looks like a lot, but the combat power is worrying. If Wu Chenqing leaves too many troops to garrison, they will also reconsider this plan. Currently, Wu Chenqing has 150,000 in Nanjing. These people probably have been discharged to the north. At that time, they came up to more than 10,000 defenders, and Suzhou and Songjiang defenders at most 20,000 in Nanjing. We have an absolute advantage in military strength. Fang Guoan said. A number of his guess it was not wrong. Wu Chenqing really intend leaving only 1,000 people stationed in South Zili area. Not before. He would quietly put stationed 2 lines of troops and some main exchange. 20,000 people left behind them. There will be 1,000,000 people is the main force. Wu Chenqing believe that there is the 1,000,000 flintlock troops stationed in the city. Zhu Yihai troops can only look on in despair. Everyone, get ready. Zhu Yihai made up his mind. He was unwilling to lose power and prepared to fight to the death. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 271 chapters Wall Cavalry. Nanjing, Dongdaing. There are 30,000 cavalrymen of the Wu army stationed here, as well as some other auxiliary troops such as horse racing. North Central Plains War, the cavalry is essential, because too much of the northern plains suitable for cavalry. Although they have a hollow phalanx, This does not mean that the cavalry is useless. 10,000 King Army infantry battle 10,000 Wu flintlock troops, perhaps a maximum of killing Wu 1,000 people. But 10,000 King Army cavalry battle 10,000 Wu flintlock troops, even put a hollow square, King Wu also can kill 2 or 3,000. Cavalry is useless and better than infantry. Moreover, the Wu army, which is not all flintlock forces, other troops encountered the cold steel of the King cavalry in the plains. It is in a very dangerous thing. Moreover, clear army cavalry is not going to have to impact the hollow square. Sneak attack on the logistics line, sneak attack on a small group of troops, attack the artillery position. If the King army flexibility to make good use of their cavalry, it might be able to determine the situation on the battlefield. In short, the cavalry of the King army is still a combat force that Wu Chengqing needs to take seriously. In order to cope with the cavalry of the King army, Wu Chengqing also reformed his cavalry. The best way to deal with the cavalry of the King army is to use the cavalry to contend. The hollow phalanx is too passive. As long as the cavalry of the King army does not rush into the battle, they will have no choice but to take the cavalry of the King army. Compared with speed, no unit is the opponent of cavalry. With its powerful mobility, infantry can be walked like a monkey. Therefore, considering all things considered, cavalry must be used to contend. However, the King army cavalry, basically Manchu and the Mongolian people, they were trained to grow up on horseback, good at riding and shooting. It is not easy for the Han cavalry to defeat them. For this reason, Wu Chengqing specially compiled the training method of the wall cavalry, and let Dong Tanbao and Mandahai train in this way. Wall cavalry actually means that when the cavalry is charging, they should maintain a dense formation. The distance between the two cavalry should be no more than 10 centimeters, and they should advance like a wall. This concept is relatively advanced. The current cavalry charge, the two cavalry will maintain a large distance between them. The cavalry in the front and rear rows will maintain a distance of several meters. In this way, they have more space to operate and are more flexible. In contrast, wall cavalry is actually very clumsy. When a horse falls, it often trips other comrades. However, the wall cavalry also has its unique advantages, that is, its tactics are suitable for the farming nation. Because as a farming nation are generally not good at riding and shooting, no skilled riding, choosing to slash against the nomads with a wide and sparse formation, which is better than riding skills and more bravery than the individual. That is, if you are short of oneself and long enough to attack the enemy, it is tantamount to seeking death. However, the use of the later wall cavalry tactics, they do not need to riding, and may make up their biggest weakness. As long as you can maintain the formation, you can rush over. Don't underestimate this seemingly silly tactic, but it's actually amazing. At least, the wide and sparse formation of the nomads is definitely not an opponent of the wall cavalry, because, for the intensity of the wall cavalry led to nomadic cavalry did not place space. It is simply pure fight consumption. Their riding skills cannot be used, and they have lost their greatest advantage. Moreover, because the reason for the cavalry denser wall, the two sides in wartime, unit area, and nomadic cavalry often also have to face several enemies stabbed. This is quite deadly, can to an enemy or to a public enemy of the only TV drama where the protagonist or important role, General Walter Dui, need to concentrate on. The slightest mistake will be solved. Knife. One known time, behind or beside someone a knife. In fact, there is no way they deal with. This number of disadvantages is determined by the formation, not by the total strength. He had even had the same number of heads. Useless, wide sparse formation can cause them a lot of cavalry will be in the periphery of the battlefield. The reach of the enemy. You can be exposed to enemy cavalry, will often siege. And this is the magical effect of the wall cavalry. This tactic not only made up for the weakness of the cavalry's poor cavalry skills, but also took advantage of the battle. Relying on these 2 points, the wall cavalry once became the classic tactics of the cavalry. Of course, the wall cavalry is not invincible. If the King army is given time to understand and study this tactic, they can also figure out how to respond. For example, instead of coming into direct contact with the enemy, just shoot arrows at the edge and then fly the enemy's kite. Wall cavalry is slower in speed than the wide and sparse formation because they have to maintain a formation, and a little bit slower is fatal. King army can be hung in front of them, the constant consumption. In short, there is no such kind of tactics in this world that are perfect. As long as they are used just right, they can exert their power. And this time, Wu Qingking was going to bully the king army again. Like a hollow square bully king array as hollow square, it is not invincible, but still can eat king blood loss in this respect, simply because they do not understand the hollow square. The current king army certainly didn't understand the beauty of the wall cavalry, and would definitely have a head-on collision with the Wu Jun cavalry. At that time, it was time for the king army to vomit blood again. Insight is really important. I hope you remember this, learn more, and keep pace with the times. Wu Qingking smiled. Dong Tanbao and Full Tatsumi said, the army command did not experience is a very terrible thing, like a war among the British and French forces, general lack of understanding of machine guns. Assault with the old way of daylight machine guns swept dead as high as 56 million. And when he learned about the characteristics of the machine gun, this loss can be reduced several times. Follow the general's instructions. Dong Tanbao and Mandahai replied. He had the heart to Wu Qingking have a deep sense of awe and fear, because Wu Qingking know what is too much. Obviously combat experience is not really rich, but Wu Qingking always able to come up with some very advanced tactics and thinking ahead. For example, the training method of infantry, the hollow square formation, and the current wall cavalry theory. These looks to very simple and very easy to understand in theory, but to find that it is extremely difficult, unless it is a veteran who has experienced many battles, or a natural wizard like Wu Qingking. Both Dong Tanbao and Mandahai knew their Jinliangs and the gap between them and Wu Qingking, so they couldn't think of disrespect, and they really didn't dare. In his eyes Wu Qingking is the kind of innate dignity in a rare century. This kind of person may be the chosen one. This kind of awe of his subordinates is a good thing for Wu Qingking. At least there is no need to worry about his subordinates rebelling. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 272. Chapter Firepower. How is your practice now? Wu Qingking asked. The training of wall cavalry is not easy, and it requires the soldiers to have great courage, because as at the time of the assault, and very easy to hit the enemy occur, the survival rate of the cavalry in front is very low. This requires the soldiers rushing in front to be very courageous. When the cowardly collides, they may flee, destroy the formation, and cause terrible effects. Its solid wall cavalry and line infantry tactics somewhat similar, is to emphasize discipline, do not pay attention to personal valor. Then, defeat the enemy with a hard-to-expenditure method. This seemingly silly tactic is often a very powerful tactic. At least, the current Miss Army line infantry invincible. Outsiders see only as the advantage of their weapons, but do not know that an army of courage and discipline is horrific. Face thousands rushing to their horses can calm the troops. Opened fire. Can an ordinary army? This kind of army, even if it throws away the flintlock and picks up the spear, is definitely not an army that can be defeated by the same number of enemy forces. It can be said that the current Wu army already has some shadows of the modern army. Please inspect the army. Dong Tanbao arranged for a regiment to conduct an assault drill. As the whistle sounded, the cavalry of a 1,000-member regiment divided into 5 rows, each with more than 200 men, and the length of each column is only less than 200 meters long. The cavalry is very close. With the red front whistle sounded, thousands of people started, slowly at first. Speed has been referred to an appropriate speed, then rush forward. Whole red front process. The soldiers need to pay attention is to control their horses and others to maintain a consistent pace, not fast nor slow. This is simple to say, but it is actually very difficult to do. Let the soldiers of the King Army line up and take a positive step, and they will find it difficult to maintain a neat formation. But Wu Jun still had to keep the horses tidy, and the difficulty can be imagined. Not before the day of their cavalry training. Training all day, under practice makes perfect. Touches have been able to control the horse very well. At least, Wu Qingqing can be seen in the telescope. The formation of this group is relatively neat, like a straight line the same. Chong after over a distance, it appears in front of Wu cavalry horses is some straw to make false and false cavalry. He have to do is rush against those scarecrow, and remains formation in the process. The effect of this kind of training, to be honest, is relatively average. After all, everyone knows that there is not much danger in hitting the straw dummies. But the Collision King Army Cavalry is losing your life at any time. But this is Wu could think relatively good way of training. They are unlikely to arrange 2 units to hedge it in training. Do not know how many people die. After all, cavalry and infantry are still different. Horses are not easy to control, and they are easy to be trampled to death if they fall into the ground. Wu Qingqing watching them crossed the forest of straw, but also to maintain a neat formation, was also quite satisfactory. Can be enough to make this point. It is sufficient and king a fight. He had no need to be perfect, you only need to do more on it than the king. Is not wrong, continue. I've had sent a number of armored, it can be used in the vanguards of the body, as well as the ability to increase the life-saving impact. Wu Qingqing brought 2,000 heavy armor. This heavy armor, more or less may play some role in the protection of a cavalry charge. Nanjing is currently working with industry capability, can actually create more armor, but not necessary, because they do not have so many thoroughbred horses. These armors weighed 10 or 20 catties, which is a great burden for horses, and they cannot be used by any horse. Wu army among the horses, most of them are seized Mongolia King. This kind of horse is about 1.4 meters high, and its endurance is actually very average, and its explosive power is fair, not suitable for heavy cavalry mounts. Can be enough to do the heavy cavalry is Hasadrachma, a Fergana BMW, which horse is scarce and precious. These war horses were basically seized, and the purchased Southwest horses were only about 1.2 meters tall, which was a head shorter than the Mongolian horses. It can only be used to carry military supplies, and cannot be used as a war horse. Its explosive power is too poor and its size is too small. After inspecting the cavalry, Wu Qingqing went to inspect the infantry battalion. In the artillery battalion, he watched the rehearsal of the infantry coordinated by his subordinates. The so-called step artillery coordination is still shelling when the infantry began to advance. I didn't dare to do this in the past, because it placed very high demands on artillery, and they had to fight more accurately. If you are not accurate, you will hurt your morale if you hit yourself. Therefore, in the past, artillery bombarded first, and then infantry bombed. And now, with the improvement of artillery technology, they have developed a tactic of coordinated infantry artillery. This tactic allows their infantry to create more damage and pressure on the enemy as they approach the enemy, and can cover their advancement. Its role is definitely incomparable with the infantry of later generations, but it is better than nothing. This tactic can still make them a little bit cheaper when fighting against the enemy. In addition to the infantry coordination, a new type of weapon, light artillery, was added to the infantry. This was made by the people of Weapon Workshop, and Wu Qingqing did not give any guidance. With the technology augmentation and Weapon Square now has relatively strong R&D capability, they will develop some weapons according to the needs of the military. Current guns are very heavy. Some army generals have long wanted a light artillery up. This kind of light artillery has a simple structure, a relatively small power, and a short range. However, it has a very powerful advantage, that is, it is very light. 2 soldiers can be pushed away. A skilled soldier can carry out the operation of firing the gun. This lightness gives it strong mobility, which can advance at any time as the infantry advances, providing fire support. The function of this is a bit like class mortars in later generations, but they are completely 2 kinds of mortars, and their technical content is much lower than that of mortars. This kind of light artillery is actually more like a large flaming gun. With the addition of this weapon, their firepower on the battlefield has become stronger, and their combat power is also an improvement. So looking at one's own firepower, Wu Qingqing be completely at ease. This firepower, not to mention the king could not carry the current that no country could go on. Western Europe that side although has begun to spread flintlock, but they certainly can match the firepower Wu, because they have few people. In the small countries of Western Europe, fighting a battle of tens of thousands of people can be regarded as a decisive battle. Fights of hundreds of thousands are common only in China. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 273 chapters Spiritual sustenance. After inspecting the barracks, Wu Qingqing returned home. In the backyard, he saw Chen Yuan, Wu Yu and the others were playing mahjong. Luo Minutes did not participate, and after she became pregnant, she devoted herself to raising the baby, not to mix up these miscellaneous things. Sun Yangxuan stayed in the room alone, and even her portable maid went to watch other people play mahjong, but she didn't like mahjong games, and didn't like to join in the fun. After all, when playing mahjong, people are easy to be surprised, they are easy to be happy when they get a good card, and they are easy to be depressed when they are cut off. In short, playing mahjong tends to cause a person's mood swings to be relatively large, and it looks very immodest. As a person who received female moral education from a young age, Sun Yangxuan always pays attention to her own image and naturally does not play that kind of game. Moreover, because more and more as she read the book, but also a little lofty literati, like later when King Woman's One Way, generally failing to appreciate the kind of vulgar game. She liked to go to the perception of life, the pursuit of some of them feel meaningful things. Compared with some laymen, she is more ideal. Wu when she came to the room Qingqing a person in calligraphy, evidently quite boring. Why do you not go with her who play with them? Wu Qingqing went over. He did not care whether his dignified woman needs time. Anyway, he had the experience of female rogue 21st century, female man, woman driver. With those people making comparisons, he saw that any woman in this era felt that she was well behaved, sensible and obedient, and there was really no need to ask for more. So, Wu Qingqing will not bother to ask them to keep cool and elegant image of what can have fun is the most important. After all, he usually has very little time to accompany them. Thinking about it, Wu Qingqing felt that if he were Sun Yangxuan, he would have been boring and autistic. I do not like Huan play mahjong, I feel no sense. Sun Yangxuan said, that you like joy to do what? Do not find something to do, it will probably bored of it all day long. Wu Qingqing asked. Sun Yangxuan thought for a while, shook her head, saying that she didn't know. She'd like to say, baby, children can take a day later. However, this ideal seems too superficial. Or promise, you can try writing a novel, and now more than one newspaper in town, not registered affairs, that publishes various forms of fiction. It is said that high sales volume has a tendency to go beyond the People's Tribune. You can also write on this book. If you can write a masterpiece, it will be famous forever. Wu Qingqing suddenly thought of a good idea. Write a book. This is a very meaningful thing, can express themselves, but also the sentiment of life. Moreover, Sun Yangxuan also has that writing style. How can I kind of literary talent? Write books are Mr. Are those things. I am a small woman dare not arrogant. Sun Yangxuan said that she didn't want to write, but she had a low self-esteem and didn't dare to write. After all, writing a book is a very serious matter, and people who need a certain status are qualified to write. If other people write at will, they can only increase their laughter and laugh generously. Don't worry about this, you forgot who your husband and I am. No matter how well you write, others must say yes to it after reading it. Wu Qingqing laughed. How that line it. He had his mouth to say good things, but also secretly zibuding how call me a fox it. Sun Yangxuan didn't want a fox to fake a tiger, she wanted a face. You think too much. Perspective goo, making it difficult to live happy. Well, I command you to write a book, well written on the issue. Writing bad for the husband to do your only audience, which at the head office got it. Wu Qingqing Tukao Road, Sun Yunxian in order to find something spiritual, so she will not be so bored. He is also enough to fight. What? Sun Yunxian was speechless. All this was ordered, and it seemed that it wouldn't work if she didn't write. Although she also knew that Wu Chenking's order was teasing her, it at least showed that Wu Chenking wanted her to do so. Wu Chenking is her day. She hopes Wu Chenking, regardless of her heart, would be willing to be obedient. And in fact, she was also wanted to write, but fear not only write. The same time, she was afraid to write too good. What this era emphasizes is that women's ignorance is virtue, and it seems that it is not a good thing for a woman to write a book. I will try, but what should I write? Suddenly, Sun Yunxian had a headache. She used to think she had a good literary talent, but now suddenly she was ready to write a book, and she found that she seemed quite talented and insipid, and she had nothing to write. This is simple. Just write some love stories. Most people who read novel are bored women hiding at home like you. She had most liked to see, certainly, the kind of love stories like The West Chamber. There are very few such novels on the market at present. As long as you write them not too badly, they will be popular. Wu Chenking laughed. He felt either too busy at this time of writing a routine small that will certainly make a great joy to see those laity. Unfortunately, the generation writer, destined to be emperor thing industry to delay. Wu Chenking heart could not help feeling the next. Is this really okay? Sun Yunxian asked. She seemed to be asking Wu Chenking, but also to herself. Sure, as long as the text written plainly, it is not necessary to use too much rhetoric. Try to use white, then you can clearly tell the story. And the story well, do amount to write a number of twists and turns. For example, at the beginning, it was written that a young lady was forced to sell herself to bury her father to marry a wealthy businessman or a concubine because of the war. This kind of story is the easiest to evoke the sympathy and motherhood of those women, and make them empathize. Wu Chenking said, though his past life book basically did not see how women frequencies, but the routines are still a little understood. The routine has been able enough to become routine. It shows that this set of real and effective. That sounds reasonable, not excessive. Why do you know so much Xiangong's Wang woman thing? Sun Yunxian vomited that Wu Chenking is a big man after all, and he has a lot of research on women's psychology, which feels weird. I don't know about this either. Maybe, it's really just like the spread outside. I am a god descending to the earth, knowing everything. Wu Chenking said helplessly. He secretly glad that they did not hold back to help those women's sanitary napkins invention, or even more poorly explained, do not know how many strange looks to suffer it. His words made Sun Yunxian amused, and she liked Wu Chenking's nonsense appearance. Wu Chenking is not an old-fashioned person, from time to time will make her happy, but also care about her. If it weren't for Wu Chenking to be too busy, marrying Wu Chenking would be perfect for her. Now, that's not bad. At least there are countless women who envy her. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 274 chapters established nurse system. And asked the Sun Yunxian. Wu Chenking also began to pick up a pen, wrote a decree, preparations for the care of the battlefield. The current army only has a small number of medics who accompanied the army. They usually engage in small-scale battles, and they are barely busy coming over. Once a large-scale decisive battle is carried out, the military doctors will have no choice. A large number of wounded because they did not have to end therapy, thereby falling death or disability. If it can be treated in time, the cure rate can increase by at least 1 to 2%. And this kind of problem has not been solved yet, because doctors are a highly skilled profession. Not all over the street can be enough to bring some of the army medic has been pretty good, and some poorer army medic did not have to on. Once injured, you can only deal with it simply by yourself. Soldiers don't have professional skills and can only rely on experience. Such simple treatments are often difficult to save. Wu Chenking have been trying to solve this problem, but he cannot come out of thin air some doctors. Therefore, he thought of field nurses. This was something that suddenly came to mind when she asked Sun Yunxian to do something. The advantage of equipping doctors with nurses is that nurses can do some simple nursing work, thereby freeing up the doctor and allowing the doctor to spend all his time on the high-tech work of taking arrows and stitching wounds. In this way, the number of soldiers that a doctor can rescue can be several times, even more than 10 times. At first, Wu Qingqing wanted to recruit a group of men to do the nurses, because the trend of the times, to recruit women to the barracks others is difficult to understand. Most probably think that's camp followers. This is a very heavy public opinion pressure for those women who are nurses, and may not be able to recruit people. However, Nanjing is now employing people in all aspects, and the labor force is not very abundant. The treasure-expensive male labor force recruiting nurses to do, more or less wasted. It is very important to treat the wounded and to develop people's livelihood. And compared to those precious expensive male labor force, in the city there are a large number of female labor not to use, has been wasted. She had only to do needlework at home only a handful of money. Very worthwhile. She recruited who can most rational use of labor. Moreover, from the rough hands rough feet compared to men that women attentive, more fine time to take care of wounded soldiers in the cause, you can do better. In addition, female nurses also have a magical effect, which can increase the wounded soldier's desire to survive, and has a placebo effect. Well, man, is a woman according to good time, will be more love in this world. If it is a beautiful woman, this comfort effect will be doubled. After comprehensive consideration, Wu Qingqing decided to recruit women. Although recruiting is a bit troublesome, it is easy to do as long as you start the job. As long as everyone accepts the profession and is free of prejudice, recruiting people in the future will be much easier. The decree, Wu Qingqing emphasis, nurse not a prostitute, that any soldier dared to infringe a nurse, will be subject to the most severe punishment. The lowest penalty is thrown into the death squad. If the situation is worse, beheaded directly. Wu Qingqing also indicates Sui Izi when, let him detailed explanation on the People's Tribune nurse profession, so that people understand the people in this profession, the lifting of misunderstanding. The same time, People's Tribune would also like to praise the nurse, to guide public opinion. They will rise to the height of patriotism. Finally, give nurses a higher salary to attract women who are forced by their lives to apply. This combination of punches should be able to achieve some results more or less. The next day, the new policy was promulgated, which really caused a lot of controversy. Let alone the people, even some officials in the government feel this is not good. Let women enter the army. This is too easy for people to misunderstand. Not just explain a few words and others will believe it. Moreover, it is now stipulated that soldiers are not allowed to assault female nurses. But when morale is really low, can those soldiers still be able to control it? Or, will some military officers privately allow soldiers to vent to female nurses? Or, can some officers take the lead and control their lower body well? In short, this decree will bring a lot of trouble and criticism to the military camp, and in the eyes of some people, it will do more harm than good. Soldiers were injured and died, in the eyes of some people being very often, because for the military since ancient times like this thing, the soldiers died when they died. That was their fate. Of course, some thought than the more liberal officials to support Wu Qingqing of this decree, the so-called care about their patients. When saving lives, one should not care about too many differences between men and women. When a woman is sick, don't she have to be skin-to-skin contact by the male doctor? Not before. Whether they support or have any comments, this decree have been implemented down. Some things Wu Qingqing through hand will continue to discuss, to formulate policy. And some things, Wu Qingqing will also speak up. Wu officials Qingqing men work to do for a long time knows, but a word Wu Qingqing who decided to do, then think too much. Good to execute on the right. If you have to pretend to be a loyal minister, or try to persuade Wu Qingqing with loyalty and persuasion, there is basically no good end. Wu Qingqing not Chongzhen, he is a very strong-minded, and even can be said to be self-willed man. Face of such a strong Shangguan, a sensible person with counseling. In the public rooms, which the decree also sparked controversy. Those scholars who don't know the suffering of the people naturally attacked without hesitation, saying that Wu Chengqing was openly equipping the army with prostitutes, which would corrode the army's fighting will. Some people really think so. Such people can only say that they are stupid and short-sighted. And some people want to show their nobility, and like to criticize some things from a moral perspective, in order to attract attention. This kind of person is worse. Of course, what's even worse is that there are some people with unpredictable intentions who take this opportunity to slander Wu Chengqing, want to slander Wu Chengqing's reputation, and arouse people's dissatisfaction with Wu Chengqing. Nanjing is so big, fish and dragon are mixed, there are everyone. Not before, they cannot afford to lift big waves. Wu Chengqing opponent is always and only the King Ming, or the entire landlord class, the student or the entire class, the entire merchant class. A single person jumped out and jumped. Wu Chengqing was not even interested. And scholar different point of view is that many poor people very supportive of this decree. He had certainly no women will shop and go to the nurse attracted criticism. But the high salary Jiabuziya, and all the ordinary soldiers are the same high, but not dangerous, hiding in the rear. More importantly, the people believed Wu Chengqing. Since Wu Chengqing gives the assurance that nurses are not camp followers, we will ensure that their innocence. Many people are still somewhat attractive. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 275 chapter power of words. On day, the nurses recruited not many people, and most of them were elderly women. This result certainly did not satisfy Wu Chengqing. The relevant persons in charge were panicked and hurriedly worked overtime. Qian Qiani of the Ministry of Rights wrote an article saying that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. This husband includes not only ordinary people, but also women. Article argument is that peace and harmony is best for everyone, so each individual should strive for this goal, to contribute. Women are no exception. At first glance, this reason is quite reasonable. Not only had this sentence in the end there is no reason, after some in-depth discussion in fact be difficult to get everyone agreed with the conclusion. Not before, this is not important. It can penetrate to think people are always just a few of the 21st century is the case, let alone filled with ancient illiterate. Most people will follow the thoughts in Qian Qiani's article, and then go with the flow and come to the conclusion that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world, thus agreeing with Qian Qiani's point of view. At the same time, Wu Chengqing also personally wrote an article. He briefly discussed the meaning of life. In the book, Wu Chengqing stated that everyone who comes to this world needs to find the meaning of life. Body for officials. The meaning of life is to ensure the functioning of the court, for the good of the common people. Body for the soldiers. The meaning of life is to defend the country and protect the world's people from slavery alien. Body for businessmen. The meaning of life is to create more wealth and achieve common prosperity of the world. Body as artisans. Live the Italian righteousness invention is to create a more convenient tool for the benefit of the world. Wu class Chengqing listed there are many. Every class he would help them find the meaning of a living. Based on this alone, he can be regarded as a contemporary thinker. Although this kind of ideological education has the nature of ignoring people, if everyone believes it, it will be good for society as a whole. Place. On the banks of the Qinhuai River, Yang Xiaoxiao and several sisters are reading the newspaper again. Look, Sister Yang, this is an article by the Lord Go. And his articles are rare. Someone knew that Yang Xiaoxiao was Wu Chengqing's little fan, and she handed the newspaper to Yang Xiaoxiao in place. A live intended meaning? After reading this article, Yang Xiaoxiao felt confused. She didn't know the meaning of her life. The little one is that she was sold to a brothel, and then she learned all kinds of talents in piano, chess, calligraphy, and calligraphy. as well as the skills to deceive and serve men. Now she has been of a new generation of kin who and has no money to spend, living close to the carefree state. But in this state, it is the most boring and empty, and it is the easiest to think more. See this article. Yang Xiao also thought about the meaning to be alive, then found her sad reminder of the meaning of their own existence is seemingly to please a man. It is now, and it will be the same after marrying someone else as a concubine in the future. This is more or less unwilling. I've decided, I'm going to be a nurse and save the lives of soldiers. Lord Go said, well, everyone can do their part to save the people of the world. Who said that saving the people of the world is only a matter of men, and we women can also do it. After a long time, Yang Xiao suddenly spoke and said something that shocked everyone. What, Sister Yang? You are going to be a nurse and serve those brave men? Other people scared, surprised and asked, they make money and more easily that way in this Qinhui River. Even if he is serving men, he is also serving men with literacy and identity. And do nurses, to serve, but those who belong to the soldiers' cheap nationality. What take a yokel, that ensure to keep our soldiers safe? If they are, we are still barbarians. Nanjing enslave it. Do not you forget that, after 2 taxes White Wuguogong Nanjing, we have to pay less than before success. Have you forgotten that when the Manchus occupied Nanjing, we were in fear every day? I do not know. Do not sleep. The Yang Xiao our consciousness to a higher level than others. She also likes this sense of superiority that everyone is drunk and I am alone. However, going to the battlefield is dangerous, unfortunate, and earns little money. She had these people, relatively high income groups also belong to it. Become a nurse is really a bit silly. Not before. Yang Xiao now is not the pursuit of wealth, but a realization of the value of life. She continued to explain her reasons to the sisters, and even persuaded several other people and women to go with her. After a period of publicity and guidance, the nurse station eventually recruited 500 girls and women. Among them, the majority are women, and the unmarried girls have more concerns. After all, they will marry in the future. Now I'm a nurse, and in waiting for a man. It's a bit ugly after all. Even if you are innocent, others may not believe it. 500 is not enough, but this is almost the limit they can recruit. The 500 women were gathered in one place and followed the doctor to learn the skills of washing the wounds with alcohol and bandaging the wounds with clean gauze. Are more than a simple live a few days off their disposal are similar than the relatively smart people, and even assisted the doctor for surgery. After the nurses were established, Wu Qingqing also came to the nurses to personally encourage and reward these avant-garde women. This is an important step for him to liberate the female labor force. If the profession of nurses can gradually be recognized by ordinary people, and then let women participate in other professions, the resistance will not be so great. In ancient Huamulan Father's army, nearly there on the battlefield of you to heal. Some stupid laity understand the outside world did not understand your greatness. There will be some ugly remarks. You don't need to care about these, because in my heart, in the hearts of our soldiers and soldiers, in the hearts of smart people, you are heroines. Wu Qingqing said a bunch of them boast of good things. Just let them feel that they are doing something great sacred, they will be more careful, to which is an ideal and career, not a job. Here Wu Qingqing, then a lot of people are excited. Women basically have no status in this era, and naturally they are rarely recognized and praised. But now, Wu Qingqing, Wu Guogong, one of the most powerful people in the world, recognizes them and praises them as heroines. How can they remain calm than the relatively stupid, or say relatively innocent people, after listening to the offer, are not hate his knees after Wu Qingqing words to express their loyalty? This is the real hero, broad-minded, unique insight, and no one can match. Yang Xiao said with emotion, Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 276. Chapter 1st Front Army. In early August, Wu Army vanguards arrived in Zhenjiang, and then began to cross the river from Zhenjiang Place. Play before the front of the Army's 2nd Army 21 Division. 1st Division and Navy. The head of the 21st Division is Tang Yuozhen, a leader in the academy. He is only 25 years old this year, very young. Moreover, the rationale for theory of knowledge is very solid, very rich combat experience, experienced Nanjing and Zhujiang decisive battle, rely on exploits, rise up step by step. Although he is a new student, his personal relationship with Liu Hansen is very good. This time, it was also the Vanguard's task that Liu Hansen had won for him. This task was completed well, and it is another credit. Moreover, this task does not seem to have any difficulty. The King army stationed in Yangtze had less than 10,000 people, and they were basically green camps, not many 8-banners soldiers. After all, the population of the Manchun Mongolian tribes is too small, and the process of annexing Ming is like a snake swallowing elephants. If Ming is a dead elephant, they still have time to digest it slowly. Just like the original time and space, Nanming hardly resisted. But if it is to swallow, the elephant can reach a little intense struggle, this snake's belly would not stand. Just like now, the King army only suffered 2 disastrous defeats, and immediately suffered from a shortage of troops. In most parts of the north, only green camp soldiers can be garrisoned. These people say nothing of its combat power, such as how, only that loyalty is a big problem. King army strong, they are sure they will follow the rear end. Once the King army continued to experience failure, they are no doubt some of the fence. Wu quickly backward over there. The 8 banners of Man Mongolia is the basic plate of Dorgan. If this plate is smashed, the territory is full of clouds. Yangzhou, General Military Mansion. Sir, what should we do? General Alin Bao ordered us to go to the river immediately to prevent Wu Jun from landing. Hearing the inquiries from his subordinates, Yangtze Green Camp Chief Fang squinted his eyes and knocked on the table, then vomited. Stop. How to stop? Do you use this bright knife to scare Wu Jun back? Yangzhou is close to Nanjing, so Fangs also knows Nanjing well and knows the true strength of Wu Jun. With the 8,000 troops under his own, plus those backward swords, this is not to resist at all, it is obviously to die. Its resistance to Wu Jun, might as well find a way to Arlington to kill Paul, but added that much easier. Alin Paul directly under the ministry of the team, only 300 people, can easily be exterminated. Moreover, he has always been prepared to do so. Party policy has long been known. Wu army, if you want to go north, then great probability is, from their own side through, because there are Beijing hangs a Grand Canal. So, very early on, he began to think about what he would do when Wu Jun went north. After countless deductions and thoughts, his decision was to surrender anyway. A good bird chooses wood to live, and a person who knows the current affairs is a handsome man. Fangs has not sold his life to Ming, and naturally he will not be so stupid to sacrifice his life to the king court. He only sees himself, according to the plan, do something clean and don't let Alin Bao run away. Fangs said. Several of his abdomen heard the words and immediately understood and started to work. The so-called plan, Alin Paul is alive, then whereabouts of Wu sent messengers to surrender, the way to talk about the conditions, see if I can keep the original office. Not too long, the city appeared for a while Sisha sound. But soon, these voices subsided. There were more than 300 people, and they were still attacked by a premeditated attack. And they didn't resist for long. After dozens of people died, the rest chose to surrender. After all, there are only a few people who can continue to resist even when they see no hope. Fangs, you are a wolf-hearted tempter, and I was in vain to value you. You even collided with the enemy. The arrested Alin Bao yelled at Fangs, but Fangs was indifferent and just looked at Alin Bao with a smile. Alin Paul continues eyebrow curse of party policy. After impatient, the strategy will be very Zhang Zhui. Bang bang bang. Dozens of big loud mouths sun down. Alin Paul's mouth has been unable to speak. Swear, continue to swear. You say you are stupid or not? Fangs smiled. In the eyes of others, Alin Bao is a spineless performance. In Fang's eyes, this is brain damage. Guazhou, Wu Jun did not encounter any resistance, landing smoothly. This allows Tang Yuozhen some frustration, not fighting. He also, embarrassed to say, from own Tenglu have any credit. A large number of soldiers who were originally a little nervous began to go ashore talking and laughing, and at the same time carry various materials and equipment to the shore. When the materials of more than 10,000 people are piled together, they are as high as a hill. In his time of their busy, the strategy dispatched messengers arrived, expressed willingness to surrender. This is why Tang Yuozhen knows why he has not encountered resistance, and there is someone who is co-authoring to surrender. Tang Yuozhen looked down on these wall grass and cartilage. But since Wu Qingqing established policy is to accept any form of surrender, welcome to encourage the enemy to surrender. This makes the officers and generals who want to make meritorious service helpless. But they are not too mentally disabled to refuse Fang Si's surrender for a little merit. Not enough to win the loss of a single soldier. Yangzu always a good thing, as the credit well, later. Anyway, this decisive battle, there is no hard battle to fight with no worries. Tang Yuozhen accepted Fang Si's request for surrender. As for the treatment after surrender, Tang Yuozhen was not qualified to make claims. He could only assure Fangs that the treatment would not be bad. Fangs didn't particularly care about this reply, because he had long ago inquired about the current situation of the generals who had surrendered to Wu Jun, and knew that all those surrendering factions had been very moist. For example, Chengqiu, Dongtan Bao, who, after surrender, were also among the top Wu score. This phase when rare, people like Wu Sangai who have made super contributions to the Qing dynasty are still just a general soldier at this time, and they have not squeezed into the high level of the Qing court at all. Wu Qingqing drop will not only Han Chinese preferential treatment, even the Manchu people he can forgive. For example, Mandahai and others, after surrendering as Manchus, can continue to lead troops to power. These examples, without exception, prove Wu Jun's tolerance and their promise to treat prisoners preferentially. With these good reputation records, the generals of other forces are very trustworthy of Wu Qingqing's promises and policies. After taking over Yangzhou, the army behind can directly enter the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal and land near Yangzhou, saving a lot of effort. Needless to say, all its materials have entered the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal. For a time, the canal was densely packed with military ships, and other merchant ships evaded one after another. It's going to fight again. The people on the merchant ship said with emotion. Wu Jun, such a drastic move, naturally concealed spies various forces. Wu main army of the northern expedition began the news, quickly passed to other forces. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 277 Chapter 4 The Warring States. Beijing, Wu obtained after the army has won Yangzhou, and sent troops across the river north of the main news. Dole seemed less angry and tense. This was mainly due to their multiple decisive battle plans, one of which was to take the initiative to release Wu Jun to Jiangbai for a decisive battle. This has an advantage. That is, they can take advantage of their cavalry and reduce logistical pressure. Once the enemy is defeated, the enemy can be left with nowhere to escape and completely wiped out. Of course, getting a little bad place, that is to give up a number of cities, first sent a large site to Wu. But those better place than Dole group of people feel able to Liu Jun battle in the north. The eradication of Wu's effective strength is the ideal situation. If the Wu army does not go north, they have to find ways to develop plans to cross the river. He who did not think the ideal situation actually appeared in advance, which for them is really a big wedding. My lord, it seems that this is God's will. This is a sign that God wants to destroy Wu Jun. Mao Wensi said. Although he didn't believe in ghosts and gods, Dorgan would definitely like to say such nice words at this time. This Wu Qingqing is really arrogant, and he took the initiative to give up the advantage of the Yangtze River natural hazard. I want him to understand how powerful our cavalry is. Multitude. He had already studied the square, now almost hollow, made some tactical and destroys the law. His tactic is not to impact the hollow square when required. If necessary, the cavalry on the battlefield must change their weapons, mainly with spears. Holding more than bayonets long spear, soldiers can be stabbed to death. Wu met without bayonet, which break up Wu's formation. Once the formation is broken up, they can start to one-sided slaughter. Ordered the ministry's immediate line of action. In Xuzi build-up. This time, I want to attend in person. Duo a gunshot under the table. He has been for some time not on the battlefield. It was gradually transformed into a handsome politician but this time, it was about the Battle of Darking's fate. He decided to conquer himself, and he was not at ease if he did not. A few days later, the king government 300,000 large army gathered in Xuzi. Among them, there are 130,000 Manchu 8 banners, 30,000 Mongolian 8 banners, 40,000 Han army 8 banners, and 100,000 Green Camp. This is almost the entire family of the Qing dynasty. You must know that the total population of their Manchus was about 800,000 when they entered the customs, including about 300,000 men between the ages of 16 and 50. 80,000 died and surrendered in Nanjing, more than 40,000 died and surrendered in Zhejiang, and the remaining men who could still fight were about 170,000. Among them, 10,000 are scattered in various parts of the north, supervising public security in various places. 20,000 people stayed in Beijing, shocking the surrounding area, and 10,000 people stayed outside the pass. The other 130,000, mostly Erdogan, all brought out. This is not due to the lack of troops under Dorgan. The total force in the north is at least 600,000 to 700,000. But they are all green camps. But at this level of war, he really couldn't believe in Han soldiers. Bringing too many green camp soldiers to the battlefield at one time is difficult to control. If a defection occurs before the war, it might affect the overall battle. Moreover, the old Han army had very poor fighting will, unable to fight hard battles, and was easily defeated. This is to bring the soldiers make up the numbers, not much use. It can only be a waste of army food. In desperation, Erdogan can only use a lot of Manchuria and Mongolia 8 banners soldiers. The 8 banners of the Han army are also more reliable. After all, they have been with him for a long time and are trustworthy. And the 100,000 green camp is the headache of Dorgan. If these 100,000 green camps can be as effective as the 8 banners of the Han army, then their strength can be directly increased by a level. For this reason, before setting off, Dorgan issued a new decree to the 100,000 Green Camp soldiers. He announced that after this battle, all 100,000 Green Camp soldiers can be assigned to the 8 banners of the Han army and enjoyed the same treatment as the 8 banners of the Han army. This decree can more or less attract those soldiers, and the treatment of entering the 8 banners is more than twice as good as that of the Green Camp. However, this will also bring a great financial burden to the Qing dynasty. The money to raise an 8 banners soldier is enough to raise 2 to 3 Green Camp soldiers. At this time, a large amount of money is needed to organize 100,000 Green Camps into the 8 banners soldiers. Superficially due Erdogan this decree bit sloppy, but the Green Camp some smart people is to see through Erdogan plans. Given the benefits, these 100,000 people must rush to the front as cannon fodder. There are 50,000 people who can survive this war, which is not bad, which is equivalent to half of the expenditure. And as long as the shock made their fighting spirit, defeated Wu Jun, Dole can go to plunder the south. With the wealth of the south today, this benefit can be fully afforded. Unfortunately, capable enough to look out for people who cannot change this situation. There are 8 banners soldiers on the left and right. Rebellion is a dead end. If you go to fight, there may be a silver lining. Many Waleed actually still believe the king can win this battle, because they have twice as many troops of Wu, has also been greatly improved in the equipment. In Beijing, Da prayed for Dorgan and other soldiers in the palace, praying that this war would be won, because they couldn't afford to lose. If you lose, not only will the world change hands, but even their race will probably be extinct. In the patriarchal era, a person's identity is often determined by his father. Daya is a Mongolian, and Huang Deji is a Manchu. The children they gave birth to are not mixed, but they are Manchu, and it is up to the father to decide. When a Manchu woman marries a Han man, the child born is naturally Han. The fate of a race is almost entirely determined by men. This time they dispatched almost all adult men. Once the war fails, those adult men will either die in battle or be captured and lose their right to mating. At that time, those Manchu women who have lost their men will definitely end up being divided up by Han men. Maybe, there is a real possibility of annihilation. Moreover, even if he wins, as long as adult men die too much, it is still a huge hidden danger. Daya felt vaguely that entering the customs might not be the right choice. With the size of the Manchu King dynasty, it is really unpopular to rule this land of China. At the beginning, we should not be so anxious to go south to Jiangnan, but because we first digested the north and consolidated the regime. Queen Dowager, you don't have to worry too much. The regent will be invincible. Sumoa said with relief. What can we do if we win? There are millions of Han people in this world, we don't even have a million. How can we control this world? Daya sighed. Were not so many people rely on. This all laid to the north of the well. Sumoa said. The past is completely different from the present. There was no heroic character in the Ming army before. The Ming army will be able to defend itself without seeing hope. It is very easy to rule. But now there is another Wu Chenking in the Ming army, and he allows others to see the hope of victory. With the hope of winning, those survivors will have two hearts and become extremely difficult to rule. Can be enough to instill obedience. Dole clean up, keep the youngest son of the throne. Do not lower IQ, many problems to see even more clearly than Dorgan. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 278 chapters. All living creatures. Northern large-scale military operations, concealed number of well-informed people. A Beijing between houses where Manchu men aged 14 to 15 about a pair of his wife, he said, tidy, I have returned customs. Why go back outside the customs? Beijing is much better than outside the customs. That about 30-year-old woman inquired. She is the boy's stepmother since her husband died, so now it has become a young wife. I won't go back outside the customs, there are no perfume soaps outside the customs, and there are no comfortable days in Beijing. Another woman in her early 20s said that she was also the boy's woman, originally the boy's sister-in-law. With the death of a large number of Manchu adult men, the number of wives owned by the remaining Manchu men has increased a lot. What a shit. In order to live in Beijing, my father and my elder brother have both died in battle. The regent has led the army to the south. If I lose this time, I will enlist in the next conscription. Several I know, brother. I heard that they have all died in the battle. In some unlucky Nilu, hundreds of people in the entire Nilu have all lost their lives. The young man scolded. The soldiers at the bottom didn't care whether the world should go to Dorgan or Wu Chenking. He only wanted to save his life. The original entry. His father affinity brother robbed a lot of belongings back, but he did quite like Dolan's support of the war. However, with clear military defeats in war, his father and brother have been killed. His heart would have become very boycott war. He was also afraid of such a high mortality rate. Although the living conditions are a bit bitter after returning to the customs, at least he can save his life. How can this be good? Without permission, we will be punished heavily if we return outside the customs without permission. The woman looked sad. She was afraid of the court, but also worried about losing her man again. If the current husband dies in battle, there will be no one to adopt them. At that time, they may become public property in a certain cattle record, or they may find a more unbearable person to accept themselves. In short, it is not a good home. I figured out a way to meet with Du Tong, and offer some of the family's belongings, and see if I can ease him. The young man said, on the contrary, he was determined to return to the outside world. In addition to some of the civilians wanted to run back to the customs, then some of the more timid of the Manchu nobility also began to plan. He are now very insecure, because surrounded Han Chinese. In the past, relying on a powerful army, they could go unimpeded, arrogant and domineering. However, Everyone knows that once the Eight Banners army is annihilated, it is impossible to rule those Han people. At that time, it is safer to return outside the customs. Of course, in addition to these timid Manchu, there are some timid adults who would not consider back off, but only looking forward to the front line can make a win battles. There are also people who are already obsessed with the exquisite life in Shangguan and are reluctant to leave. In another big house, a Han family, "Let the next person prepare, we move," said a 40-year-old patriarch. "Why do you want to move?" Well, his wife asked. "I do not move, stay in Beijing, have dangerous risk it." The owner said that he is a businessman, well informed, and also has some understanding of politics. He knows that once Duo Erdogan this fails, then returned to the king foreign relations became inevitable event. And he believes that the king army will definitely not leave on its own when that happens, and it will definitely take the population and wealth around Beijing to the outside world. This kind of thing was often done by the king army before the Ming dynasty was destroyed. This time, it will certainly be no exception. Moreover, maybe in order to vent their anger, they will slaughter the city before they leave. The king army also did this kind of thing many times in Jiangnan. Face of these Black History king, he may no longer believe the king humane. Make a conditional selection Han's place of residence. He will not put himself and his family in harm's way. Relative terms, he was lucky. No other property, to make a living every day, to run around labor of people, but it is simply not aware of that is the arrival of danger risk. Even if they know, there are not many people who will choose to leave their homes. These years, it is not easy to survive after leaving their hometowns. There is no land for them to cultivate in other places, so they can only work as tenant farmers. It's well back from the village. More people would rather hope fantasy. Fantasy king will not hurt them. Tai Yuan, Shaanxi General Soldier Liu Guangkai tapped the tabletop. He was thinking about a major event that could determine his destiny. Should we take the opportunity to rebel? Liu Guangkai mind wondering, as a man, who did not want to try aspirations to Kyushu. For example, there is a great chaos today. Sichuan has the Darkxi regime of Jiangxian's Hong, Beijing has the Manchu regime of Qing dynasty, Nanjing has Wu Chengqing, and Zuyihai and Zuyujian to the south. It even Wuhan Tengjiao not honestly abiding, not to make the statue, and a separate regime is also not much difference. Such a chaotic office potential, who laughs last, never know. As long as you enter the field, you will have a chance. Liu Guangkai not because of the king and Wu Chengqing powerful strength afraid, examples of David and Goliath in the history too much, each creating a dynasty of male master. Nor is it the beginning of the most powerful that is. Liu Guangkai men 20,000 soldiers, horses. The starting conditions, from the surface looks better than Wu Chengqing was much better. Since Wu Chengqing can rely on 300 Xiangyong development to the point where, by virtue of these two people ever be, at least, Liu Guangkai thinks he has a chance. So when he learned that clear when all the main army south to battle and Wu Chengqing, he decided to start rebellion. Self-alliance's king, in Xuzhou, Luzi County in its jurisdiction was writing letters overnight, and he was passing on information to Wu Jun. Wu army of spies had promised him, as long as they get valuable information, such as Wu after fight over, not only for him before surrendering the things that let bygones be bygones, but also promoted knighted. This made Luzi County very excited. He felt that the king court wanted to control the central plains without much hope, because the population of the Han nationality was too large. Now there is another strong enemy Wu Chengqing in the south, and the king army is bound to fail because of internal and external troubles. So, he began political opportunism, as early as possible to Wu had surrendered army. If you don't surrender after Wu Jun comes in as early as possible, it will be difficult to get reused. For those who want to climb, instead of continuing to do nothing, it is better to take the risk. Big water beings under king rule, exposing their living creatures. Everyone is making small calculations for their own interests. Such a regime obviously has no chance to fight against Wu Qingqing's regime that unites the military and the people. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 279 chapters in contact. In Yangzhou, Wu Qingqing also arrived here after a large group of troops successfully crossed the river. Like the multi-gunner Erdogan kind, a self-willed man, often like to destiny in their own hands. Wu Qingqing couldn't help coming over to direct this battle of national movement. Of course, this is also the time to establish prestige. If he didn't come in person and won the battle, the greatest credit would be to his subordinates, which is tantamount to establishing prestige for his subordinates. Men's prestige is too high is not a good thing. He did not want to put down the world like Zhu after Heavyweight large as to kill the hero, but do not want to be Anon's prestige and their own on an equal footing. And as long as he comes to the front line and sits down in person, even if he doesn't say a word, after the war is won, others will think that he is in command, and the greatest credit will go to him. He was not born in the imperial family. The host must want to have to rely on prestige, not the same way as the Zhu family identity by descent. The 21st Division has arrived in Huiyan and is preparing to attack the city. Our plan is to take Huiyan, and then rely on Huiyan to fight the Qing army in northern Huiyan. Tao Dong against the map to explain the plans and strategic intent to Wu Qingqing. Huiyan is very important to them. As long as the accounting for picking up Huiyan, even after the defeat of the battle, you can also rely on Huiyan to defend, protect the defeated army to retreat. Although it is a decisive battle, the number of soldiers who will die directly on the battlefield is generally not more than 20%. And more soldiers are killed or captured when they are defeated. So, if we can reach relying Huiyan fight, if defeated, it can effectively delay the Qing kill rate, which collapsed routed troops, greatly reduce losses. Moreover, accounting for picking up Huiyan, materials can be transported directly to the front lines to protect their logistics. Huiyan is the junction of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal and the Huai River. It is a transportation hub on the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, and its strategic position is very important. Not before, and now still in the hands of the King Huiyan. He wants to capture came before King, need to pay a price, but also great uncertainty. If you can't quickly capture Huiyan, then the Wu army will be in a dilemma when it is attacking the city, or perhaps it will be attacked by the Qing army's cavalry. If you cannot clear Huiyan before the main army arrived, then we can put into the battlefield south of Huiyan Madian. This is somewhat bad for us, but also can accept. To carry a Tang Yuoz in my command, let him be sure to grab the Wen Huai King before arrival. If the horse Austin must fight, we have to overcome the more difficult to achieve greater success. We need as many of the destroying the main force of the 8 banners of the Qing army greatly hurt their vitality. Wu Qingqing interrupted Tao Dongqing words. This time, the Wu Jun's strategic goals were actually similar to those of the Qing army. It did not mean that they had to occupy any place, but they all wanted to eliminate the enemy's main force and destroy the enemy's vital forces. Qing army destroyed the main Wu, then south will open. On the other hand, Wu Jun bitter fight after what they do not call back. King lost the main case, the rest is certainly lookout sky. Wu Jun doesn't need to fight, they may have already started turmoil inside them. Wu Qingqing only expressed under its own determination, which would allow more desperately in front of the generals. As for the backup plan, in fact, it will continue to be implemented. Once you fail to win Huiyan, you can only fight a decisive battle in Madian town. August 6. Wu from the main Yangzhou Qingqing started off at the same time. The Qing army from Xuzhou, line of Huiyan, Wu Jun 21st Division has started a variety of preparatory work before the siege. Tang Yuozen as a theoretical study of very solid people, naturally understand the importance of this Battle of Huiyan. Winning Huiyan is tantamount to having a natural base camp during the decisive battle. Qing army forward. There are about 10 miles from Huiyan. Huiyan, I want to win it one day. Tang Yuozen said. If you cannot win Huiyan in one day, So clear army rushed forward, their divisions this one little enough. This is probably not easy. According to the intelligence of the spies, there are more than 10,000 defenders in Huan, among which are 4,008 banner soldiers. Moreover, these people are equipped with a large number of grenades. A Triplong frowned. Finally, they began to taste the taste of grenades. With one of the defenders of the grenade bombs, its ability to direct the defenders can increase several times, compared with the traditional defensive weapons such as stone, rolling wood, and rolling oil. The lethality of grenades is several times higher. Moreover, the grenade is small in size and convenient to use. It can be said that if there are enough grenades to throw down the city, the unattached siege is totally impossible. If there are sufficient enough time, they can use artillery to Huan boom big hole in the wall. It will not have to be so brutal siege ants. However, Tang Yuozhen now limited the time, requiring it to be within a day. I'm afraid this time is not enough, because the city walls of Huan have been reinforced with cement by the King army. Compared with ordinary rammed earth walls, they are much stronger, and they are also extremely easy to repair. These are the prices Wu Jun paid for collecting money. If it weren't for money, they wouldn't sell cement to the north. Can those hydrogen balloons be used? Tang Yuozhen asked. Wu large school people under the direction of Chen King have been successfully separated out carbon dioxide and nitrogen in the air, but also by chemical methods of preparing hydrogen. Among them, hydrogen is used to make hydrogen balloons, forming air force in this time and space. In the past, Zhu Zhiliang and some other generals also used flying tools such as Kongming lanterns to convey military information. However, this is time that people have been sent to the sky, and this is a leap forward. Not only had manned flight technology yet very mature, experimental and training process, more than a dozen soldiers dead, because hydrogen is very unstable and can easily explode or burn. Its power problems, direction control, and high degree of control are all difficult to solve. And once in the air out of the current accident, basically is 10 die without life. This time going north, Tang Yuozhen also brought that immature air force. The pursuit of full security, it is a matter of ordinary people. The army no absolute security so-called. Even a soldier on the ground has a high probability of death in battle. So, even if the technical art not to, when to use or starting. But now, Tang Yuozhen hopes that this air force can achieve a little unexpected effect. The bombing mission can be carried out, but this is actual combat, and the effect is more difficult to guess. Empty barracks camp. Chengning Fei's replied. It's fine if you can use it. Take off when there is a general attack, and frighten the enemy first. Tang Yuozhen ordered. People flying in the sky. This sight can shock the King army. Not to mention ordinary King soldiers, even their officers, who were to see the soldiers successfully go to heaven, were shocked and speechless. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 280 chapters. Empty army unveiled. The newly established Air Force Battalion has only more than 500 people, of which more than 200 are auxiliary troops. There are 80 hydrogen balloons, and each hydrogen balloon can carry 3 people on average. One of them is responsible for controlling the height, direction, lifting and other operations of the balloon, and the other 2 are responsible for observing and dropping bombs. Currently empty main function of the military is bombing, yet not for reconnaissance, not so flexible, cost is not high enough. Might as well use cavalry. He had cast some heavy bombs are designed for bombing, each weighing nearly 2 pounds. Put a lot of gunpowder, the explosion is incredibly powerful. Wu Junan, the current 8 pounds in the most powerful howitzers have several terrible times. The weight that each hydrogen balloon can carry is about 800 kilograms, which means that in addition to 3 soldiers, 1 hydrogen balloon can carry more than 20 bombs. Ning Xiang returned to the camp and ordered the balloon to be inflated, and said, "This is actual combat of our air force. We must play our reputation. Only in this way, the above will pay more attention to us, provide more silver to develop more advanced hydrogen balloons." and enhance our status. These ideals and slogans can't be heard by ordinary soldiers. Until Ningxiang said that after completing the task, there was a reward. Everyone cheered up. One by one, the balls were filled with hydrogen and floated up. Then the soldiers entered the hanging basket under the balloon. The soldiers below untied the ropes tied to the heavy objects, and the hydrogen balloons floated to the sky. At this time, some problems with hydrogen balloons appeared, and some balloons injected too little hydrogen and did not fly high. The soldiers in the hanging basket can only throw away some grenades to reduce weight. There are also some injected too much hydrogen, floating too high, at least a few hundred meters. At this height, the grenade will explode before it falls on the wall. He can only come by way of reducing the height of deflation, and this operation is very dangerous. Some soldiers, because of improper operation, leading cause balloon crash failure. Before seeing the enemy's face, they had already crashed 2 hydrogen balloons, killing 6 people. Falling from a height of tens of meters, there is no possibility of surviving. Huiyan City, Wujun 20 cannon boom has been nearly half an hour. It is a pity that the King Army now has a profound knowledge of how to defend against howitzers. Various defenses down, Wujun, but this round of shelling killed more than 200 King. Of course, this result is actually not bad. The artillery stopped temporarily, and Wujun's siege troops were already close to the city wall, and they were about to start the unattached siege. The King Army had to escape soldiers in the city. Also they have returned to the city wall, entered a state of war. He had now given up and Wu remote shooting the tactics, put into the Wu to the next city. He had the usual exercise, can cause a fatal blow to the enemy with hand grenades in the city, which is their source of confidence. Defenders, I may at this time, do not know who took the lead, shouted look, followed their gaze falls on the air in the distance. Only see the distant sky floating close to 100 big round ball, the ball still hanging below a basket vaguely able to see someone. What is that? Someone who can fly to the sky? Clear. A military general himself asked for a sentence. He has only seen the bird. May God, had never seen, never thought people can even heaven. In his understanding, people should be on the ground, and only the gods in the story can go to heaven. Now he suddenly saw the human beings in the sky, and his entire 3 views collapsed. Heavenly soldiers, that is the heavenly soldiers and generals. When it's over, the Ming army invited the heavenly soldiers and the generals for help. Then the relatively low-level soldiers have been superstitious, panicked. There was something they could not understand this. Some of them fear instinct. Shut up. Deceived the crowd to cut. It's not a heavenly soldier at all. It's just a soldier of the Ming army. Clear. Some of the generals of the army shouted. This time may not appear panic. Otherwise the consequences could be very serious. But, why can soldiers of the Ming army fly to the sky? Not to mention the soldiers. Not many people around the world know about air buoyancy. Not to mention the buoyancy of air. Not many people know the buoyancy of water. Out now cannot understand this kind of thing. Normal people are hard to keep calm. Don't worry about them. Guard the city wall. And don't let the Ming army from below come up. Those who fly by nature can't do anything to us. King army generals commanding shouted. This time Wu was still battering it. It is not appropriate to discuss why Wu fly this topic. Defenders is a serious matter. After the general's reminder, the soldiers suddenly realized that the enemy was still in full swing preparing to attack the city. Each of the soldiers tried to focus on the enemies under the city, but from time to time they couldn't help but glance at the balloons floating towards them. The speed of the hydrogen balloon is not fast, but the distance is not far. Just a few hundred meters. Lower Town Wu army siege ladder did not stand. Those balloon has come to their heads. The height of tens of meters allows them to see more clearly. Some soldiers with good eyes can even see the faces of Wu Jun soldiers. A few archers even shot arrows at those balloons, but they actually didn't have any very clear intentions. Just because the above is the enemy, so I shoot arrows instinctively. Not to mention, their unconscious behavior has achieved miraculous results. One of the hydrogen balloons was shot and then leaked. completely unsaved. That hanging my soldiers on the baskets are aware of this. Suddenly faces Tui. One sergeant told two other corporal, I have been not survive, are ready to ignite a bomb in the fall when it would be that we could do something for the home parents. Last point, as long as we do. If you do, General Wu will treat us kindly, just like Liu Xia, the previous battle hero. The legs of the other two corporals were shaking, but they also knew that this was already the best choice. This time, the soldiers on the other balloon had begun dropping bombs. One by one bombs were dropped, frightening the king soldiers. Fried bomb. The smartest men instantaneous between the guessed that thing. Just 2 seconds after he did not screams, some fried shells fell on the success of the walls, and some thrown into the city and outside the city. The associate head is not good grasp. It fell on the city wall of about 30 pieces, of which there are a good few when falling faulty flame-like, fell and did not explode on the wall. New weapons always have this kind of problem, which is normal. Not over, the rest of those successfully exploded. A bomb on the wall to the king brought devastating blow. To explode, deaf explosion sound. To the heart of the king fiercely to a record hammer. There was a mess in the smoke. The soldiers at the center of the explosion had no bones, some of them lacked arms and legs, or lost their heads, or were broken in two. This hell-like scene directly frightened a group of soldiers. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 281. Unexpected ease. Previous king army were seen such horrors. Before either the gun or arrow, it wound a little bit less. Even if it was hit by a cannon shell, only a few people died horribly. But now, for a bomb, none of the dozens of people around could continue to stand, and none of the corpses in the center of the bomb was complete, and there were minced meat and blood all over the city wall. God's punishment. This is God's punishment for us. Some soldiers simply dropped their weapons, then knelt down and knocked heads. There are some more clever soldiers who just turned around and fled. And this kind of escape behavior, there is no officer to stop it. Because not only those soldiers were terrified, but their generals were also terrified by the horror. This is not a war they are familiar with. Their three views have been strongly impacted. In addition to the city wall, those bombs fell on the city, also killing and injuring many soldiers. After the bombing of the backup troops, they had thought to stay behind the walls would be more secure, which expect to encounter such unexpected calamities, actually attack from the sky. Looking at Wu Jun above their heads, they realized that they could no longer find a safe place. Immediately afterwards, a more terrifying explosion sounded, shaking the earth. It was the falling hydrogen balloon, and the soldiers on it ignited all the bombs. 400 kilos of fried medicine at the same time open the city's head explode, when its momentum with Wu before bombing walls a fight. Soldier center of the explosion no doubt ask all the dead. A few dozen meters from the center of the explosion, shockwave of soldiers to this explosion overturned. Panic. This time the city wall and the city suffered a number of bomb places. It has emerged great panic. They were all scared of this terrifying blow and weird means. More importantly, they still have no way to fight back. The entire segment's city walls are very confusing. If this time Wu launched siege, it touches cannot cost nothing to put walls to capture. Do not overcharge. Under the command of the siege of the city of Wu, ordered Brigadier chose to wait and see. He did not see the city of horrors on the wall of the king, but just from the momentum which the explosion of view, we can know the power of this bomb. The explosion took him both to quell, this time near the siege, is not a good idea. Otherwise, they will be injured by mistake, and the bomb will not distinguish between enemy and friend. It is better to wait for the air force to blow up the king army on the wall first, and then proceed to siege the city. King army became confused. Heaven knew Junshi soldiers cannot the slightest sympathy that most people are even more happy to continue to throw bombs. The king army killed more miserable. They can get credit for the greater. Only a few people saw the horror after the explosion, and their scalp numb. In human genes, They are actually very repulsive to slaughter the same kind. It's just that the human mind can counter the control of genes to a certain extent. Collections of large bombs were dropped. Scared of those still in the city, soldiers have walled to escape. But the soldiers in the city's residential areas have also fled and hid in the house. Something indeed. It is the kind of wooden structure of the house. How could resist this level of bombs? Not only before, Wu is not only to bomb civilians. He had continued to float on top of the walls, looking for the goal, to find the kind of place to get together king. They completely ignored the individual soldiers, and it would be blood loss for a bomb to blow a soldier. Some black soldiers also found this, and quickly ran towards the place where no one's the safest place. After some bombing, the Air Force floated away slowly and evacuated the battlefield. And this time, on this side of the wall, the number of king has been reduced from the original more than 4,000 people to less than 1,000. Of course, it's not that Wu Jun killed more than 3,000 people in this wave. It's not that exaggerated. The Air Force that was engaged in actual combat for time actually encountered a lot of problems, and only a few dozen hydrogen balloons actually achieved results. City King severe attrition on the wall, mostly fled, directly killing and wounding of about 1,000 people. Will look. The casualties were not particularly large, but because of the weird nature of the Air Force, the King Army had a great panic and made them lose the courage to continue to resist. Not to mention the soldiers. Even the chief general in charge of this wall chose to take shelter temporarily. He had just been blown to the ground by a blast from a distant bomb. After he got 2 words, "Do not say it," to escape into the city, he was no longer afraid to stay on the wall. And no place is safe on the walls. Lest the Lord sitting town. The soldiers have no one to escape repression. Wu and other military forces after the siege climb the walls. There is not even any decent encountered little resistance. Is completely pleasant surprise. Let down your weapons. Surrender and not kill. Wu Jun has looked at those ignorant forced the king. They are not under the direct painkillers, but ordered them to surrender. Things are now clear. Those soldiers are also very complimentary to lay down their arms and surrender. After being scared of a wave, he had not the courage to continue fighting. As more and more Wu soldiers boarded walls, Huiyan City also announced break. The next thing is to wrap up. The King Army without the city wall can never stop Wu Jun. Clear direction on other military at this time do not know what happened here. They only hear the sound of the waves of the explosion. Then I saw flying through the sky with the Wu Junshi soldiers. Although I don't know the situation, the generals of the King Army have a bad feeling in their hearts. Because as every new thing comes out, Wu Jun are able to achieve good results. For example, grenade shells, rifled gun, pomegranate shells and so on. What appeared this time was even more terrifying than a rifled gun. The rifled gun was only shot farther and more accurately, and they all could understand this. And now this kind of thing that even people can fly into the sky, they can't understand it. Soon, he had this concern becomes a reality. Some soldiers who hadn't completely lost their minds ran to other directions to pass the battle. The army, to withdraw it, the most important of the south wall are fall. We have been here no longer stationed necessary. Some low-level officers to persuade the defenders of the Lord Adlimumab. These people loyal to the king court not intend to surrender. But they didn't want to fight to death in vain, so they could only retreat. The eagles stayed to organize those green camps to continue to resist, and the others retreated. Adama said before he left, he didn't forget to use the green camp soldiers in the lower city, and the 8 banners soldiers were taken by him to retreat, retaining their vitality. With Adlimumab withdrawal, Huiyan Wu officially fall into the hands of the military. Originally, Tang Yuozhen and others were worried about whether the day would be too hasty, but they didn't expect that it would turn out to be like this. The hand grenades of the King Army were of no use at all, and they were first blown up by the Wu Army's Air Force. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 282 chapters balance of power. The news that Huiyan City was broken reached the King Army camp, and Dorgan frowned. He could accept the Huayan city break. Victory or defeat was a common matter for soldiers. The city that was captured by Wu Jun in the Qing dynasty was no longer one or two, but many. He was used to and numb. What he couldn't accept was that Huayan was breached so easily. Huayan not before the old city, where the city has the new cement wall, with a large number of grenades, soldiers stationed in the new training. It can be said that this is a garrison force carefully forged by them. As a result, this battle result is a bit spicy. Duo Erdogan could not help thinking, fortresses of this defense force are not restrained. Thrall be defensible which city? Thinking of this, he became more determined to defeat Wu Jun in this decisive battle, and must not give Wu Jun any more time to develop. Otherwise, who knows what novel weapons Wu Jun will invent. This time there are soldiers who can go to the sky. Will there be soldiers who can burrow in the ground next time? People can fly to the sky. What do you think? Duo Erdogan asked, very clearly written on the battlefield. The root cause of this failure is that Wu soldiers who can fly in the sky. It's unbelievable. If it wasn't for certain that the people under his men would not dare to talk nonsense in the battle report, Dorgan would never believe that people could fly to the sky. It's nothing more than flying to the sky, and I can actually throw bombs into the ground. Everyone connected over a battlefield report carefully looked up. One by one faces are showing incredible look. How is this possible? How can people go to heaven? You can't get a false report. Give them 10 courage. They don't dare to lie like this. Thus are we going to worse? Fly in the sky. How do we respond? Some will be Brout already began to panic. The battle for more than a hint of pessimism. Wu Jun is always able to get some advanced weapons out, making people overwhelmed and constantly losing. I have no need to worry too much, say the battlefield, of which only a limited number of bombs Wu dozens of things that can fly, that can be carried in hundreds of thousands of large battle army. This is not 200 people from to the decisive role. Moreover, it can be seen from the battle report that Wu Jun's control of this kind of thing seems to be immature and will even fall. Fan Wenqing relieved everyone. He didn't want to see these people lose their confidence and fighting spirit before they started fighting, because that would be a loss. His relief is very effective, because what he said sounds very reasonable. Although Wu Jun's things are very strange, they are limited in number and may be able to play a role locally. But if you want to influence the situation, it's impossible. Unless he were able to fly to Dole's head, Dorgan the killing. However, he had now know this kind of thing will certainly guard against. As Mr. Fan said, there is no need to worry about this kind of thing. But we must send spies to step up to explore the mysteries, Duo Erdogan said. Subsequently, he also discussed the next big battle together. The capture of Huayan City was a bit disadvantageous for them, but that was all. No matter who occupied Huayan, the final victory or defeat still depends on the decisive battle on the plain outside the city. Huayan City is so small that it cannot accommodate hundreds of thousands of people to fight. So the decisive battle must be outside the city. Duo Erdogan do not go siege. He knew Wu Chengqing will certainly take the initiative to come to a decisive battle. Both sides are out of action, almost all of their own troops. Hundreds of thousands of food consumed every day is astronomical. These grains have to be transported from the rear to the front, and the loss on the way is close to half. This is still in the plains. With the help of canals, like Zhuliang out of Kishan, more than 80% of his military rations would be consumed on the road. So, both sides cannot afford to drag, both want to speed battle quick decision, not so much engage in complex tactical. Another point is that there is an endless plain here, and there is no way to play any esoteric tactics. Most end, Dole, who set the battlefield in the north of Siang area of Huayan. As for the specific deployment of troops, this depends on the situation. August 8th, the two sides of the main large army is still close to each other. Among them, the Qing army of 1 million people, a cavalry vanguard, quietly bypassed Huayan, wants to attack the rear of Wu and logistical supply lines. The cavalry relied on agile maneuverability to go around dozens of miles. But Wu Jun's spies did not find this cavalry, and he who is in the main assembly Siang, Wu is assembled in Huiyan area. 9. Wu military initiative out of the city. King is also very understanding of the saying, then meet in the wild. They began their formations. In the vicinity of Yagu town, the cavalry spies of both sides engaged in a contact battle. Then, before the two sides of the front were stopped and began to adjust formation. Both sides of this army have been separated when only 3 or 4 miles between each other can already see each other with the naked eye. Not see the face, only to see a black hemp. In this small place, the two sides have assembled more than 400,000 people. Among them, the King army total of 160,000 people. When they set out a total of 3 million. However, they left some reserve troops in Suqian and Xuzu, and another 10,000 were sent to attack Wu Jun's rear. Wu has 250,000 troops departure, which left 1 million people in Huiyan, a total of 140,000 here. Branches of the military aspect: Wu Jun flintlock 30,000 troops, 20,000 matchlock troops, cavalry 30,000, archers 10,000, 5,000 grenadiers, artillery 5,000, cold weapons troops 30,000. Among them, there were 104 Jin artillery pieces and 58 Jin artillery pieces. King army flintlock only 10,000 troops, a serious disadvantage. There were 30,000 matchlocks, more than Wu Jun. However, the quality of its personnel is definitely worse than that of Wu Jun. Therefore, the King army does not have an advantage in this regard. Artillery aspect: the King army 150 pieces of artillery. The number does not suffer, but the quality is far worse. All of them are solid bullets weighing 4 kilograms, 8 pounds, no gun, nor pomegranate missile and artillery. In this regard, the King army suffered. There were also 5,000 grenadiers in the King army, but their grenades were less powerful than Wu Jun because of the gunpowder problem, and they suffered a little. In addition to these aspects, the other is that the King army dominates. Among them, archers aspect: the King army, a total of 20,000 people, twice the Wu Jun. Moreover, the quality of their archers is not inferior to that of Wu Jun, and they are all people who have been trained for a long time. The greater gap is the cavalry. The King army has a total of 70,000 cavalry, more than twice that of their Wu army. There is also a cold weapon force. The King army has 120,000, which is 4 times that of the Wu army. The strength of the two sides seems to have their own advantages and disadvantages, and they all have the power to fight. On paper, it is difficult to distinguish between superior and inferior. This is both sides are willing to battle. The original reason: if one of the parties of strength was a disadvantage, not likely to be such a battle. The weaker party, certainly appearing real-to-real defenders. But now, Dorgan and Wu Chenking are full of confidence in their own troops. Duo Erdogan, it would not be blind arrogance. His confidence comes from the cavalry. As long as his cavalry crushed Wu's artillery, archers, and cold weapons, the Wu Jun only had 30,000 flintlock troops left. Wu Chenking nature nor arrogant, although his strength is much less, but he means more than you. Every method can present a great gift to the King army. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 283 chapters in military. Frontline. Dole with binoculars looking at the formation. Mobilize. Wu also issued a variety of stop orders. Look. Wu Chenking seems to want to compete with our cavalry. Duo Erdogan looked Wu army to mobilize, analyze some of the intentions of Wu. Well, I think Wu Chenking also understands that we will not attack their hollow phalanx anymore. In order to protect the unprotected artillery and archers, their cavalry is forced to face our cavalry. Apart from the cavalry, they have nothing else. The arms can contend. Mao Wensi analyzed. Brother, let me lead the cavalry to charge. Let them see what a real cavalry is. Multitude are very excited about the forthcoming Armageddon, which is the name for oneself in a war. To him to go hit a hollow square, and perhaps a little bit worried about him. But now he is going to fight Wu Jun's cavalry, but he is full of confidence. He didn't believe that the Han cavalry in the Central Plains could compete with the cavalry who grew up on horseback. Multi-Erdogan heard silence for a moment, then agreed to a number of priests King Zun. Not before, he only gave Tudor 40,000, 30,000 additional cavalry, 10,000 of which were held in reserve, just in case, used to save games. The other 20,000 people were looking for opportunities to attack Wu Jun's artillery positions according to the original plan. Wu army artillery lethality is relatively large, and this is a point of dull headache. To this end, he did not hesitate to mobilize 20,000 cavalry to deal with those artillery. Relocate the artillery to the top of the hill and use it specifically to fight the enemy's Chinese army. Duo Erdogan, and under an order, he most to fear was flintlock troops, not the hands of a lot of ways to exercise restraint. Only the role of a great artillery altogether flintlock forces of Fu Yujun. As for other directions, don't count on firepower. You can only rely on yourself to overcome difficulties and rely on the number of people to fill it. The transfer of hundreds of thousands of people is actually a very troublesome thing. Moreover, the two sides also make some adjustments based on the opponent's formation from time to time, such as Erdogan would want to own only flintlock troops to go against Wu matchlock, so you can defeat a point of Wu. He was a little bit reluctant to use the flintlock troops to compete with Wu Jun's flintlock troops. However, Wu Jun certainly will not let him succeed. Wu Qingqing also mobilize forces to make their cavalry troops or flintlock to which 10,000 soldiers of Fu Qingjun. He has few troops and dared not let the formation appear weak to prevent it from being used by the King army. The two sides fought wits and courage, which led to the fact that the two sides have met for more than an hour, but they have been in formation and have not engaged in any contact battle. It wasn't until both sides adjusted that they felt that they were not at a disadvantage and could accept it, and then the army on both sides began to move forward. As the soldiers on both sides entered the range of the fired cannons, the cannons of both sides also began to shell. There were countless black spots in the sky at once, and the shooting speed of the shells during this period was very slow, and you can clearly see the trajectory of the shells when you look closely. Change to a horizontal team and expand the distance back and forth. Wu, after the military side, suffered a few guns, commanders of the evolutions, in order to reduce losses. If there is no formation, a single shell of the King army can solve a dozen of them, but after the formation, one shell will kill at most 3 or 4 of them and lose their kinetic energy. This change can greatly reduce battle damage. Of course, this means that the distance between the two sides is still far, and you can change to this wide and sparse formation on the way forward. When the two sides enter their respective ranges, then this formation is not conducive to the battle, and must be changed back to a dense formation. Only a well-trained army dare to constantly change its formation on this battlefield. If there is a mob in this battlefield where shells are flying, a change will have to be chaotic. When there is chaos, the cowardly soldiers will take the opportunity to escape, triggering a rout. Wu in front of the flintlock military forces are in the King army, are flintlock troops and archers. Knife shield soldiers consisting of mixed square. Few rows of knives shield soldiers are used against stop Wu Jun's eye projectile cannon. Up to now, the King army has also understood that the cold weapon unit poses no threat to the flintlock unit. Following these sword and shield soldiers are a large number of archers. They are also cannon fodder, but they are advanced cannon fodder and cannon fodder with the ability to fight back. His only role is to use physical strength, quick out of the shot, shoot interrupt consumption and Wu Jun flintlock troops. Once the physical exhaustion, he who can step down from both sides, then the real main play. King army, which is quite upset, after all, their flintlock too few troops, but to use such a stupid way. Without this method, it would not be able to withstand the impact of Wu Jun's flintlock troops. King military requirements of their own. This one in the military is actually very low, barely able to withstand Wu flintlock forces can be. Delaying the Wu army of the main corps, then their cavalry coming showdown. Wu army artillery, there are 50 is used to support the army. This time their shells also fell King array, although a small number of artillery into Wu Jun, but they are used in howitzer. Its lethality is not worse than the King 150 cannon. This is the suppression of weapons and equipment. Very scary. The most important thing in a war is weapons. This will be proven by history in the future. A collections of garnet shells fell King array. Each one can take away a few dozen or even 20 lives. If it is 8 pounds heavier pomegranate missile and artillery, that more powerful, one time good luck can take away dozens. After all, the formation of the King army was quite dense at this time. Dozens of people were killed at once. That kind of scene was quite bloody and cruel. The soldiers who saw this scene were all heartbeats. Keep going. Those who retreat without permission, those who are afraid to fight will be cut. As long as we stick to the kung fu of a cup of tea, we can withdraw when the archer finishes shooting the arrow. The general in charge of the war yelled at the sword and shield hand in front of him. Under this fierce shelling, some cowardly soldiers had already peed their pants in fright. So, he had to shout words of deterrence, but also gives a commitment to retreat. To the frontline soldiers hope of survival. Although little hope, but as long as there is a wire, they will go to fight, not run away. Not to mention that there is a supervising team behind them. Even if they have escaped the battle of the supervising team by chance, where can they escape on this battlefield filled with people in all directions? Wu fled the military direction. 100% will be manslaughter. Fleeing to the rear, 100% will be caught and beheaded. In short, to escape in this situation is 100% to death. And by insisting on a cup of tea, there is more or less a chance to survive. The time for a cup of tea is not long. Due to this hope, a lot of will to fight the King soldiers have become a bit stronger. Soon, these sword and shield players entered Wu Jun's range. Before stopping into evolutions, intensive formation, Wu army commanders shouted, if the front is a flintlock King army, he would not have ordered the soldiers to stop so early, because the shooting distance is still too low. However, he saw red in front of the King army troops are cold weapons. Then we need to move on. Direct fire on the bin. Because, for the King knife shield hand whenever you want to fight back, it would only take the initiative rushing. Wu army commander also went to this school, and for the use of the arms are more proficient. Following this order, the Wu Jun soldiers changed their formations and fired with their guns. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 284 chapters. Tragic. Pier. With the sound of gunfire, the King army fell down dozens of soldiers. Not before. They still did not stop. It continues to advance. Because this distance is not close enough for these archers. After advancing for several tens of meters, the King troops stopped, and then the archers began to bend their bows and shoot arrows. A large arrows down to the Wu army, give them a wave of destruction. Fucking it is cruel. Wu army commander swore, but he was not on their side. Curse King cruel, but cruel curse King for their own people. He saw the King army knife shield soldiers stopped the assault, unified standing in front of the bow hand. He knew that these people are human shields wall, to die of gunfire. It's inhumane, but it's also very effective. At least, if Wu Jun wants to kill those archers who are threatening to him, he must first kill these sword and shield soldiers. Fortunately, the shields held by these swordsmen and shield soldiers were not large, and they seemed to have relatively average protection. This is of course not that the King army does not have a heavy shield. Although a heavy iron shield can withstand bullets to a certain extent, it is really inconvenient to equip it because of its weight. This time, Wu Jun shot killers King artillery, and King archers shot his elite. Wu is a disadvantage. Wu Jun is no way this is good, can only continue to shoot. King army picked up cheap, but hard on the cannon fodder. In a few suffer after rounds of ammunition, and that more than 3,000 standing in front of the cannon fodder for more than half of the dead person. Among the remaining people, deserters have begun to appear. Even if the officer promised to retreat after a cup of tea, some soldiers saw the surrounding companions keep falling down, and ultimately failed to resist the pressure. Lost his cool under. He had to think about where there will be something there to supervise operations team, have fled. Not over, without exception, they have been caught beheaded, to deter other soldiers. I think those who have been dying, they have reached the limit, so that they withdraw it. Some archers would rather die than those who complete collapse of the good. King Army Will Shangwen, a reference suggested, he was afraid the rest of the knife shield hand can barely scattered to escape. If chaos is created, the loss will be even greater. Let them withdraw from both sides, don't affect the soldiers behind. Means the commander said helplessly, stand in front of the knife shield soldiers' mortality rate has exceeded 50%. In this case, it has not completely collapsed, and it is already very good. This is a product of special circumstances, and under normal circumstances, their ability to withstand is definitely not so strong. But that's all. If they are not allowed to retreat, the military order will soon become invalid. Hearing the order to retreat, the sword and shield soldiers immediately burst into tears. This was so difficult, it was simply not a life for humans. Some soldiers who had been scared away even lazily took shields and retreated like dogs. With the cannon fodder to step down, those archers exposed Wu under military muzzle. They don't even have a shield, and their protection capabilities are even worse. Wu Jun round salvo immediately fell 300 or 400 people. At this speed of killing, some tall king soldiers in the back tremble with their legs, and they can clearly see how many people in front of them have fallen neatly. Suffered a bitter fight after the attack. Few rows of archers began to shake cleverness, nor about a full draw on direct emission. This kind of archery is faster, can finish the arrow in the hand faster, complete the task and then retreat. This is naturally beneficial to them as individuals, but for the king army as a whole, their approach is undoubtedly harmful. Arrows that were shot out without full bowstrings were simply not strong enough, and it was a question of whether they could shoot into Wu Jun's formation. Even if it is shot, its lethality will be seriously insufficient due to the problem of strength. Soon, the archers completed their mission, and then began to retreat from both sides. The Wu army are standing in front of the group that replaced a few. Let them rest. Not rest, have to die. Suffer first artillery attack, later was shot, their breakage rate as high as Jinli and Cheng. Always put these groups on the front, their hearts will be unbalanced, they have opinions. A decisive battle cannot be determined in a short time, so it is necessary to replace them and let other troops take turns. If this kind of rotation system is not adopted, the soldiers who rush to the front have been fighting for a long time, and 100% of them will be killed. In this case, who would dare to rush ahead? At the same time, left wing, Wu King troops and matchlock troops already at war together. His pace of their advance in the military and almost, but their way of fighting, and the army is a big difference. Because the reasons for the slow rate of fire, shooting chance to arquebus troops there is only one, unless it is neither forward, but far across on the radio. The king army may be happy to accept this situation, because they are crowded and can fight for the consumption. However, Wu army generals may not be so silly. He who are well aware, matchlock troops' battle essence is a super close after volley of charge. The closer by distance, the more dominant enough to stick shot after a party. King army naturally do not understand this logic, or understand, but the quality of its soldiers cannot. When the distance between the two sides was only more than 20 meters, the king army took the lead in firing. Wu army suddenly fell down a row of people, a full 300 or 400 people, accounting for an 1/10 of soldiers of Boston. At first glance, the Wu army suffered a major loss. A king people have not hang up, but in fact, the king army at this time has fallen into an extremely embarrassing situation. Replace the bomb, not enough time. Escape will affect the overall situation. Rushed to the Wu army, bullets in his gun yet. King army commander after this discovery, finally came to understand, do not understand why Wu Jun shot. At this point, he had no choice but to order to rush over and start a hand-to-hand combat. Waiting for him after the assault began, Wu immediately stop, shoot. When only less than 10 meters away, they launched this round of volley. Suddenly, the number of the king army fell more, at least 500 or 600. Of course, This is not the most critical issue. The most critical issue is that when Wu Jun has fallen so many people, Wu Jun can have time to adjust so that the people in the back can make up. And now, the king fell during the assault of so many people. What courage, son, on a little weak, but the red front, but of course no way to change. This has caused a consequence. After the bayonet fight between the two sides, the morale of the King army fell sharply, while the morale of the Wu army was extremely high. This was also a decisive battle, and the King army did not dare to run away casually. If only their two such troops encountered this situation, the King army would have already collapsed and began to flee. And now, because of the deterrence of the rear supervising team, the King army is still resisting. The two sides' bayonet chaos spoke its soldiers to the scene of the psychological pressure, far greater than before on the radio. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 285 chapters empty army deployed. Soon, the King army appeared before the situation does not fear war. Not to mention human beings. Even horses will stop when they encounter this dense bayonet forest. More not to mention thinking people, they do not know, do not stop to think about the impact on the progress of the war. How much they know will die in the forefront. This green battalion was defeated, and Wu Jun stopped chasing after him for a while, because the King army's response troops arrived. He need restructuring formation. Hunted down easily lead to blind themselves in danger. Only so clear military appears when a comprehensive defeat can continue to kill with impunity. And now the decisive battle has just begun, and it's too early to be defeated. This is a 3,000 fire rope gun square, just a phalanx of king dozens only. It has been at war only a few square by contact with it, and the rest continued to advance. The real decisive battle has not yet come. The reorganized force reloaded, fired, and killed. This time, because of the number of people, they couldn't kill the King army a bit. Courage can improve combat power, but the extent of improvement is limited. They will also be afraid of the King army, which has an absolute superior force. At this time, Wu Jun's response troops would come over and cover them to retreat to the rear for recuperation. Basically, the clear and the military is the same routine. Do not allow a one-time death of a force. Too many people miss a military high ground on one side. Wu Qingqing and dozens of high-ranking officers gather here. The majority of people are holding a telescope to observe the war, which found the problem. Countermeasures. There are also people who have inserted red and blue flags in a huge sand table. According to the situation on the field, they constantly change the position of the flags, and at the same time pull out some flags from time to time. In this way, you can most intuitively see the changes in the forces of both sides on the field. The Air Force is sent to the right-wing support while searching for the enemy's command post. Wu Qingqing ordered the road. King army occupied a number of advantages, and King unwise to fight consumption. The best way is to make a fierce attack, striving to cause a major blow to the King army in a short time and trigger the collapse of the King army. So, he did not empty the military, conceal it, it's just the war. He ordered the Air Force to play before air army. In when a war has a name, flying in the air, the enemy cannot fight back the natural advantage. The Air Force promising. Not only can a large number of enemies be killed and wounded, but it can also cause panic to the enemy. In short, in such a decisive battle of hundreds of thousands of people, the Air Force has a much greater role than the sniper company. Is clear the right-wing military forces of cold weapons, a large number. The reason why the pick option bombing of the right wing, mainly because of relatively safe for the bombing of troops with long-range strikes. The King army's archers and firearms can counterattack, and the Air Force will be dangerous. So there is no need to do so. Every hydrogen balloon is very precious nowadays, and if one is broken, there will be one less. Even if the rear can step up manufacturing, the daylily will be cold when they arrive. With Wu Qingqing command of the Air Force camp off again. He had saddled the two tasks, one of which is the destruction of the enemy, the enemy soldiers to the manufacture of psychological pressure. The other is to find the commanding location of the King army and bomb the enemy's senior officers. If you can reach the Dole Guild, and that is the most perfect ending. This is unlikely, but it will not prevent them from trying, in case they will have good luck. Right wing, clearance army 20,000 troops are advancing cold weapons. They are also cold weapons against troops. Another side of gunfire everywhere, brought up again, like a hot battle-era weapons. On their side, they are still fighting with incomparable traditional cold weapons, which is incompatible with the painting style on the other side. This kind of picture is actually quite weird. Not two cold weapons right wing. Its real beginning is also fighting to keep the traditional way. After the two sides approached, the style of painting changed suddenly. First, Wu army fired small caliber gun start, then continue to close, mixed in the back of the knife shield soldiers. Grenadiers began a cross-throw grenades. Throw Wu army grenadiers. They have less weight. Grenade, throw farther. Dozens of grenades fell into the camp of the King army, and there was a burst of explosions and screams. When faced with such grenades, the dense formation often suffered heavy casualties. However, the King army but has not evacuated. He is not there. Silly. I do not know how to hide. But they must maintain this formation, going hand to hand. Less intensive formation of the party would be disastrous. For a soldier to be prone situation to pay two people. This situation is more dangerous than being bombed, so neither party did so. This is the same as queuing to shoot. It seems a very stupid tactic, but it has its reasonable logic. This time, the two sides can only fight courage, more than anyone else. Go on. The two sides some distance so close, and then clear the military hand grenades began to get angry. Out to mix. Sooner or later have to repay. Wu previously accounted for much cheaper grenade, then finally tasted the taste of bombed. In the bombing under the bombs killing, elite and cannon fodder is not much difference, is a large casualties. Wu army which does have a number of heavily armored infantry, but was left in front of the artillery. Cavalry was used to block. In this battle, we are more cannon fodder. The two sides contacted, various weapons began to greet each other, and the scene fell into a melee for a while. If there is no grenadier, the traditional cold weapon confrontation will not easily fall into a melee, and everyone will keep the formation to cut each other. Sometimes it takes only half an hour to kill dozens of people on both sides. But now, where the grenade fell, a hole was easily blasted, and the opponent's soldiers would rush in and seize the loophole. This is the case for both sides, and soon the two sides became entangled with each other and fell into a melee, but the soldiers behind them were still standing on the two sides clearly, ready to supplement. This situation of stalemate and exhaustion is more beneficial to the King army. Not before. This time the Air Force has launched Wu Jun, moving here. Fly over. What's that? Many soldiers of the King army who had not been in contact with Wu Jun saw the balloons in the sky. King army's senior generals at this time Wu has been known among them, such an air force, but the soldiers of which only a small number of people know that most people have not heard of Huayan War. This first see when the time such a strange thing, and previous reaction Huayan defenders know different. It's the enemy. There are people in the sky. With an empty army getting closer, following King also saw above Wu Junshi soldiers, suddenly more frightened. He did not know Wu is how fly overhead, for this strange thing. They instinctively feel a little bad. Calm, there are only 100 or 200 people, but it can't help us. King army generals began yelling, let troops stay calm. The same time, he is also behind the request to bring up more archers over. Those hydrogen balloons don't fly high, and the archers are more or less useful. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 286 chapters. Cavalry battle. Air army flew King head, then began dropping bombs. The black iron bumps fell one by one, and the unlucky ghost who was hit screamed before the explosion sounded. A few loud bangs completely covered the sound of cannons in the distance. Huge red strike force, the center of the explosion around King's soldiers blown up off their feet. As for the soldiers at the center of the explosion, they were already full of flesh and blood. I drop your mother fried bomb, a big bomb. No bombing of the King's soldiers, shouted, his voice trembling all with a point. The power of this bomb is too great. One is equivalent to 10 or 20 grenades exploding at the same time. Dozens of these bombs were dropped and exploded at the same time, and their momentum and lethality were extremely astonishing. Before this war, most of the soldiers of the King army experienced traditional cold weapon wars, killing them with one sword. Suddenly I was exposed to this kind of thermal weapon to fight, and many soldiers couldn't stand the mentality of a big death. Here who are elite veterans, but encountered new weapon, they all of a sudden has become a rookie recruits. Seeing that there were still bombs being dropped, some soldiers had already begun to flee. This situation of being beaten and unable to resist makes people feel desperate. Those who retreat are cut and are not allowed to retreat. They don't have many bombs, and they will be gone soon, so I will withstand them all. King army generals shouted, pulled out a sword. Currently victories did not meet their expectations, this time back, it must be punished the person above, in order to maintain their position. The generals of the King army did not allow the soldiers to retreat now. Governor team waited at the back, several people ran the fastest. Direct shot was stabbed to death, leaving those who ordered this calm, quickly stopped. Chong hit barrier troops. Not a last resort kind of thing, to the point where they will not do it. Because assaulting the supervising team is a capital crime, no army will spare soldiers who dare to challenge the authority of the supervising team. Governor Clan, if not the authority that supervise, the effect will be greatly reduced. Those soldiers stopped the pace, was forced to return to the front line. Anyway, on this huge battlefield, on average, the dozens of hydrogen balloons are not particularly threatened. Stay, there is hope of survival. King army temporarily stabilize, but still kept Wu Jun bomb dropped. Not before, the same as the King generals analyzed, their number is too small. When he had almost thrown the bomb, almost finished, only barely defeated a King, troops killed and injured thousands of people only. This result can be said to be very brilliant, but it still cannot determine the outcome of the battlefield. After this defeat, a force come on top again. Back King and Wu Jun battled together, the two sides once again caught in a stalemate-like state, who have no way to completely defeat the other side. Stay Liang stars, looking for the enemy command post. In the air, the deputy commander of the Air Force yelled, and the soldiers checked the number of bombs they carried. If there is excess, the bombing will continue, and if there is no excess, it will start to disperse and go to find the command post of the King army. Only by killing a few people with enough weight can the course of this war be greatly affected. Let the cavalry attack. King army command post. Dole put down the telescope, said blankly. On the entire battlefield, he did not see a direction where he could gain an advantage, which made him unable to be happy. He had but occupied the absolute strength advantage. It can be the source. Source will continue to send troops up the rotation, maintain strong morale and combat effectiveness. However, after so many cups of tea, no breakthrough has been made in either direction. The central and right-wing weapons are inferior to Wu Jun, so it's just a loss. However, the left-wing arquebus unit had exactly the same weapons as the Wu Jun, and did not suffer at all, and it still had an advantage in numbers. However, in this case, the left wing has not opened up the situation, just fighting for consumption. Moreover, in the process of fighting for consumption, he was obviously weaker than Wu Jun. This made Dorgan very dissatisfied, and hated to cut off the officer who commanded that unit to vent his anger. This time, Dole can only hope the cavalry. This is his last cards, but also his trump card. Duo on the periphery of the battlefield received the order and acted immediately. His task is on rush from the periphery, bypassing the front battlefield raid behind the Wu Jun. If you encounter Wu army, to block, and then Wu cavalry to kill, to destroy Wu's cavalry. If there is no obstruction, then go directly to the Wu Jun's weak defense forces. For example, artillery, archer, grenadier, etc. To deal with these arms, as long as the cavalry is close, It is a massacre, and the opponent has no ability to counterattack. If good luck enough to find Wu's command post, the senior general's Wu side pot, it would be better and better. Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought of, no matter which side it is. The protection of the coach is the most thoughtful. The 30,000 cavalrymen took action, and their momentum was not small. Wu Jun originally had special people staring at them. As soon as they saw that they had begun the action, they immediately sent the news to the cavalry units in the rear through semaphores. Quasi-prepared to meet the enemy. The enemy enlighten me, what is the real cavalry? Dong Danbo's slogans were similar to those of Dujuo, and they all wanted the other side to see the real cavalry. Dong Tanbao ministry team had only 15,000, but according to the battlefield situation, full-tone Tatsume 5,000 people added Dong Tanbao forces, assist with Dong Tan King and the main cavalry battle, and he led the remaining cavalry as a backup. And when there was a place on the battlefield that needed firefighting, it was up to him to solve it. Cavalry has the best mobility and is the best for firefighting. 20,000 cavalrymen were facing the cavalry of the King army. Walking in front were their heavy cavalry, a total of 2,000 men. These people not only wear heavy armor, but even their horses are also protected. At first, he had just a small step forward. Save energy horses. Distance and other parties have been times of less than 500 meters. Wu also began to speed, let the horses rushed up. Tens of thousands of war horses are galloping on this large plain. If you look at it from the perspective of a bystander, it is definitely bloody and blood-boiled. However, for the soldiers in the game, not many of them would feel enthusiastic. They would only have endless tension. Near. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. This time, some of the generals of the king suddenly discovered across the densely good cavalry formation. With such a dense formation, how can there be room to tear them apart later? If he rushed towards him like this, I'm afraid he might hit him directly. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 287 chapters and more priests. It's near. Read in front of the King army cavalry. Suddenly some panic, because the opposite Wu's cavalry did not even hide. In this way, there is a high probability that everyone will run into it. Where is this torn and killing? This is clearly to die together. King army cavalry never seen this play. The previous battle between the cavalry and formation are very loose, which is to have a space to facilitate crew. But now, Wu Jun's cavalry is densely packed, like a wall. It doesn't look like it's coming to fight, but the rhythm of coming to death. Face of this rogue play Wu King, but there is no good way to cope. The cavalry on the edge had already started to run to the sides, in order not to collide heads. However, the cavalry in the middle was too late to turn around at this time. Many people have been reduced. Speed horses cannot help but know what to do. Unsurprisingly, some of the cavalry rushing in front could not stop the car and collided with the opponent. Under the high-speed sprint, horses have great kinetic energy. Hit after hit, which is directly linked to the horse, dismounted cavalry also fell. If you are lucky, you can stand up in time. If you are unlucky, you will be stepped on by a horse behind. The beginning of the hedge was extremely tragic. However, just for a while, Wu Jun's horse speed was also forced to drop. Front have been exposed to the two sides. A crew and king found a very boring situation, and that is Wu looks like more than one's own people. The place is basically a clear military at the same time deal with two Wu. In this case, their fate is not optimistic nature. As long as one is not careful, there will be a life. Alas, only when the two sides fighting on the edge, the strength of the forces is almost equal. In this area, Wu Jun will be slightly at a disadvantage. However, on the whole situation, Wu army is occupying a great cheap. This is not easy for the king cavalry in the game. They only know that their side is weak, but they don't know the reason. Observing from a distance, Dujuo can see some reasons. Command to the second wave hit directly, are not allowed to prepare to avoid. It looked to see who is more ruthless. Multitude saw the reason for one's own expense of a large number of cavalry to avoid the sides, resulting in a large number of troops will walk the edge. and Wu cannot touch. And the cavalry in the center wants more enemies with less. Therefore, Dodo also very decisively sent a second wave of cavalry and gave instructions. He believes that as long as men do in accordance with their orders, Pei in time of war would not suffer. Not only had he missed the point, the Dai command, not everyone can be a good execution. King Army does have some very sturdy people, obeyed his orders, duty-bound to rush towards Wu. However, there are more people who can't help but turn their heads. This is human instinct and cannot be changed easily. Wu Army, to be able to do this, conducted a 2-month training. This has now results. If Duduo can achieve this effect with a single command, then Wu Jun's training will be useless. The second wave of Red Feng King, once again into an awkward first wave of cavalry. There are too many idlers outside and too few soldiers fighting inside. Its military advantage has not been effectively used at all. Multitude seeing yells gas. He certainly will not feel at their command of any questions. There is the problem of those soldiers. Those soldiers did not obey his orders. If obeyed, would not the current situation? Prince you can't hedge like this anymore. It's better to use shooting and riding against them. Multitude of men suggested this time to fight Sisha. They obviously suffer. Instead of this, it is better to give play to their superb characteristics of riding skills. Do not directly contact the Wu Jun cavalry. Hang in front of or beside the Wu Jun cavalry, keep a distance, and then use bow and arrow to strike at a long distance. Multi-duo herd hesitated. If it is simply 2 cavalry in battle, underlying this proposal can be adopted. However, now the 2 sides are in a decisive battle, and the battle of the cavalry is part of the entire battlefield and needs to serve the whole. If he tried to put the kite Wu Jun, and do not be fooled. Do not chase them, but to the impact of their infantry annoying. He had no infantry and tactical deployment training like a hollow square of cavalry is quite afraid of. Fair Wu Army. Infantry impact of one's own, is likely to cause the defeat of own infantry. Multi-duo and Wu also thought to be exchanged. Let Wu to attack one's own phalanx of infantry. They also went to Wu infantry attack. However, Dudo was also worried that the Wu Army's cavalry would give up attacking their infantry, instead turning around and flanking them back and forth with the Wu Army's infantry. That was also very dangerous. If he were a cavalry which suffered a heavy blow, it may lose this battle. Therefore, on the surface it seems that riding and shooting can restrain Wu Jun's wall cavalry, but in the current situation, this tactic cannot be used. Prince Yu, it is better to abandon the plan to eliminate them and change to containment. As long as we conduct a small-scale contact battle and contain this cavalry of Wu Jun, Guzan Bela can take his cavalry to attack the artillery and artillery of Wu Jun rear. Another men-built proposed road. As long as no positive impact, their loss would not have been so great. Just keep in Wu side of the military cavalry. Cavalry can contain the Wu. Unfortunately, these suggestions were ignored by Duduos. In the final analysis, he is also a proud man, leading the army to defeat the Ming army many times, and has great military exploits. This time, when the dominant force him to retreat, he never would. Needless to say, I will personally lead the team in the next wave, and we will also maintain that dense formation. I believe that none of our white flags is a fool. Multitude language does not startle, and his words to several other men shocked. The host personally led the team to charge, although it can greatly boost morale, but it is too dangerous. The main commander is also a flesh and blood body, and he will die if he is stabbed by a knife, and he will be trampled to death if he falls off his horse. If Dodo were killed in battle, the morale of their cavalry would be severely affected. Moreover, the multi-duo still Dole's younger brother, is the kind of relationship is very close brothers, rather than a judge that kind of relationship between the general's brother. If Dodo died in battle, Dolgun might be angry and lose his mind, and there would be some accidents. Prince Yu is not allowed, you must not do this. Several subordinates persuaded one after another, but Duduo would not listen at all. This is an order. You rush with me, and you must defeat the enemy. Multi-duo made up my mind, in the past. But also take the lead in fighting a War Nahasi charge before, thereby laying the sterling reputation. Dodo also wants to prove his bravery in this way. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 288. Chapter Punch hit artillery positions. The other side. Guzan Bela led the cavalry from the other side after the success of another branch around, and rushed over to the artillery positions of Wu. He had this action, Wu actually been looking in the eyes. But to see, does not mean you can completely stop, because as too late. The transfer of artillery positions is not so easy, and its mobility is incomparable to that of cavalry. For its transfer, it is better to turn the muzzle, and then strengthen the protection. When the King Army cavalry rushing time, Wu has adjusted the artillery. Cavalry aligned with those rushing began firing. The same time, there are artillery positions next to a full Tatsumi's cavalry, made a countercharge at any time to prepare. The enemy's cavalry can't be stopped with a single cannon. Boom! Big guns sounded, artillery shells began to fall among the King cavalry, causing great destruction. A horse or cavalry shot by a shell will instantly lose combat effectiveness. The same time, the horses will also affect some comrades fall behind. Some horses that are not used to the sound of explosions will also be frightened and lose control. High-speed punch King Feng under no ability to defend against such artillery, only fate. Chong Feng. In clear when the military is getting closer, the full Tatsumi ordered the assault. At the time this command, he more or less harsh, because the opposite of all his former tribe. However, nowadays, the position is different and it is involuntary. If he dare to be a little selfish, his adjutant may impose a Hansen sanction on him. No theory is for their own little life, or a future, he cannot King Soft. Wu Army cavalry started this assault, but they are not head rush, but pointed at the middle of the King rush, and King cavalry formed an angle of about 30 degrees. In this way, the King army can be divided, and the King army can be broken into two. Stopping the enemy is not their only purpose. They also want to try to eliminate this cavalry unit. The two sides are very close, clear when the striker is close to Wu infantry defensive wall army cavalry. Wu King cavalry also rushed to the front, to at the same time open up the battlefield. Red in front of the King army cavalry in shock Wu defensive positions. As long as the surface to break through this defensive positions, they can arrive unimpeded artillery location, expand the massacre. When the artillery encountered the cavalry, there was no resistance. Not only before, this position is not so easy to break. This time Wu Jun was not as unprepared as Liu Hansen was attacked in Nansheng. As artillery powerhouse, they prepared a lot of fortifications. Refuse horse front, trenches, which are able to bring great trouble to the King cavalry. Cavalry will be helpless when encountering these things, either detouring or reducing speed. No speed, no sense of the punch front of momentum, greatly reducing the deterrent. Something indeed, cavalry still not fit to play this trench warfare. The higher the requirements of the site, the greatest power of cavalry is their mobility, suitable for sports warfare. If a cavalry and an infantry meet in the plains, the infantry will basically have to wait to die. The cavalry can hang behind them, and as soon as the infantry is in a battle, the cavalry stops. As soon as the infantry moves, the cavalry can charge, and finally drives the infantry crazy. Or, you can infantry weak around archery, just do not touch. As long as infantry square array where the archers much, cavalry infantry can play dead. This is where the cavalry is most powerful. But the phalanx used by the cavalry to attack the infantry does not have much advantage. From ancient times to the present, the cavalry rarely attack the infantry phalanx. Chong hit the mob does fit, because the mob will certainly face a cavalry charge to collapse. However, now the King army is attacking the elite troops of the Wu army. They formed a fierce battle. They didn't run away because the cavalry collided with them, and they didn't show any flaws. This made the cavalry of the King army helpless. Cross over the moat, escaped the barricades, the King cavalry finally come into contact with the enemy. As the saber swung down, Wu Jun's spear also pierced it. The two sides have constantly fallen soldiers. Not to contrast, the king suffered a major loss. What they fell was cavalry, but Wu Jun died only cheap infantry. More importantly, the Qing army needs to break through the defense to complete the task as soon as possible. They have been too deep in the enemy's camp. If you can't quickly complete the mission and withdraw, sooner or later you will be surrounded. Rush over to collectively reward 12 silvers, and the official will be promoted to the next level. Solid Town shouted, in order to boost morale, and this way, you can have much less can have some effect. Those who want a promotion of low-level commanders, all leading to the impact at this time was formation. The speed of the horse plus the weight of the horse, its impact cannot be underestimated. Wu some parts of the military has been rushed, King some collapsing. Wu army soldiers, although the elite, but not everyone is afraid of death. When encountering continuous and fatal collisions of the Qing army, some problems still appeared in some places. This is no way, no matter how strict military laws and training are, it is impossible to completely obliterate people's desire to survive. Some soldiers stepped back, some took refuge. Qing army along these gaps continue to impact, finally is out of the channel leading to several artillery positions. Wu Jun, this is eating a shortage of troops deficit. If there are a sufficient number of troops, their defense can be arranged thicker. It is not like it is now, and if there is a problem, it will fall. At the same time, King in trouble. He had probably been the more than half of people stuck with Wu's cavalry already at war, the two sides together, and multiple problems encountered as Tudor Guzan led this cavalry, was also killed. Cavalry tactics wall by surprise. The cavalry in the middle always has to face weapons from multiple directions. Defense left side, not anti the right of the defense, and not guard the left. Don't say anything about defeating with one enemy and two, it's hard to even hold on for a while. When two evenly matched soldiers fight, it is difficult to find each other's flaws. At present, most of the soldiers of the Qing army were cut down in one face. After a hedge, the surviving Qing generals almost fainted by his own loss rate. The cavalry used to oppose each other, and it seemed very lively and intense in one round, but not many of them could really kill and wound, because the contact time was short, and it was more difficult to hit the enemy and be hit. Before a lun hedge, folding loss rate is generally not more than 5%. And now, the hedging loss rate of the Qing army in this round has directly exceeded 20%. At this rate of loss, they would have to crash across the board once again. Moreover, Wu Jun has completed a U-turn, evidently ready for a second assault. This made the Qing army's cavalry embarrassed, and it was easy to die if they continued to charge. If they turned round and escaped, it was tantamount to abandoning that part of their companions who had hit the artillery position. Continue to rush for another round and we will return home. Qing army generals said. He gave his men a hope. As long as they survive this wave, they can leave this hellfield temporarily. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 289 chapters. Safe choice. Wu Army Command Post, with a smile on everyone's face, and looked relaxed. The situation on the entire battlefield looks pretty good. As long as you continue to consume it a few times, the enemy will probably be unable to hold on. At that time, it is time for them to reap victory. After defeating the main force of the Qing army, looking at the world in the future, they will have no opponents. Sand on the disk. This time flags of some representatives of the military has been inserted on site King, forming a convex portion. The 11th Division was a bit too deep. It is recommended that they stop advancing first and attack the left-wing troops of the Qing army first. Concentrate their forces to eat the left wing first, forcing its left wing to collapse. Tao Tongxing said. The current front is generally maintained at its original position, only the Chinese army has moved forward by 1 or 2 miles because of its strength. This distance is already dangerous. If the left and right wings of the enemy army suddenly split over to double team, Wu Jun will fall into a situation of facing the enemy on 3 occasions. This will bring a lot of psychological pressure to the soldiers, as well as a burden of defense. Of course, The King army want to accomplish this double team. It is not an easy task. His left right at this time are still in the wind. Their problems are not solved. A little more in no way support the army. At present clear military ways to tune up the reserve forces. Since they force more available at this time, there are a lot of troops. If not after the preparation of a steady stream of troops make up at this time would barely defeat the king. If you take the risk point, perhaps we can directly penetrate the enemy's army. It is easy to hit the enemy collapse. And Fu Yu made another suggestion. In a military defeat any forces are terrible. In a military defeat, left and right wing had surrounded the risk. Let the soldiers do not feel safe. The defeat of the Chinese army is almost equivalent to the defeat of the war. Not two. You want to beat in the military is not an easy task. Once encountered stubborn resistance, it is surrounded by a party of a sudden go in. Two, to take risks, and we should stabilize the main. You know, there are many enemy forces. They want to beat the breath unrealistic. The Daijun expressed anti-right. The military is their core strength, which if a force into a danger for them is fatal. The army, I am willing to personally lead troops in depth. It was Xgairan who was speaking. He was a little crazy thinking about credit, ignoring the huge risks involved. If you can reach the middle of his troops completely defeated enemy, that he is the biggest player in this battle. For this credit, many people are willing to take risks, not just Xgairan. Not before, Wu Qingqing chose to accept and wear the Juntao Dongqing proposal. Slowly and surely, he always felt that Dorgan wanted to put the strongest force in the army, but he wanted to seduce himself. Maybe, after the main force of one's side burst in from the middle, a big trap was waiting for him. He is also not sure whether his judgment is right or wrong, but it is not a disadvantage to be safe. You take a division and attack the left wing of the enemy from the side. You must defeat the left wing of the enemy. Wu Qingqing put this over to Liv Xgairan. Anyway, this guy utilitarian heart weight, will be playing war to be more desperate. At this time, it is the general who needs to dare to fight hard battles, to personally go to the front to command and plan tactics. Currently the front lines of command are some mid-level officers. They only dared to command according to plan, no way to make better decisions based on self-field situation. Neither the power nor the courage. For example, when the Chinese army rushed forward, they could actually rush directly to the left wing of the enemy army. And at that time the enemy army had no time to deal with it. But now, because the front lines are all middle-level generals, they dare not make such a big decision, and thus missed an opportunity. The enemy has already dispatched troops according to the situation on the field. This is also no ways that it is too dangerous for high-ranking officers to be placed on the front line. Those cannon shells do not recognize people, and if a few high-ranking officers were killed, and that is the blood loss. There are also those flying bullets, which are often shot inexplicably on the battlefield. Now Xgairan took the initiative to ask, but Wu Qingqing did not stop him either. If there is risk, there will be benefits. At this time, a high-ranking general was sent to give Xgairan a certain degree of autonomy, so that he could make more correct decisions based on the situation on the field and expand the results. After your arrival in Renjun, Wu Qingqing bring order to take over 12 command of the division, then rushed over to the left wing 2 miles away. The distance of 1 kilometer is not far from the attacking army. Soon, the King army saw toward his Wu. This shocked this unit of the King army. They had already had some difficulties with frontal resistance, and they needed to rely on rotation and human lives to resist. This time a more enemy side, it would be more dangerous. The left team changes formation and blocks that enemy army. King army generals also be adjusted. Immediately afterwards, a force of thousands of people broke away from the main force and faced the Wu army who was rushing over. However, when two military after close, I surprised to find this king rushing his flintlock troops. This discovery almost scared some people. Their matchlock troops went to fight the flintlock troops, and that wasn't that they were sent to death. He saw him and also ignorant of the force. He who cannot escape, an escape is even more cause confusion, collapse. You can't fight, but you can't fight. The weapon gap is too big. Only the flintlock can compete with the flintlock. When he rushed to 100 meters, Wu Jun stopped shooting. Although the hits at this distance are not particularly high, they can't hold up their fast rate of fire. Fenyi minutes to 56 gun rate of fire, firing each round, the king coming down here dozens. At this speed, the king army is actually enough to kill the opponent for dozens of minutes. This is still theoretical data. In fact, standing and being beaten, it will take a few minutes to collapse. I rushed to him and they fight. King army generals gave the order, and only rushed to have the strength to fight. On the radio is absolutely nowhere. Their rate of fire is tickling Wu Jun. However, rush to their eel is not very feasible. Depends on the force of their will to fight. If the tragic punch front after the procedure, but also insist on fighting, rush touches work. If the fighting will is not firm enough, they will often collapse when they rush in front of the enemy because the casualties are too heavy. So it is better to turn around and flee now. With the orders of the king army, troops began this assault. Distance of 100 meters, no more than 10 meters. Second thing, Wu can only shoot a maximum of 2 to 3. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 290 chapters. Take risks. Can you rush over? King army generals do not know, but he had no choice. When they mied on the pace, Wu opened a gun. The king fell 50 people. Immediately afterwards, when he was more than 60 meters away from Wu Jun fired a second shot. This time, the king army fell more than 300 people, and the number surged. Wu distance when the army only a few meters, Wu opened the final round salvo. This time it was the most terrifying. The king army directly fell over 1,200 people. All the people in row fell, and there were almost no survivors. A large number of people in the second row also fell, and looking around, they were all corpses. That whole chief all scene, it is looking at all penetrate. Kick back front. Your benevolence ordered the road. His men immediately sounded the ant whistle. The two sides fought hand in hand and came together. King army suffered heavy casualties first, followed by another type of facing overwhelming enemy assault, but still has not crashed, considered the elite of the elite. This is a branch of the Zhengbai banner of the King army, and it is a unit directly under Dorgan, who has fought with Dorgan for more than 10 years. In terms of fighting will, it is indeed higher than other troops. However, the high ones are also limited. The two sides touched and the bayonet slammed into each other. Wu has many soldiers and a complete formation. King army to suffer again in the stabbing, but also a large casualties. Wu army fighting a war very rogue, long-range weapons by consumption. Melee is Yongming spell consumption. Rows of soldiers need to do a very simple assassination. While being killed by the enemy, he also killed the enemy. It was purely a tactic of consumption, which completely did not give the king army the opportunity to exert personal bravery. After a few fights, the king army behind could not stand it. The number of one's own side is rapidly decreasing, but the number of the other side is still massive. To continue to kill is tantamount to death. Many people, clear low-level military officers, are beginning to take the initiative with soldiers into the establishment, organized to escape. He had a failure here. The original is still positive. Resist King Wu also appeared to collapse. As for the veterans are aware, this case was 2 fires will be lost, leaving is dead. At this time, there is only one way to survive, to escape and run faster than others. Thousands collapse scene. The king generals simply cannot control, can only follow to escape. Behind the governor clan, look at this scale. Suddenly also councils. Governor clan also 100 people. The face of this scale route, if you try to stop, it could easily erupt in fighting. In short, a defeat of this scale is irretrievable. And the only way is to send new troops to block the enemy and let these people escape to the rear to reorganize. King army indeed do so. The rear of the king generals, to see one's own forces being hunted down, immediately arranged a collusion troops. Wu army to kill after the journey, met with the collusion of the king troops, quickly stopped the kill, revamp formation. Without formation, facing troops with formation, it will inevitably suffer a loss. The reorganized Wu army continued to kill the Qing army. Those Qing troops who were in charge of the response were also quickly unable to resist, but their mission was completed. A large number of soldiers who would have been killed retreated to the rear to reorganize and rest. Originally the May cause hair lost war global collapse into a partial collapse. This made Xiran very unwilling, and only hated that he did not have a cavalry to cooperate with him. There are cavalry chasing down soldiers. The effect is much better. Continue to hunt down. Expensive Ren said. The left wing not worry too much depth questions. After all, they have no enemies on their left and don't need defense, and on the right is the Chinese army. At this time, the Chinese army of the Qing army was too busy to take care of itself, and certainly couldn't support it here. Therefore, the danger of going deeper is not great. The continued pursuit is hopeful of expanding the battle, and maybe it will trigger a complete defeat of the Qing army. Against into the arms of the advantage, they advance very smoothly. Behind the Qing army has been known over Wujun is the main force, knowing one's own is not a rival. Therefore, some department teams are about token resistance, far shot put, then collective retreat. The reason is called retreat not to ask escape, because for them there is no time to escape the chaos. Their respective generals can also command their soldiers. Before the collapse of the soldiers collapse, it is the soldiers will not be found, will not find soldiers, and what a mess. As his retreat originally escaped in the rest of the rout they saw Wu. It has long been frightened of them, once again plunged into chaos, scrambling to escape. Among them, some people were blocked from the back and could only flee to the direction of the Chinese army. The chain reaction finally occurred. Xiran also laughed, and led people to chase in the direction of the Chinese army. Clear influence of the military forces of the defeated troops of the biggest is that they brought a loss of defeat signal. See, the panic does not choose the road of defeat. The Qing army soldiers who know everything, and left-wing defeat occurred. This made the soldiers who were still concentrating on fighting suddenly worried. Like to see the chase to kill over Wu, they worry a little more serious. This is a sign to defeat it. Not many people want to see other people running away while still staying to fight this seemingly unwinnable battle. Ever since, the Chinese army also began to show signs of collapse. Calmness, no chaos. No mercy for escapers. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. We have a lot of reinforcements. Don't panic. The general of the Chinese army yelled to appease the soldiers' emotions. The same time, he will have to separate the part of the soldiers arrived to stop Xiran troops. He had also faced trouble from both sides, but their reinforcements soon arrived. After seeing the collapse of the left wing, Dorgan has issued various orders to rescue the scene. One of the most important means is the after prepare to send troops up by number to save defeat. Rush over, the outcome is in one fell swoop. Expensive Jin has seen the Qing forces were rushed to the scene. He now has two options. One is moving steadily. The other is to risk an onslaught and defeat this force before the Qing army's reinforcements arrive. As long as this is achieved, the Chinese army of the Qing army will also collapse, and they can declare victory in this battle. However, if he were unable to grab the Qing defeat the enemy before reinforcements arrived, they easily fall into the double team situation. Easily losses. Moreover, launching a fierce attack also requires a great price. After all, they were also attacking the flintlock unit, and the rate of fire was extremely fast. Want rushed to clear before the army, they will be like just rushed King as pay a heavy price. It might even drop morale, fear war appeared situation. But if enough to overcome fear, rushed to the front of the King into melee combat, the King would collapse. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 291 chapter Bureau potential collapse. The same sample is 100 meters away from death. Wu also washed up heavy casualties. Looking at the rows of fallen soldiers, your mind can have some regret and worry. If these people can't hold on, then he will bear the responsibility for failure this time. Fortunately, the 12th Division is also an elite force in the Wu Army. It usually enjoys the best treatment and receives the most rigorous training. This time to their lives, they will prefer a slightly more troops than any other point. The people at the bottom of this era are relatively simple, and they also believe in repaying kindness. Wu Qingking give them not previously enjoyed the benefits. There are a lot of them at this time. People will feel sorry for Wu Qingking, fear war kindness. This is also the reason why Wu Junxing likes peasants. They are willing to ask those peasants who look rather dull, and they don't want the kind of rogues who are clever at first sight. After rushing to more than 10 meters, the Qing army finished the last shot. Wu army fell 600 or 700 people. The casualties have been very tragic. Many Yu Junshi soldiers are afraid. But the Qing army did not seize this opportunity and did not use this momentum to countercharge. Also, Xu generals are not aware of the benefits of ant at this time, or is it some other reason? In short, they didn't do this, and they missed the best opportunity to attack Wu Jun's momentum. As Wu Jun continued to charge, it seemed that he was still on the more vigorous side. Gas potential. Sometimes it is really very important. Wu army like a hungry wolf burst into the Qing array, not life to sting. With this kind of desperate play, the Qing army immediately couldn't stand it and fell into panic. There is no fighting here. It is clear that they are queuing up to behead their heads. Soon, after several waves of fighting, some Qing troops began to flee. He originally saw someone run away when he had wanted to retreat. Now face a group of people to life, adding to flee their minds. After someone took the lead, the entire formation of the Qing army quickly collapsed. There were too many people trying to escape, and they moved their whole bodies. He had a side defeat, the other side is still positive resist. The Qing generals immediately arranged some people off, and then with a large army to retreat. This is the end of the matter. Now retreat can at least return to the rear to regroup. And if you leave stubborn resistance, you will be doubled, and the entire army may be wiped out. His ideas and lines move are nothing wrong, but anything can happen on the battlefield. Not to say do the right decision is necessarily a good thing. Those soldiers who were arranged to stay after the break were so willing in their hearts. In several low instigation level officers, and they follow up and fled off. He who did not Guanema Duo Erdogan's army, bringing the rout. Some soldiers in the back who didn't know the battle ahead didn't even know what happened. They can only draw one conclusion from the phenomenon of their own rout, that they have lost. Qing Army Command Post, Dole looked at the situation in full collapse, his face ashen with, the other will receive are afraid to speak, fool knows. At this time Duo Gun very angry. It was a bit shameful to fight against Wu Jun with twice the strength of the army. After all, the weapons and equipment of the two sides weren't too different. Duo Erdogan, who are some of the reasons difficult to understand them, but the reason is very simple. Different weapons need to match the corresponding tactics. And he who did not have learned those tactics, like on fire dual rope gun forces shot after that party prevails. This kind of phenomenon, which is a bit contrary to common sense, requires a lot of fighting to sum up. And Wu Qingking was pointing directly, requiring men to do so. In the details of many tactics, Wu Jun was much better than King Jun, and it was normal to win. And these, Dorgan and others will not be able to see it for a while, and can't understand it. This time, Dole can only put all our hopes in the cavalry. If the cavalry can defeat Wu Jun's cavalry, it can also cause some deterrence to Wu Jun, so that Wu Jun dare not pursue and kill in depth. Then they have time to retreat and regroup. This result can barely be regarded as a tie. There is no hope for a full victory, and Dorgan is satisfied with a tie. But if the cavalry also fails, then Wu Jun can safely and boldly pursue and kill the Qing army who has no will to fight. At that time, the Qing army will inevitably suffer a disastrous defeat. Retreat, never far more difficult and dangerous attack. The retreat of hundreds of thousands of people cannot be solved by a single issue of overall planning. Not to mention that all kinds of orders now need to be transmitted by the messenger, even if the later generations have a radio. The retreat of the army is not an easy task. In the cavalry battlefield, after 2 hedges, both sides suffered large losses. Among them, the loss of the Qing army was far greater than that of the Wu army. He had probably died 5,000 people, and most will die Wu Jun more than 2,000, double the difference. Multi-Duo looked at this case only anxious. There is no good way. He even led the team to charge, but the effect was still not obvious. He is on his own shock and all will be able to change one's own soldier's instinct. It's a bit for granted. Wall cavalry looks stupid and dumb and lacks technical content, but it is not so easy to train to this level. How is the situation in other directions? Multi-Duo asked. He has been hesitant. Do not continue to just go on and Wu Jun hard. If he had a choice, he would rather retreat temporarily, and wait until later to find a way to crack Wu's tactics before coming to a decisive battle. He is really hurting now to rely on human lives to fill it. However, he needs to take into account the situation of the entire battlefield. If other places are dominant, he doesn't have to persist in defeating Wu Jun's cavalry. But if other places are at a disadvantage, he must find a way to defeat Wu Jun's cavalry and relieve the pressure in other directions, otherwise the battle will fail. It's not very good. The front Chinese army seems to be retreating after being killed. The right wing is still resisting, and the left wing is too far apart. It is not clear. The Guzan department is currently trapped in the Wu army, although some people rushed into the enemy's army artillery positions. But they also seem to be completely surrounded. The adjutant responsible for observing the situation on the field said that the current situation is too unfavorable for them, and it is completely different from what they had imagined before the war. That is no way. Continue the fight. Our people, the fight must go on to lose each other, and then washed 2 times the opposite is necessary to carry to continue. Multi-Duo and encouraging cheer to all the men, they are now the dominant force does still. However, in terms of morale, he who has been far better than Wu. This is a very scary thing. After all, the outcome of a battle is not determined by the number of people. Once they can't hold on and take the lead in crashing and fleeing, no matter how many people are, it's no use. When everyone heard Du Juo's request to continue the charge, their hearts were mixed. Before the Red Front, some Blebai child have been killed. The sword has no eyes, and their cavalry generals can't hide behind like infantry generals, and there is no guarantee of safety. Although some people don't want to charge like this mindlessly anymore, no one of them dared to disobey the order after Duo spoke. Only teeth follow up. Looking forward to Wu Jun able to carry live. The Wu army here, though impairment has reached 1%, but their morale is very high. With less fighting and more, you can kill more enemies. This kind of victory makes them extremely proud and proud. This kind of pride can more or less offset some fears and increase morale. Qing army started again. Dong Tan also ordered the assault. This time, he also personally led. Before even many priests have personally assault, he did not feel that their life is worth more than many priests. Dudo's personal charge stimulated his ambition. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 292 chapters and more priests killed. Dong Tanbao personally led the charge, and Wu Jun's morale was greatly boosted. When Dodo did this before, the morale of the Qing army was also temporarily boosted. However, after the hedge, the soldiers found that Dodo had not reversed the situation. Ever since, Dudo's leadership again could not arouse the morale of the soldiers. The cavalry on both sides hedged again, and then the scene was a replica of the previous one. Wu army relied on local numerical superiority of the Qing enjoy bullying. The Qing army was suffocated, feeling powerful but unable to make it. At the edge, the Qing army could bully Wu Jun a little bit, but is the man at the edge of the warring parties and contact with only a few, most of them being bullied in the center. There are more people anxious not touch the outside edge. In contrast, the Qing army suffered a big loss. Special notably Dong Tanbao location, they are on average 3 people is tantamount to dealing with a king. Even if he charges in person, Dong Tanbao's treatment is definitely different from that of ordinary soldiers. There are personal soldiers around him to protect him. Can be enough to threaten much of his enemies. The event will be his bodyguard resolved. Basically, Dong Danbo's knife couldn't even touch an enemy. Of course, he personally led the charge not to kill one or two enemies. That's a bird. He led the team to charge. Just as an example, multi-duo is here, troops position where he would denser than elsewhere. Wu met a number of people do not eat the loss. However, it has no advantage. Multitude are waving saber, from water now, he has personally beheaded two enemy, belonged to a very good record. Most of the ordinary soldiers rushed 2 or 3 times, and none of the enemy troops was able to kill them. Moreover, this is still normal. If on average everyone could kill an enemy, that would be great. 40,000 of them charged together, and Wu Jun was not enough for them to kill at once. A battle down more than capable of immediate concern of a soldier. It was all warriors. After the war will certainly be subject to generous rewards. More people can't be killed by an enemy. It's purely following the rise and rise. Frightening the enemy is their biggest role. Cooperate and kill that guy. Wu Jun of them, a soldier rushed companion shouted. He had 2 fellows, before they had agreed to meet with the big shot to kill the enemy, after credit for a half minutes. If one of them is killed in battle, the other is responsible for supporting the other's family. To kill a big man, the risk is much higher than to kill an ordinary soldier, because the big man is protected by personal soldiers. Rich your risk and seek. The 2 men decided to fight, and rushed directly towards the many priests of the past. Stop them! Multi-duo bodyguard captain shouted. There are 2 immediate bodyguard brothers rush towards that Wu army here, nor is it only the 2 of them in action. With ideas of many priests soldiers in fact no longer a minority. After all, as long as Duo is killed, the reward will be enough for them to retire from the military, go home to buy a large piece of land, marry a little lady, and live a carefree life from then on. Many take charge of moving getting in the way. The bodyguard of Tudor cut in the past. Multitude's bodyguard is natural elite of the elite, but also to fight back in time to escape, and each will be a Wu-scored cavalry horse. Not before, they will stop here. Wu cut in that one moment the army. They inevitably missions of their protection. Wu 2 soldiers took the opportunity to horse knife to them. They will cut the horse. The 2 groups of people fought fiercely locally, and fell into chaos for a while. Anything can happen in the chaos, and the probability of accidents is greatly increased. Dudo was slashing Wu Jun's failure fiercely, and his horse was stabbed for some reason. Horses eat under pain into a violent, out of control and hit a horse with Wu Jun. The multitude flung from his horse. Save the army. King Army quickly tried to save Tudor launched. However, Wu where this time they will do so. Being the so-called, this time more people flocked to this direction. For a time, this small area was full of horses, completely blocked, and neither side could move forward. And in this super chaotic situation, Dodo is no longer a noble prince, just a helpless mortal who wants to be born. One is not careful. He was a horse knocked down, followed by another piece of horse leg stepped on his body. A horse plus a mature man is at least 1,500 catties. Being crushed by this weight, normal people can't stand it. Multi-duo issued a scream. This look, he no longer had to live in hope. His soldiers shouted heartbreakingly, and many people even jumped off their horses to try to rescue them, but without exception they did nothing. Soon, they followed Dodo. Multitude died. Many priests died. Wu Jun in a clever officer shouted. The other soldiers heard suddenly react, followed by shouting this sentence. King Army, though they are some of the Manchu people, but many priests all listen to the word clearly. Moreover, because I have been in the customs for a long time, I can understand some common and simple Chinese. Hearing the news of Dujuo's death in battle, some king troops didn't believe it, but many king troops fell into confusion and panic. Off key. This time there is no sufficient quantity. King generals stand out of the rumor. For a time, many people chose to believe, and then drove away. The main generals are dead, and there is not much hope of winning this battle. What's more, It's solid several times to suffer after killing some soldiers already do not like this way and then fighting. Now with the news of Dudor's death in battle, they have even more reason to choose to escape. King Army also fell into confusion. Some people entangled Wu, while some peripheral soldiers have turned the horse retreat in another direction. Some people do not know the circumstances behind. We can only follow the person in frontline action. Those who retreat, they follow retreat. As a result, the king cavalry in the middle was abandoned. The abandoned cavalry fell into a panic, but they had nowhere to escape. The infantry only needs one turn to escape, but it is difficult for the cavalry to turn the horse's head. Some soldiers who turned their horses' heads not only did not escape, but created even greater chaos for the friendly forces behind. And Wu Jun is the opportunity to surprise attack, put a force to eat. He escaped the King Army cavalry into a brief confusion, because most of the high-ranking officers have followed in Judah around, then basically have been killed. No one can order refers to play this huge army. Until Wu chase, they continue to rely on instinct to escape. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 293 Chapter Fractured people choose. The news of the cavalry defeat reached Organ, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even the cavalry were defeated. They no longer had a whole card. This time it was really irretrievable. A moving 300,000 troops' fortunes of war failed. The army ordered a retreat. Kong Yao persuaded that in the situation at this time, the most important thing is to arrange a retreat as soon as possible. Defeat is victory not in order. Once the morale of the army is not, it can only retreat to rest. It is impossible to regroup by shouting a few slogans. This time arrangements bring up the rear of the troops, to cover those big troop morale no retreat, but also greatly reduce losses. Don't see that the army has completely collapsed at this time, but in fact, not many people died, and it looked like less than 20,000 or 30,000. If Wu Jun didn't pursue them, they would gather all the defeated soldiers who were still alive. This would not be considered a big defeat, and then give them some time to rest and replenish equipment. They can return to 80% of the fighting. Of course, this is clearly impossible. Wu army cannot give up this chance of a lifetime. Chasing down the defeated soldiers is the coolest thing on the battlefield. And as for the king commander, then we should act decisively, not mess. Send some troops were blocking, to cover the other troops' retreat. The sooner you give this order, the better. And 1 minute later is more dangerous. The army, without further ado, we decided to do as soon as possible. Several other will lead also have to persuade. Who wants to stay behind? Duo Erdogan though unwilling, but it has not completely irrational. This time he did not know many priests have been killed. If you know that many priests have been killed, I'm afraid you cannot control personal emotions. This, then one. Captain Shin silent for a moment. Everyone knows that it is a terrible errand to stay behind, and the possibility of death or capture is extremely high. He who is not an ordinary soldier, after no hope but also cynical surrender, like Wu Sangai, Kong Yao et al., his family in Beijing. If they are captured, they will not be able to surrender, nor will they not surrender. I am willing to stay. Seeing that no one answered, Bo and Toby Dorgan became angry, so they stood up to take on this important task. Of course, he also left because not want to see one's own defeat, and he and Wu also has a hatred. Luo, who died at the hands of Wu Jun, was his brother. Some people see the main action volunteered, Dole restrain live this coming fury of emotions. With his power, he can arrange for anyone to break the post, and it is impossible for anyone to dare to violate it. However, it is best to find a person who actively asks for such a thing after the break. If you force this task on someone, it will inevitably make the other person feel dissatisfied. Once the opponent surrendered to the enemy, it became a joke after the break, and the consequences were extremely terrible. There are many such things in history. Well, Bo and Care. The rate of 20,000 after I ordered you prepared solely responsible for matters relating to the rear. Wu generals and generals whole left Bo and auxiliary care. Hope you dedication, fight to the death to subside and for the withdrawal of the army time to fight. Duo Erdogan ordered the road. In addition to the arrangements Bo asked, he also came in Wu Sangui and Kong Yaod. He can trust these two people a little bit, because Wu Sangui's beloved Chen Yuan is still in Beijing. As long as he doesn't want to lose his beloved, Wu Sangui should be desperate. Kong Yaod's family is also in Beijing, which is also a kind of bondage. Wu Sangui and Kong Yaod could only smile bitterly when they heard this. In the Manchu regime, they still could not enjoy the treatment of other Manchu generals because of their status. What dirty work so hard? All he had to get there. Even with the power of labor, the reward also get less than the Manchu generals. Like Wu Sangui, he put the King army into the clearance can be said King Junriguan first hero. But now, he doesn't even have as many soldiers and horses as Shan Haiguan general soldier, and his power is not as great as that at that time. It's as if his credit doesn't exist at all. If you had known today, or he had promised to make that sort of thing will not impulsive. It will not become a traitor to the nation. After making a good retreat strategy, Erdogan took to walk first. A number of other generals are routed troops goes along. It will organize its retreat. Only by being organized can they retreat successfully in an orderly manner. If the soldiers run around like headless flies, they will definitely be unable to escape. Those who left, and asked Wu Sangui, who also went to their unit team, with people occupying important junctions, points, etc. Be prepared to chase Wu blocking. Although it is a plain area, there are not roads everywhere, at least those paddy fields cannot pass through. Walking a few miles in the paddy field will make people tired and half dead. So, Wu army to chase or to go road and Guandao, Wu Sangui, who is bound to encounter troops have to beat them to continue to pursue. Sangui came to his unit team, announced ordering them to leave up the rear. Suddenly, some generals and soldiers yelled with dissatisfaction. Why, before we also fight on the battlefield after a while? Those who do not strive and work hard over the troops how not to leave off. This is not fair, shouted a soldier of fortune. This time no one knows one's own has been defeated. Everyone fled. At this time, if you want to survive, you can only escape faster than others. If you stay behind, then you sacrifice yourself and perfect others. They don't have such a great and noble personality. That is, I have been dead 3% of the troops, but also to us to die. This is going to force us on the road to ruin it. Wu Jun horrible, even God can. How do we fight? Yes, you can't fight. Some other soldiers agreed, and even had a tendency to surrender in their words. It's just that no one dared to speak out first. Shut up, this is a military order. The military order is like a mountain, and those who disagree are cut. Wu Sangui scolded. He can't let these people continue to yell, otherwise the military will fluctuate and they will become a mob. Wu Sangui yelled, and the soldiers hurriedly shut up and did not dare to speak. They did not dare to offend Wu Sangui's authority. Intentions against the bloc for a while. When the situation is not good, it'll take you to retreat, leaving everyone to stay alive. Sangui commitment Connaught Road Central, must give his men a little hope, or soldiers who want to survive alone the authority it is difficult to control. Hearing Wu Sangui's words, the soldiers reluctantly accepted it. Of course, he had no way to do this is to select obey orders as well as a living hope. And now if you stand up and refuse to execute the order, it must be 100% fatal. While it is possible to drive protest along with other soldiers' mutiny, but the risk among very large, and the birds are generally no good end. Without anyone taking the lead, these soldiers can only follow the big move. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 294 chapters overall chase strike. According to the plan, full pursuit. Wu Qingqing said. Large one victory chase after the program, before the war had already deduced several times. At this time, Wu Qingqing only needs to give an order, and everyone else knows what to do. And he is the good news that he can return to Huan and wait for everyone. Subsequently, Liu Han generals and many third-person view, led to kill the enemy. This time has no any great danger, is taking credit for the time. The more prisoners caught and the more supplies grabbed, the greater the credit. There are many troops in charge of the pursuit. Almost all of them come out. We even hit some of the losses. Poor morale of the troops. The enemy has been defeated. Herd are also immediately put down. The previous sadness and fear have volunteered to join the army chase. Above the collar understand them. They want to rest under. They do not agree. After all, they were afraid that all the credit would go to the chasing troops, and the final credit for fighting hard was not as good as those who picked up the bargain. That would be a shame. In short, at this time they also ignored fatigue, and joined the chasing troops one after another. Since the code has only 80,000 people were chasing, the whole earth is positive looking ahead to succeed, to be more confusing than before the big melee. Before and king military battle, both sides have a square or a square, looks very organized. And now, it seems that there is no organization on the surface. Of course, there are still some, especially not a few captains and teachers to lead the team. They own more smoothly in order to pursue the initiative to assume a crucial task, such as attack, and others like Sangai spy strike forces. These time-consuming, more dangerous to live, they are made to complete. While taking credit for something, it is lost to other people. If you were not to assume the task of tackling, keep a few pieces of the organized forces not to destroy, it will fall into the chase down. Also dangerous. The small caliber gun, carry it up, Xu Yin shouted. His men and equipment are some cold weapons, and some grenadiers, against Sangui's forces cannot account for much advantage. That is, some of them more high morale. Not before, some of them more than a small caliber gun. As the artillery was carried over, Wu Jun launched an offensive. The Sangai that side, seen to the cold steel department team, and my heart is greatly relieved. Afraid he met flintlock troops. If they encountered flintlock troops, they would not have the power to fight back at all. Two army continues to close. There is a 200 meters at the time. Wu Jun of small caliber artillery began launching. This kind of artillery fired small iron beads, which were not powerful, but they could hurt people and lose their combat effectiveness. Off key is this stuff transmit a large amount of a gun can play hundreds of beads. However, its hit rate is worse than matchlock. Although this type of artillery is inferior to the red-coated cannon, it is even better than the red-coated cannon in certain circumstances. For example, like chasing enemy forces now, that kind of heavy artillery is useless at all. But these light and small caliber guns can move with the army. As soon as several cannons fired, dozens of people fell on the King army. Although they were not killed immediately, the pain caused them to lose their combat effectiveness. How the hell still his artillery? Sangai big breaks war. There is not a case of artillery kind. King now have a little talk about the mere mention of guns. Weapons of Wu various heat very fear. Wu army with artillery, it can be consumed in the distance. Although the number of artillery is small and the speed at which the enemy is consumed is slower, the situation where only I can hit you but you can't hit me can make opponents helpless and collapse their morale. In desperation, Wu Sangai only the main action launched the assault. He had only two options, either to escape or rush. Standing still or waiting to die. Waiting for him after they rushed tens of meters, Wu finally ceased fire of artillery, fear of accidental injury to friendly forces. Not before, on this short Zhangchagong Fu, these guns have been the king killing hundreds of people. He made no mistake victories. Moreover, it also weakened some of the morale of the king army. Immediately afterwards, when they were about to rush in front of Wu Jun, they were bombarded by another round of grenades. Liang blow from the king let losses, next to the knife shield soldiers on it. Two military contacts, the two sides crew together. Ming can significantly see is, the king soldiers are in fear hands feet, do not want to rush ahead. Some soldiers thought is simply not eliminate destroy the enemy, but to protect themselves in the single-minded. He had been waiting for Sangai order to retreat, or, looking for opportunities to surrender. Wu Sangai could not surrender, And these soldiers did not have that kind of worry. As long as they have a chance, they will put down their weapons every minute. However, it is still fighting, and it is not easy to find a chance to surrender. If you make a surrender, you might be beheaded by your own military officer, or killed by the enemy by mistake. Only one's own and other big defeat, and no people to supervise operations, surrendered before security. An army that is not attentive to combat, its combat effectiveness can be imagined. Originally, the Ministry of Cold Weapons team, the King and Wu fighting force are similar. Wu Sangui men also are former veterans. However, at this moment, they are retreating steadily. In the distance, supervise operations of Sangui see this scene, cannot help feeling the sentence, the people scattered, the ministry of the team cannot take. He weeks around. Several men heard shocked, Wu Sangui, it sounds too baffling. Those who want to surrender, please surrender, I won't stop. I personally returned to Beijing to collect the crime. You all find another way out. Wu Sangui said that now that he has resisted the effort of less than 2 cups of tea, he must be punished to retreat. And if you continue to resist, the soldiers will probably not last long. Instead of this, it is better to put the subordinates on a career path. The army, why not surrender? Wu Qingqing together, we are all Han Chinese. Even the kind of full Tatsumi Manchu can be reused in Nanjing, Shenqian. The kind of drop can also be reused, let alone us. There are still some loyal people among Wu Sangui's subordinates, and they don't want to see Wu Sangui return to Beijing to die. I am the biggest sinner in the Manchu dynasty entering the pass, and there is a place for me to the south. What's more, my family is still in Beijing. Wu Sangui said that he was not sure whether Wu Qingqing could tolerate him either. Although Wu Qingqing seems to be very tolerant now, his sins are serious. As a person in power, even if Wu Qingqing is willing to accept him, he has to consider public outrage. Under Yuan Sui will quietly back to the army to Beijing, to the military family secretly rescued. After everyone knew Wu Sangui's concerns, they came up with ideas. As long as you quietly return to Beijing in the chaos, you may still have a chance to rescue those family members. This Sangui heart move, to rescue the family returned to the south, is much better than to be cut at the King Court. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 295 chapters. Remove obstacles. In the end, several generals, who were very loyal to Wu Sangui, with their own soldiers, retreated with Wu Sangui together. While others will receive, it is to convey Sangui's command, so that the soldiers lay down their arms and surrender, giving soldiers a way out. Anyway, with the current situation, as long as surrendering, there is absolutely no danger to life. With an officer ordered the soldiers to surrender, it have almost stared Wu army. Full opt weapon was thrown aside, and then squatting together, a salted fish looks like. Leave some guards, and the rest continue to pursue them. Xu Yin ordered the road. Xu Yin some regret, because the Lord Sangui escape. If Wu Sangui can be caught, then he will be famous in the south. After all, there are many Han Chinese who hate Wu Sangui in the south. The other side, Money Su army met Bo in care of the rear troops. The 8 banners soldiers under Bushuo had a total strength of 10,000. Including 3,000 archers. They belonged to a relatively powerful force. If you don't destroy this kind of combat force, you will not dare to go deep in the pursuit of the army. You have to worry that Bo Hechuo will come from behind. Qian Sule's subordinates originally had more than 10,000 people. But in the previous battle, nearly 3,000 were killed and injured. At this time, there were only more than 8,000. Not over. More than 5,000 of them equipped with a flintlock. Therefore, in terms of strength, Qian Sule has an absolute advantage here. Raise the gun and shoot. Wu army does not worry, it is in accordance with the usual battle rhythm to square approximation, where 100 meters from the start to stop shooting, consumption of the enemy, forcing the enemy to launch the initiative assault. This trick is tireless. And the King army certainly can't stand and be beaten like this. Archer quasi-prepared. Bowen asked the archers sent out and Wu Jun on the radio, while allowing the infantry to act as human shields, but also before the big battle of the set used. This was the best way for them to deal with Wu Junsui's flintlock troops, and there was no other better method. The two sides began to shoot each other. Not before, and this time the situation Bo asked before Armageddon, and not the same before the big battle when they have a steady stream of reserve troops to supplement. But now, the infantry standing in the front row died only one less, and after their archers had shot a few arrows, the shield players in front of them had already been killed and injured. Then Wu Jun altogether initiative launched the assault, the face of a group of archers, melee combat or better efficiency. Archers are similar to artillery. They are both functional arms. They have a great long-range effect, but after being close, they have almost no ability to protect themselves. See Wu Jun rushing toward you, those archers quickly turned to flee, not a trace of hesitation. The two withdraw ledge. The blind actions of those archers, the angry king generals yelled at them, followed by a row of full-opt phalanx of infantry. After the collision they suffered panic. These people have some trouble formation, because it is a friendly army. It is not easy to kill it directly. At risk under insurance case, but that is only able to keep a cool few people. Even if there were generals shouting for command, some archers still squeezed into the infantry phalanx. At this time, Wu Jun also rushed in front of them, then opened the servant to carry out double kill. This one is pretty tough king, obviously an absolute downwind. Leng Shimo crash. This made Qian Xiul a little anxious, and if the current situation continued, they would surely be able to defeat the enemy. However, one's own side must also suffer a very large loss. More importantly, it will be delayed for a long time, and time is very important to them. Are the two legs of the soldiers. Wu Jun defeated army at the time of the chase, mainly against the enemy Huang Bu's elude to catch up. If they are too far away to exert pressure on the king army, they will be able to retreat in an orderly manner. In that case, it is not easy to catch up with the enemy, and only rely on cavalry. Therefore, wasting too much time here is unacceptable to Qian Xiul. However, the face of such a tenacious king, he did not do too good law. Only two friends borrowed an army grenadiers troops to help. The addition of the grenadiers accelerated the speed of killing the king army a little bit. But because the two sides are now entangled together, grenadier play has been extremely limited. And this time, an obscure figure, but free at the edge of the team, then raised his gun, pointed at the bow king care and pulled the trigger. This is a sniper company. They have been active in this big battle, freely looking for targets and shooting. To the present date, their officers shot and killed a total of at least of dozens, and the height of success. Moreover, it has had a considerable impact on the situation. This time, even the sniper who meritorious again. This guy collapsed Bohe with a single shot. He had strength and luck, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that he did meritorious service. The army, with the crowd shouting miserable king army, which appeared commotion. Many king soldiers have noticed, and asked. Bo was shot. The Lord General is dead, which is really bad news. The morale of an army is also largely derived from its trust in generals. Once the chief general has an accident, this morale will instantly bottom out. It is, for example, if Wu Chengqing suddenly died in battle, his men soldiers and even generals are sure to fall into chaos. When there are no enemies, this chaos can be gradually calmed down, but on the already chaotic battlefield, this chaos will intensify. Bow and body care in a line, direct orders of the commander. He died. For the next war no one gave the command. Therefore, not long after Bo and Chua were shot, the king army rioted. More dangerous risk is that those who are concerned about their ministry of bow and care of life and death, no one to stop this riot control. Soon, this kind of riot turned into a rout. First, the soldiers in the rear began to flee, and then the soldiers fighting in front found the soldiers in the rear and fled, and then vomited blood while yelling at the same time to keep up. For the time being, Qian Xiul did not know why the king army suddenly collapsed, but this is not important, as long as the king army collapsed. Full red front. Qian Xiul issued the latest order, and the person in charge of blowing the whistle immediately blew the whistle of a full charge. As soon as this whistle sounded, Wu Jun's soldiers were very excited, and their morale immediately rose, because as this often represents the whistle occupy one's own super big advantage, can begin to reap the credit. Sure enough, the whistle did not disappoint these Wu Jun soldiers. When their full charge, Open King began a full flight. They can do anything and kill the enemy prisoners. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 296 chapters. Escape is not easy. Former major decisions. War battlefield north, this time full of people. King army defeated troops rushed in the direction of Suki and fled north. This time only some of the city will bring them a sense of security. There are only a few main roads to Sukian, and they are not very spacious. Basically, a 1,000-man team can occupy one road, and the remaining defeated soldiers can only follow them. And there is time, while the two defeated troops arrived this one on the road, it will lead to disputes. No one wanted to be left behind. Although the front was just a little bit ahead of the troops behind, this little distance was a life-saving distance. Due to the rear of the Wu wants to catch up, certainly must first solve the people behind. The people in front of longer continue to chase. Those in the front can use this time to speed up their escape. In order to compete for this advantage, the two ruined soldiers who arrived on the road at the same time confronted each other, and it seemed that they still wanted to do something. More marked rubble is that, among the two forces, which is a Manchu 8 soldiers, the other is the Han Green camp. 8 soldiers flat when used to pan Green camp on the arrogant, then bent to grab the front, and see it as a matter of course. The Green camp was usually fed up with squandering, and now the King army was in a downturn, and the 8 banners soldiers were so arrogant, how could they stand it? After pushing each other a few times, a violent temper moved his weapon and stabbed a Manchu soldier with a knife. Dead. This is a rebellion. I don't know who yelled, and then the two sides fell into a rage uncontrollably. Although neither of them actually wanted to fight such a fearless battle in their hearts, fleeing was a serious matter. But at this time no one can control this situation. If you don't kill the other party may kill you. Not to mention that the two sides are of different nationalities, and they are inherently separated from each other. That is, the same people, in the event to such a thing, that they will appear in the case of such infighting. The fighting between the two sides was fairly restrained and did not evolve into a full-scale fight. But the knife sword no eyes, a dozen soldiers died or injured even more. Stop it! Another branch team passing, which have a higher status. Baylor shouted. It's too shameful. When it's so dangerous, there are still mental struggles. Under the berserk of Baylor, the two sides stopped fighting. The army, you call the shots for us. Obviously we first arrived here, they beat us but had to retreat. Banner's ministry team a teenager to blame. Fart. Obviously I had first coming. The people in the Green camp were naturally unwilling to be wronged and quarreled. The Baylor had a headache when he heard that, and he couldn't tell the difference. In his irritability, he didn't bother to pay attention to these other people's troops, and took his own people directly on the road to retreat. He prevented the fight between the two sides, but the question of who came first has not yet been resolved. Seeing that Baylor took the troops away, the two remaining troops were constantly scolding their mothers. Like this friction and disputes, and more than a place in this way. When escaping, the soldiers were quite angry, nervous and stressed, and it was easy for them to draw their swords when they didn't agree with them. Of course, there are some old people's real nice rear end along with others, and some are shortcuts, as well as directly on another escape direction. In short, there are endless and weird phenomena. In this process, many people have gone in vain. This is also one of the many reasons why the chasing troops can always catch up with the ruined troops. There is a big difference between organized and unorganized. Wu army cavalry, in his time he did not dispute the two sides compete. Do not know who shouted out. Suddenly, those king troops who were fleeing suddenly wailed. He had 2 legs of people. Wherever escaped cavalry, some Han Green camp soldiers simply threw their weapons away, and then collectively found a place to sit down and waited to be captured. At this time, surrender is the safest choice. If they continue to flee, the cavalry may just cut it down in order to save trouble. The other 8 banners hesitated, and they all threw away their weapons. Survival is the most important thing. Continue to chase the people in front. These people will be left to the friendly forces behind. Dong Tanbao ordered the road. He had the cavalry has the advantage of speed. You want to maximize victories. It cannot seek immediate credit for this. Anyway, the King army that lags behind will definitely be overtaken by the Wu army infantry behind. And he who needs to escape pursuit is in front of people. Wu looked at the army's cavalry sped away. Those who have thrown away their weapons are good embarrassment. Forget it, I am too lazy to go. From the beginning of the war until now, my 2 legs have not stopped. If I run further, my 2 legs will be useless. It is better to sit here and wait to be captured. A little officer vomited. That is, to listen saying Wu side of the treatment is very good, or monthly rates twice on our side of it. Another soldier echoed. That's veterans. I have now surrendered the last of these. Certainly not so much. Among those veterans, there are still a large number of surrenders. After we have been for a while, we will be veterans. In the fight crowd theory, almost everyone eventually stayed, waiting for captured. And this is due to Wu Jun's preferential treatment of the prisoners. If not Miss Army prisoners' preferential treatment, but as brutal as some other troops will be abusing prisoners, who even a broken leg, likely will be jumping to escape with the other leg. But now, they are not at all worried about losing their lives after surrendering. In history, if Baiqi did not kill the 400,000 Zhao army, I am afraid that Zhao Guogo would be destroyed more quickly. But it was because Baiqi killed the captives, which led to Zhou's army not surrendering in the subsequent war. He had sat not long. Wu army arrived here. Look at those waiting captured people prisoner. Wu is also quite silent. A small part was divided into statistics and escorted, while the rest continued to pursue them. In front of the Wu army cavalry already played against some stubborn elements. It is mainly the 8 banners soldiers in Manchuria. Because of various concerns, they still tend to return to the north and do not want to be captured. Therefore, the surface of Wu pursuit, they are desperate to escape. However, all this is in vain. The cavalry is very powerful in chasing and killing rout soldiers. It doesn't even cost much effort, relying on the speed of the horses. As long as their sabers touched the king soldiers, those people fell directly to the ground, and they didn't have the ability to continue to escape. At the speed of the cavalry, those soldiers could not escape unless they flee to the mountains. Sadly, there are no mountains around here, only some small soil slopes, which can't stop it at all. To everywhere screams. There are some mercy after the sound of despair. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 297 chapters. Victories. Hunt row action lasted for 2 days. Wu Jun and it almost gave the Sukian shot down. Not before, but this time the frontline generals received orders Wu Chenking. So he began to retreat. Due to Wu Chenking has received a message from Jiaxing, said Zhu Yihai has been Hansen, Jiaxing is being attacked. In order to avoid fighting on both sides and pulling the front too long, Wu Chenking decided to defend Huan first. In other parts of the north, it will not be too late to regain it in the future. If the King army counterattack the powerful, to give it away does not matter. Huan, Yangzi retain a sufficient fort wall. For him, the most important thing now is to solve Zhu Yihai first ascend the throne and proclaim the emperor, and establish orthodoxy. After officially proclaiming emperor, everything can be more convenient. First solve Zhu Yihai, eliminate and then destroy Zhu Yuqi. To the south are first put down, completely solve the worries. Compared with the north, Wu Chenking is actually more greedy in the southern coastal areas, especially the Pearl River Delta in Guangdong. Guan East and Western Europe are also doing business, have become more excellent port. Compared with Songjiang, Guangzhou is much closer to Nanyang and is worthy of vigorous development. This is about to knock down Suqian. Why retreat? Xu Yin Tu Kao 1, he has not entered the high-rise core of Wu Jun. Wu Qingqing so do not understand some of the plans, and naturally cannot understand this command. In his view, this time we should win all the way to Beijing. Let you retreat. Do you want to question the above order? Liu Han 3 reprimanded the sentence. Xu Xian suddenly afraid to speak. If this is put on a hat of no officer, it would be bloody bad. Even Liu Han 3 temporarily not angry. Xu Xian regret to say just words. Boast a loose tongue of time, to Shangwen left a bad impression. It is not worth it. Brightest large army began to withdraw. Huan, the road can be seen everywhere, be escorted prisoner. The faces of many generals were full of red light, and they let out a hearty laugh from time to time. The results of this war have been preliminary statistics, and the results are brilliant. Among them, 34,000 were directly killed, and 110,000 were captured. However, the King army has lost more than 44,000. In the process of escaping, many soldiers dispersed, and some quietly returned to their hometowns, or went up the mountain and fell into the grass. In short, the number of troops that Dorgan gathered in Xuzi was only 140,000. After this battle, the King army lost its main force of 160,000 and its vitality was greatly injured. More important was that he had lost all his artillery, a large number of firearms, there are a lot of horses, and a variety of other mass supplies. These materials, to some extent, are even more important than the 160,000 army. After all, it is relatively easy to re-enlist 160,000 soldiers. But it is very difficult to build those advanced weapons in a short time. The large after the war, Dole has no ability to unify the country. Next, there are many headaches that he needs to deal with. The main force of the 8 banners suffered heavy losses. 160,000 full Meng 8 banners soldiers returned, only 70,000 people returned, and a full 90,000 were lost. Without this core army, how to effectively control the north in the future will be a problem. In the past, a large number of the Ming army surrendered because the King army was strong, but now the King army is weak. Those who surrendered are no longer reliable. Wu military aspects, the loss of this war is not small. The number of people killed directly reached 12,000 people, all in the decisive battle in the head just out. Re-injury also has 2,000 people, who have saved up to retire, completely lost the fight. For minor injuries, there is no statistics, which is not very meaningful. This is Wu Jun's loss. Compared with the gain, this loss is not worth mentioning. That's 110,000 prisoners after a long period of adaptation, but also can become a battle of soldier. Not before. Wu here is also not quite missing soldiers. Prisoners of war do not even want too much. Raising troops is too expensive. If all these 110,000 people are converted into our own troops, the military expenditure will increase by at least 50%. Wu Qingqing's plan, this 110,000 prisoners of war, he was picked up to 50,000 people to adapt. The rest is either sent to the mine to work or sent to the factory. In short, the country is now rapidly industrializing, and there are so many places where labor is needed, and there are always places where they can be used. Compared revolted harvesting members, material aspects of the harvest even greater. Those more than 100 artillery pieces are very valuable. There are thousands of flintlocks, and more than 20,000 war horses. These are the weapons and equipment that Wu Jun is greedy for. In addition to these, there are vast amounts of cold weapons, sufficient enough to equip 200,000 troops. Of course, these seizures are not the biggest gain of this battle. The most important significance of this battle is that it greatly weakened the power of the King Court. Not to mention that in half a year, even if the King Court is given another year or two, they will not be able to recover their vitality. Will be meeting rooms, captains gathered. Wu after Qingqing come, first greeting the two of you to say a few hard words. After that, he quickly entered the topic, saying, an emergency report was announced. When we were fighting the Manchu King decisive battle, King Lu sent troops to attack Jiexing. Jiexing has fallen, and the other side is marching towards Songjiang and Suzu. Wu Chengking then make a lot of people by surprise, and they cannot figure out why the king was very good to backstabber. And as Li, some of the members of the Shaobin Deng then added more calm, which is what makes them plan. Liu Han 3 touches play fine, filled completely in the dark as suddenly angrily outrageous. We drive out the Manchus in the front line, reclaim their lost homeland. Zhu Yihai does not give us the forage, also fills the Gaul and the Tartars' collusion, took the opportunity to attacking our rear is punishable. His remarks have won the approval of many people, because Liu Hansen is basically telling the truth. Zhu Yihai never gave them military pay, and he hardly gave them any support. Gave a force, it is because Zhu Yihai cannot feed on, it is to throw to Wu Chengking burden. Because of that there is no trace of the benefits Zhu Yihai to, so few people up and down Wu would Zhu Yihai seriously. This King Lu is too much. At any rate, the other emperors have to drink wine and release their military power after the world is settled. What is he? He killed us, and they want to defeat the Manking with their trash. Chen Shiqing cursed. Many will receive heart was inexplicable burst of sorrow. Their generals and civil officials have a big difference, and that is Fumiomi no hesitation in climb. And as for the generals, not the higher the better the credit. If the credit exceeds the emperor, that is dangerous. In history, there are not many military generals who can get a good death. Among them, the most hated one who killed the hero was Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty. This also makes many people feel that the Zhu family has this tradition. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 298. Chapter Self-Reliance is king. I have not sit still, must respond in a timely manner. Suzu and Songjiang is very important for our military. It cannot fall. Li Shobin said. To say that I am this great tomorrow morning rotten to the bones, the generals, this world common people, have to rely on you to save. Xu Expensive Jin took the lead in public, say such outrageous words. This, then one, some of the original mind a bit of guess who suddenly realized that Wu Chengking to be independent. If you can see through, you will not be stupid enough to expose Wu Chengking, and that will only lose your life. Personal power, large insignificant in front of potential. The current big trend, Wu Chengking is to be independent. This trend cannot be stopped by the strength of one of them alone, and there is no need for them to stop it. Followed by Wu Chengking rebels, but also a mix of power from the dragon. What's wrong with it? You are all talk. How to deal with this matter right? Wu Chengking began to rebel against this kind of thing. Of course there is no need for him to speak out. Anyway, someone who is sensible below will bring it up, and then he will put on a helpless look that it is not that I want to rebel, but that everyone wants me to rebel. As an emperor, it is better not to have any taint, otherwise it is easy to be used as an excuse to question its legitimacy and the legitimacy of the regime. Chen Qiao mutiny, and Zhao Qiangyin's yellow robe was added. If he didn't know beforehand, Wu Chengking would never believe it. However, as long as Zhao Qiangyin makes a play like this, it is tantamount to telling the world. It's not that I want to rebel, it's that my subordinates rebel. If you want to blame them. Of course it is to fight back, and the world is home to those with virtue. This Zhu family has already renounced the virtues. First, the people were put into the water and fire, and then the Tazi was put into the past to harm the people. Now they are teaming up with Tazi to besiege Songliang, the emperor. It doesn't matter if you don't respect it. Liu Han said 3 indignation. This sentence was collected by him after several days of preparation. They say it. They were all quite surprised. I do not know what Ambrose 3 becomes so eloquent, and also say something so beautiful truths. Liu Commander was right. Was their first heartless, then we cannot blame the unjust. Your benevolence seconded. No, I overthrew the Ming dynasty but give it justice, because only we can save this world common people, to bring well-being of the common people. By the people, this is not even think about. Dai Zijun said, they can't admit that their rebellion is unjust, it's not good. Dai participation plan was right, Is not never learned thing. Your benevolence quickly agreed. Minister Kristin pleased the generals ascended the throne himself, thereby saved the world common people. Li Shobin led a kneeling, seeing other people also fell to their knees. Minister Kristin pleased the generals ascended the throne himself, thereby saved the world common people. Minister Kristin pleased the generals ascended the throne himself, thereby saved the world Kang-born people. Everyone yelled, and their tone of voice was very consistent, that is, they want to rebel. Only a few people did not say anything. He had plenty to be frightened. After all, is a rebel more or less still some shock. There are a few one or two who may still have grievances in their hearts, but in the face of this situation, they are powerless and can only follow the trend. Just like Qian Seul, he knows very well that no one is Wu Qingqing's opponent today. Even Dorgan was beaten and fled in embarrassment, not to mention Zhu Yihai and others in the south. Those people were even more useless. He had just stunned God, and then also quickly knelt down. If you don't get on the boat at this time, it is estimated that you will have to be thrown into the river by others. This is the end of the matter. For the benefit of everyone, it seems that I can only put an infamy on my back and end the Zhu family. Otherwise, they will never let us grow bigger. With them stabbing a knife in the back, even the northern expedition is uneasy. Wu Qingqing can actually say again it mildly, and even can be like Liu, cry a few words, and then hypocritically thrown. Doing this can more or less leave a good reputation, and deceive those who are not smart enough and don't know the inside story. However, Wu Qingqing feel that they will not be necessary. He believes that as long as he leads the whole world to a more prosperous life in the future, no one will care whether he has rebelled or even thank himself. Only those who are unable to feed the people will worry that the people have excuses for rebellion, and he is not worried at all. So, Wu Qingqing said very directly, told the crowd wanted to keep his interest, it can only follow their own together on the pirate ship. This is the most important thing, and everything else is floating clouds. It is the blessing of the common people in the world to be in charge of Jiazi by your majesty. Dai Zhaijun took the lead and slapped a flattering, but the other generals could only stare. In this era, those generals are actually more educated people, but they are definitely incomparable to Dai Zhaijun, and they can't speak such beautiful words. Determined to rebel, then, the crowd began a formal business meeting. The next plan of action. I would like to pioneer. Zhejiang led his army to return to recover. Xren said, I would also like to pioneer, as His Majesty grief. Several other people who wanted to make meritorious deeds opened their mouths one after another, attacking Zhu Yihai's troops. The credit didn't mean it was nothing. Finally, Wu Qingqing decided to leave 80,000 heavily in Huiyan, let them rest for some time, and then continue to attack the south of the Huai River. This time King potential weak, it is to regain lost ground, a good time to lose ground. This part of the army was coordinated by Li Shubin and Dai Zhaijun, and assisted by many commanders such as Chen Shicheng and Xu Yuxian. The other 40,000 combatable soldiers, led by Liu Hansen and Tao Dongqing, went straight to Suzu to relieve the siege, and at the same time eliminated Zhu Yihai and occupied Zhejiang and other places. To deal with the Zhu Yihai, 40,000 main force is enough. And Wu Qingqing is returned with 20,000 troops in Nanjing, ready to matters of the throne. Just waiting for Liu Han 3 Zhu Yihai to destroy, he announced formally ascended the throne. Held enthronement. Before that needs to be done quasi-preparation work very much. Not to mention other things, just to prepare a national title, it takes a group of great scholars to sit together and study for several days. There are also the establishment of other new official positions, the division of officials, the guidance of public opinion, and so on. Suddenly want to rebel and claim the emperor? There will definitely be voices of opposition from the people. He needs to conduct some guidance from public opinion and try to reduce the voice of such opposition. The same time, he will have to speed up the restoration work of the palace. I can't ascend to the throne and claim the emperor, and continue to live in the governor's mansion, which is too small. Not only is the office inconvenient, but there will be no rooms in the harem after the expansion. And, as for the emperor, we must live in this palace, a very strong symbolic place, otherwise it will seem neither fish nor fowl. Imperial palace, representing the power, authority. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 299 chapters. Duo Erdogan vomiting blood. Xuzu, no, the town hall door. Duo Erdogan closed eyes, lying in bed. He was sick and had a mild cold. A bit of cold is a trivial matter, but the more serious one is his heart disease. To the Tudor died. Hundreds of thousands of troops wiped out, tens of thousands of Serbs killed or captured. The site south of the Huai almost total loss of control. This one thing, anyone alone is enough to make him depressed, to vomit blood. And now, these bad things are all together, and his spirit has been greatly hit, just like when Diayue was snatched by Huangqi. This kind of frustration is extremely painful for a man. For a man with a high self-esteem, this pain will be deeper. As long as you can think about it a little bit, and can't pass this hurdle, the whole person may be destroyed. Like Sui Emperor Yang Guang, like Yang Gui, early variety that is brilliant, high-spirited, made many remarkable achievements. This makes Yang Guang think that the world is invincible and extremely proud. But several times Levy wore North Korea's failure, so he had a great deal of frustration, thus completely decadent. Chaos. Here's also the thought occurred to you to solve the problem. Live each day. Little time off too well. I did not experience the frustration of people so easily. His subordinates were extremely worried about Dorgan's status quo, but no one dared to persuade him. In case angered a number of Erdogan, the possibility of moving his head every minute there. Oh, how can this be done? There are still many things to be decided by the regent. Mao Wensi sighed, and everyone else sighed after hearing the words. They lost too badly in this battle. Moreover, what they need to do most now is to clean up the mess, but Dorgan fell into decadence again. They can't take charge of many important things and can only do it in a hurry. He had only thing to do is sit down and discuss the next countermeasures. These soldiers have no combat power for the time being. They have to rest for at least a month. During this time, if Wu Jun continues to attack, it will be troublesome. Positive blue flag. Jia Helang said. Even boil over this period of time, the loss of most of our weapons, it is very difficult to compete Wu Jun want unless we have a year or two to develop, produce more weapons. Prince Yu Shaosai expressed a long-term concern. After this battle, they all knew the strength gap between their own side and Wu Jun. No longer had the arrogance he had before, thinking that he could compete with Wu Jun. From ancient times to the present, the most pragmatic are the soldiers. They dare not look down on others like literati. They need to evaluate the strength of themselves and their enemies very rationally in order to make the right decision. It's real, to fight for a year or two, not without hope. Mao Wensi suddenly spoke. At first, everyone was not sure why, but after returning to their senses, they understood what Mao Wensi meant. When he had to go to the peace talks, Wu Qingping had proposed a requirement. As long as Xiaozhuang Wenhuang marry later, then you can talk. Thus we see that, in Wu Empress Daiji Xiaozhuang wait Chenking mind. If Empress Xiaozhuang Wen could make some sacrifices, it would be no problem to buy a year or two for the Qing dynasty. Of course, this is very embarrassing for Dia King. A group of big lords depended on sacrificing a woman for peace. In the view of Shaosai, Jia Harang and others, it is really not a big deal to send a woman in the past for the benefit of the regime. Even if this woman is the mother of the current emperor, it doesn't matter. The actual benefits are the most important thing. If even the court is gone, and even the throne is gone, what is the point of keeping that little bit of face? He who wants Empress Daiji Xiaozhuang be able to look at self-sacrifice, but they know a great probability Dole will not agree. This is where they are helpless. And they dare not even come up with this strategy. Some people even felt dissatisfied with Dorgan because of this. At this moment, a battle report came up. Report, there is good news. A low-level civil service said. Everyone didn't look good after hearing it. At this time, There is still some good news. Mao Wensi accepted the report and stretched his brow slightly after reading it. What's the situation? Shao Sei asked. Wu Jun large-scale retreat, leaving only part of the army in Huan. The rest of the south are beginning to return, because they backyard fire. Luangzi High Wu Chenqing troops attacked and occupied Jiaxing, Suzhou and other places. Look, the conflict between them broke out. As a result, Wu Chenqing didn't have the energy to fight to the north for the time being. Mao Wensi smiled and said, this is indeed a rare piece of good news for them. After hearing this, Jia Helang looked like he had won the battle report and wanted to confirm the news. In this way, we will have some breathing time. If Zhu Yihai can compete and contain Wu Chenqing more time, it will be even better. Shao Sei said, in his opinion, Zhu Yihai can only delay for a while. It is impossible to defeat Wu Chenqing. I'll bring this news to the Prince Regent. I hope he can recover. The next thing we need to address, it is also very much. It didn't take long for Jia Helang to see Dorgan when he came in again with a battle report. Not before, but this is a battlefield from the north. It turned out that Liu Guangkai, the general soldier in Shaanxi, had already rebelled and controlled most of Shaanxi. Even Datong had fallen. This battle report made the little bit of good news just now vanish in an instant, and even Datong has already fallen, so wouldn't it be bad for Beijing? Datong is only a few hundred miles away from Beijing. Although Liu Guangkai did not have many troops in his hands, who knows if he would be likely seeking, encumber some peasant troops, and rely on their numbers to besiege Beijing. The matter was urgent, and Shao Sei hurriedly entered Dorgan's room. Back room, just watching Dole-Wu retreat battlefield. A little heart feel better a little. However, Shao Sei shouted as soon as he came in. The regent is not good. Shaanxi General Liu Guangkai has rebelled. The army has already attacked Datong and Beijing is in danger. Let's go back to Beijing soon. Puff. Duo Erdogan heard a blood spray in the Jia Helang body. Although Dorgan knew that with the reduction of his 8 banners forces, there would be people who would not help the careerists everywhere. However, he did not expect Liu Guangkai to be so fast. Calculating based on this time, this guy turned out to have launched a rebellion before they had a decisive battle with Wu Jun. King Regent, without further ado, let me take a troop back to quell the chaos first. Shao Sei said, if Beijing fall, his logistics will be cut off. If even the Shanhaiguan Pass is also lost, then they will really be overwhelmed. Because of the importance of Beijing, so the master plug will be in such a hurry. Even vomiting blood are Landa liquor the dole. You bring 20,000 people back quickly, and you must cut Liu Guangkai this villain to me. Duo Erdogan coughing, side said, Zai Huan I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 300 chapters respected. Beijing, on the street marketplace, business people, families with their busy, everything looks normal and is no different. Not before, some of the well-informed class, this time already jittery. Shaanxi rebellion, multi-Erdogan big defeat. This means that the court is precarious. Forbidden City, Xiaozhuang then even continue to receive bad news. First, Shaanxi Liu Guangkai rebellion, not long before the fall of Datong, followed by more bad news. Dole defeated, 16,000 troops wiped out. Prince Uduo died in battle, Bela died in 13 battles, and the total soldiers died in 5 battles. These thunderous news made Dau have no masters. Even Dorgan couldn't bear such terrible news, let alone a woman. Sumoa sent someone to invite Mr. Fan. Dau, who had no idea, could only go to Fan Wenqing for advice. Not too long, Pham Van Cheng were invited to the palace. His face is not very good either. There is some anxiety. Chen knocked to see the Queen Mother. Mr. Fan doesn't need to be polite. Please sit down. Dau called Fan Wenqing to a halt, and didn't let him kneel and bow. Although she has a distinguished status, she is a woman after all. Asking a talented man to kneel to a woman will probably hurt the other's self-esteem. Shrunk. According to Need Big Jade rely on these Minister of State, so they are especially off photos. South side of things, you receive the news. You say, "We king, how to do next to get out of this predicament?" Dia asked. This question is too difficult. Fan Wenqing hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer it. He couldn't tell the truth, because he felt that the Qing dynasty was out of help, and the best ending was to return to the outside of the pass and guard the nth acre of land outside the pass. As for these places in the customs, they definitely can't keep it. There is neither strength nor natural risks. Speaking the truth, I am afraid that the Manchu nobles in the Qing court will not be able to accept it, and they will not easily give up this hard-won good life. This is difficult. Fan Wenqing held back this sentence for a long time. Is there no hope at all? Dia was disappointed in her heart, and she didn't want to go back outside the customs. Life in the customs was much more comfortable. Yes, no theory is militarily and economically. The gap between the South and we are too. Economy, that is, by country Jimin, Nanjing, the to create wealth behavior called economic activity. This word was quite apartment. On behalf of the financial strength of the economy of a country, the more developed the economy, the higher revenue, the people's livelihood more good. Pham Van Cheng's solution, Buddhism, Taoism, and now reading the newspaper in the South has become his daily essential activities. While understanding Nanjing, I also learned a lot of new knowledge and new vocabulary. I have not. The army becomes strong, the economy get you? Dia continued to ask. She didn't need to worry about these things to govern the country. But now that Dorgan has failed miserably, she is already anxious to intervene in person. After all, this Darking is her son's country, and she can't help but care. It takes time for the army to become stronger. This is easy to handle as long as you have money. The key is the economy. This Wu Qingqing is really good at it. We are not his opponents at all. He not only invented many products that can create a lot of wealth, but also invented many machines that can greatly improve production efficiency. It can be said that he is changing the world on his own. Pham Van Cheng emotion. He could read history books, and seen his talents. Why slightly more people to go, but Wu Qingqing is not seen as such a special person. Other heroes are nothing more than uniting the world and holding the highest power. However, there is no one who can completely solve the people's food problem. Change the world? Dia didn't understand a little bit. Yes. He is change the world. Before the world in general, wealth of the world is constant. Change of dynasty, thousands of history, in fact, changed the history of wealth. Landlords and nobles kept plundering land and wealth. The people couldn't survive. Turmoil appeared. A large number of people died in the war. The population decreased. The land per capita increased, and the people survived. Then there is social prosperity. Population increase, land per capita decreases again, and turmoil reappears. This has been the case since ancient times. However, Wu Qingqing appeared, may be able to completely change the history of cycling. Fan Wenqing did a lot of research on history, and even combined all the dynasty change history with wealth and population, and came up with a fairly reasonable point of view. Dia listened very carefully. This knowledge was quite new to her, and she felt like she had come to realize it suddenly. Pham Van Cheng continued. Wu Qingqing Wu came up with high-yield rice, is said to yield more rice twice previously. This means that this piece of land of China can feed at least twice as much as the previous population. This alone is enough to guarantee stability for hundreds of years. Moreover, they have also made large-scale steel manufacturing machines, making steel products very cheap. It will be very easy for the people to cultivate land in the future, and this extra land can feed countless people. In short, he is different from all those in power before. He acquires wealth not by plundering others, but by creating wealth out of thin air. In this way, the court has money, and the people will also have money. Unlike our North, the court wants to increase income can only be exploited by the people, and once the exploitation is too serious, the people will be forced to rebel. This is the point where Fan Wenqing admires Wu Qingqing the most. Wu Qingqing has solved the problem of wealth contradiction for thousands of years. Big Jade is a very intelligent woman. Big listened to it again cause it understood. She asked, I have here cannot invent those high-yielding rice, as well as those machines can refine massive steel. She thinks, this thing is just like other learning, as long as you are willing to learn it modestly, you will definitely learn it. Unless Wu Chengqing willing to put those learning to teach us, but this is impossible. Therefore, the gap between us and the future strength of the South will become increasingly large. This trend cannot be changed. If it were not due to see this trend, Pham Van process will not go off the support dole. That was indeed their last chance for the Qing dynasty, but unfortunately, they did not grasp it. The only plan for the present is to ask Wu Chengqing for peace. Perhaps the south of the Huai River can be ceded to him, or we can pay tribute to him. Fan Wenqing said that if the strength is not as good as that of human beings, then that can only be done. This is not shameful. Anyway, the ancestor of the Qing dynasty, Nahaki, was originally a slave of the Ming dynasty, but he rebelled after becoming stronger. Now that he is weaker and smaller, returning to his status as a domestic slave again is actually not a big deal. No matter how important face is, it is not as important as survival. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed.